British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Mountbatten's support. Cyprus is still extremely important to the UK, or the Mediterranean is extremely important to the UK itself. Otherwise, the UK would not have occupied Gibraltar. As long as the situation in the Mediterranean is under the control of the UK will have enough motivation to support the framework of the global empire. Alan Wilson seemed to remember that there has always been a British military base in Cyprus. The number of British troops in Cyprus is only less than that of the British troops stationed in Germany, even in the 21st century. There is a saying in British politics that the border of the British Empire is on the roof of the world. This certainly does not mean that British India still exists. It is because there are British troops stationed in Nepal that such a saying has spread. As for the military bases in the Middle East, they are in Oman, and in Southeast Asia, they are in Brunei. Compared with the current situation, it is of course quite shabby for the UK to have only these military bases left in a few decades. When the Comet airliner landed in Cyprus, Alan Wilson changed into a formal suit and went to find Mountbatten, the newly appointed commander of the Mediterranean fleet. After all, they are a family, and he should do so regardless of emotion and reason. Mountbatten was very happy to congratulate his father-in-law and asked his son-in-law if the situation in the Middle East was very troubling. Alan Wilson replied, "Everything we are doing now is delaying, and I can't solve the fundamental problem. I can only choose the delay plan that has the least impact on Britain. I hope that after the Prime Minister's second term, Britain will not rely on financial support from other countries, but focus on its own interests." After secretly expressing his distrust of the United States, Alan Wilson asked his father-in-law how he felt. How far is it from the dream of becoming the first Sea Lord? It should be said that there is still one step away. Mountbatten couldn't help but curl up his lips when he heard this question. If I can become an admiral within half a year, then the next time I return to London, I can be the first Sea Lord. That's so happy. Alan Wilson bowed down in front of the powerful. Mountbatten was too modest to set his goal only as the first Sea Lord. He remembered that Mountbatten retired with the rank of Admiral of the Navy and successfully established the Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee and became the full-time head of the British military. Regardless of the elected Secretary of Defence, Mountbatten was the one who made decisions for the British military. Britain has been shrinking since the Suez Canal War, and the situation of suppressing one thing and floating another did not delay Mountbatten's promotion trajectory. Alan Wilson has reason to believe that this time and space will be the same. Actually, it's nothing. It also depends on the cabinet's recognition of me, which just coincides with my dream. Mountbatten was very happy. Although the husband of his youngest daughter was always running around, he was obviously much more ambitious than the other son-in-law. This was a harmonious scene between the father-in-law and the son-in-law. Mountbatten also mentioned the situation of his daughter, saying that he was ready to be a grandfather and welcome the appearance of the new member. Alan Wilson also expressed his expectations, but also hinted that weapons have become more and more expensive since modern times. Maybe the British Empire in the future will have to consider reducing its armed forces, and maybe all branches of the military will not be able to escape. I don't know if Mountbatten has any plans. Pamela said that you have always had countless plans for the future. It seems that my daughter did not lie. Mountbatten was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Are you really not going to try the election? In fact, the election is not difficult. First, you have to find a constituency that is very easy to win, and then have a good relationship with the party leader. Once your party wins, all the appointments of ministers are in the hands of the party leader. This is the time to compete for personal relationships. If the leader of your party is very optimistic about you, you can instantly become the second person in the party. Mountbatten said it very simply. In fact, this is simple. Whoever joins a political party chooses a constituency that traditionally supports this party, waits for his party to win, and then directly becomes a minister. This is the theory. If everything goes well, there will be no problem. But this no problem is no problem in Mountbatten's eyes. Seeing that his son-in-law was not interested, Mountbatten stopped talking and talked about his son-in-law's words. If Britain had to shrink, his own deployment plan for the British Army. He started to think about the Secretary of State for Defense when he became the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet. If Alan Wilson had asked someone else this question, it might have been a big problem, but it was Mountbatten, so there was no problem. He had done all the work of the Navy as the 4th Sea Lord, and now he was planning the deployment of the British Army from a global perspective. Mountbatten did not feel anything wrong at all. In front of his son-in-law, Mountbatten did not hide anything. In the context of shrinking the establishment, he said that in terms of the reform of the leadership organization, he might propose to abolish the staff of each service and establish a unified joint planning staff for the 3 services, and he would serve as the permanent chairman of this organization. Mountbatten has always advocated the unification of the 3 services. Even during the war, he once said, "I personally believe that all officers should have the opportunity to serve in each service. They should serve in Dartmouth, Cranwell, and Sandhurst in turn, changing places for 1 year. In this way, they can receive general training and learn special skills." He also advocated that military academy cadets can usually choose their own careers, and that the study of staff courses and tactical courses should focus on the 3 services, and the staff of one service should work in the other 2 services for a period of time. He did this when he was in charge of the Joint Operations Headquarters in Southeast Asia. It may be difficult. Alan Wilson did not object to Mountbatten saying that he was in charge of the British Armed Forces. Why did he object to his strong backers? But where there are people, there are struggles. It is definitely not easy for Mountbatten's ideas to be realized. Yes, Alan, there will definitely be resistance. It really cannot be passed for the time being. We have to find a roundabout way. Mountbatten also nodded and mentioned another idea, to implement it in overseas garrisons. The Near East Joint Command was established in Cyprus, the Middle East Joint Command was established in Aden, and the Far East Joint Command was established in Singapore. This new command organization played a great role in improving the rapid response capability of the British Army. Mountbatten knew that in a sense, his son-in-law went to Iran to run around for his daughter's industry. But if he was interested, he must be interested in the colonies. This time he was out for most of the inspection in Africa, so he asked if there was any gain from this trip. The lesson is that we must never be lenient towards races that are too backward. Upon hearing this question, Alan Wilson directly took out the tone of an imperialist and gritted his teeth, saying, "The move to merge colonies still remains in various places, and we must never do similar things. The situation in the Middle East is mainly repression, and in Africa, I plan to find a scapegoat. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Mountbatten also knew that his son-in-law was a colonialist who was born in the wrong era, but such a contemptuous look still shocked him. "What happened? General, you should know the domestic debate on the Helsinki Olympic delegation. If the Labour Party cabinet had not done a good job in recent years, it would probably have caused a stir." Alan Wilson said without concealment, "I suggested this proposal, and its purpose was to see the local public opinion. Now it seems that the response is very satisfactory, but national interests and citizen will do not necessarily coincide. Once the sequelae of the colonial empire occur, Britain may repeat the deeds of the Roman Empire in the future. I have been thinking about a question, whether to focus on winning over or deterrence. It seems that the effect is not good." Alan Wilson's delegation was formed by the British Empire on the surface, but in fact he wanted to remind the citizens of the country not to relax their vigilance in this regard. Politicians can do things like letting different races in for the sake of profit. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys from the colonies is within the scope of Alan Wilson's authority, and he has plenty of time to implement it, but dealing with the Free Officers Organization can be said to be another matter. He needs to obtain the support of Mountbatten. Since the backer has taken office, this matter should be made clear, so as not to worry about the bomb of the Suez Canal War. After all, the Suez Canal is too important to Britain, and now is not the time to let it go. With the existing strength of the British Mediterranean Fleet, providing support to Faroe, or even not providing support at all, just passing a word to increase the confidence of Faroe, can have a thousandfold return. The Free Officers Organization had only a few hundred people when launching a coup in history. Just like after the coup in many countries was successful, people recalled the strength of the coup team as a joke. Even if there are still some fish that slip through the net that cannot be eliminated, it is better to keep them for a few years. It is not a bad thing for the current Britain. Hearing his son-in-law say this, Mountbatten, who had no knowledge of the Free Officers Organization, was silent for a moment and decisively agreed, "I think it is okay. The Mediterranean Fleet has a base in Alexandria and is still operating. We can provide some assistance to Farrakhan, of course. I hope that this thief does not need our help and can handle his own affairs. Of course I don't want that either. It's better for us not to get involved in such things openly. It's just because the Suez Canal is too important that we have to give Farrakhan firm support." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. This trip to Cyprus was not in vain. If it were any general who was the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, it would not be so easy to agree. Only Mountbatten could do it. On the one hand, he was Mountbatten, and on the other hand, Mountbatten was really Alan Wilson's father-in-law. The Prime Minister is just like this. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Nelson and Wellington probably didn't worry as much as he did now. Chapter 677, Suppression of the Free Officers Organization. After leaving General Mountbatten's headquarters, Alan Wilson immediately contacted the Chinese embassy in Egypt through the telegraph room here. Grace, who had been staying in Egypt, learned about Alan Wilson's movements again after a month. After translating the telegram, he left the embassy in Cairo and went down the river to meet with King Farrakhan of Egypt, expressing Britain's support for the Egyptian royal family to clean up the house. After doing all this, Grace went directly into the British military base in Alexandria. On the one hand, he watched the fire from the other side of the river, and on the other hand, he could keep in touch with Cyprus at any time. At the critical moment concerning the future political direction of Egypt, Alan Wilson was not indifferent. On the contrary, he was very busy now. He was communicating with the Greek upper class on the island of Cyprus. Cyprus is also a colony, but the main population on the island is Greek. Since it is a colony, at this moment, when the British Empire is on the decline, Cyprus naturally has the same problems encountered by other colonies. Cyprus is of course also pursuing independence, although it has not yet been put into military action. But we can't ignore that the Greeks on the island were really dissatisfied with their colonial status. Alan Wilson remembered Cyprus, mainly because Cyprus later caused a sovereignty dispute between Greece and Turkey. Yes, this is of course related to Britain. Britain has traditionally tended to merge colonies and made great contributions to the unification of countries around the world, but at the same time, it also tended to merge colonies with different ethnic groups in one country. Although it would cause ethnic conflicts in general countries, they would tolerate it because of the large amount of land. If they really couldn't stand it, there would be a partition of India and Pakistan. Or like the example of Malaysia kicking Singapore out. Later, Cyprus caused a dispute between Greece and Turkey, which was also related to Britain. The fundamental reason was that the Greeks wanted independence, and Britain supported the Turks, which led to the dispute between Greece and Turkey over Cyprus. In addition, as early as before World War II, in Greece, the public's call for Cyprus to break away from British rule and return to Greece was getting louder and louder. They secretly encouraged the Greek Cypriots to implement a path that combined democratic marches and armed riots. After the end of World War II, the Cyprus issue resurfaced. Is it possible to let Cyprus return to Greece? The answer is no, because Turkey's population and national strength are greater than Greece, and the main force to stop the Soviet Union from moving south comes from Turkey rather than Greece. Therefore, the free world cannot harm Turkey, the meat shield. Not only Britain thinks so, but the United States also supports Britain to continue to occupy Cyprus. Turkey is to the north of the Soviet Union, and Greece is to the north of Bulgaria and Yugoslavia. Both Turkey and Greece are fortresses to prevent the Soviet Union from moving south. Compared with the national strength of Turkey and Greece, Turkey has undoubtedly made a greater contribution. Now there are Turkish troops in Greece. What can Britain do from its perspective? Just live one day at a time. The diligent social public servant began to meet with the leaders of the two ethnic groups in his father-in-law's territory, and also with a sincere attitude. Britain does not want the history of turning against each other after the partition of India and Pakistan to repeat. But this is not up to Britain. Once the nationalist ideas of Greece and Turkey enter Cyprus, open confrontation may be inevitable. In mediating ethnic issues, Alan Wilson has gone from a rookie to a more professional person. It can be said that he has been doing this kind of work all the way. He is not happy with it, but he is indeed used to it. While he continued to do his old job in Cyprus, King Farouk of Egypt, after receiving verbal assurances of support from Britain, finally took action against the Free Officers Organization and other traitors. Farouk of the Cape Town Palace ordered the commander of the Palace Guard to eradicate the Free Officers Organization supported by Israel, solve the hidden dangers in the country, and maintain Egypt's leadership in the Arab world. This speech marked the official start of the action to eradicate the Free Officers Organization. At the same time, military and political leaders from all over Egypt received telegrams from Farouk. For a time, the whole of Egypt took action and invested in the battle to eradicate Israeli agents. The action of arresting members of the Free Officers Organization was carried out almost simultaneously in all parts of Egypt. The middle and high-level military and political leaders of Egypt who were loyal to Farouk had long been worried about the development of the Free Officers Organization. Deep down, they were disappointed with the king, but today they waited for the king's decisive order. Led by the royal spies, the troops that received the orders from Farouk rushed to the residences of the members of the Free Officers Organization. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, in Cairo, the Free Officers Organization had been preparing to overthrow Farouk and immediately sensed the danger. Without further ado, Nasser reacted quickly, evaded the search, and immediately contacted the troops that were ready to go, and launched a coup. At this time, the situation in Cairo was very critical. Most areas of Cairo were out of control and surrounded by the king's troops. The armed forces supporting the royal family far outnumbered Nasser's armed forces. Nasser was ordered to take action in times of crisis, and he quickly reorganized the current situation with extraordinary energy. Nasser had participated in the First Middle East War and was once known as the Tiger of Fallujah. The first thing he thought of was how to use artillery. He envisioned a plan to attack the rebels with artillery fire. At that time, there were artillery and ammunition near Cairo, but 40 artillery pieces were idle in the military barracks northwest of Cairo. Nasser immediately assigned his assistant to take 200 soldiers and control the artillery. The well-equipped king's troops, led by spies, had already controlled the main streets of Cairo. They thought it would not be difficult to achieve their goal, so they held flags and launched a search for the fleeing Free Officers Organization in a jubilant cheer. After Nasser took control of this artillery, he greeted them with artillery fire. These teams, who thought it was just a capture operation, did not expect to encounter such a scene. They were caught off guard by the artillery fire and could only fight back with rifles. After leaving behind 200 corpses, they fled in panic, dragging the wounded. At this time, another team of 500 people rushed to Nasser's artillery position. Nasser bombarded them mercilessly and fiercely, and this rebel group quickly collapsed. The battle lasted only more than an hour and ended. These armies of the Old Kingdom were vulnerable, but they had the advantage of numbers, because Farouk was very confident. After receiving verbal assurances from Britain, he issued a hand order in the telegram, which made the military and political chiefs in Cairo feel confident. Although Nasser could not be taken down for a while, the army loyal to the king still had a lot of advantages. The most important thing was that Nasser could only contact the members of the Free Officers Organization who were also in Cairo. These members were mainly middle and lower level officers, because Nasser was only a lieutenant colonel. The imminent problem facing Nasser was that, although he had guaranteed his own safety, but he could not control the radio station. Nasser listened to the radio broadcast, which was playing Farouk's hand order, indicating that the Free Officers Organization was a subversive organization supported by Israel to undermine the stability of Egypt. However, after investigation, most members of the Free Officers Organization did not know the real conspiracy of the organization, but were deceived. They did not know that their so-called patriotic actions were actually harmful to the whole of Egypt. Farouk said that for most members of this organization, he would focus on education. I hope these patriotic officers can continue to contribute to the Arab world led by the Kingdom of Egypt. This broadcast was spread in the streets of Cairo. Nasser knew it was over after hearing it. The speech of Farouk broadcasted on the radio was fatal to the current Free Officers Organization. Once the citizens of Cairo believed the king's speech, the direction of the situation would be obvious, and even the fighting enthusiasm within the Free Officers Organization would be disintegrated. Nasser immediately knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. Several assistants next to him believed in Nasser and expressed their willingness to fight to the end for a better Egypt. Nasser was very moved, but he did not believe it, and immediately made an escape plan. Farouk's reversal of right and wrong made Nasser furious, but he knew that this was the difference between others being able to speak through the radio and him having no voice. He believed and could trust the fighting power of his companions, but he could not change the views of the citizens of Cairo who heard the broadcast. Escaping from Cairo and waiting for a comeback is a realistic option, but of course the battle must continue. The army supporting the king also mobilized armored vehicles to enter the city of Cairo. The streets where the armored vehicles passed were cheered by the citizens of Cairo, and there were quite a few people cheering. The addition of armored vehicles also made the battle much more intense. Bursts of gunfire rang out in Cairo, accompanied by the hail of bullets from the attacking team, and the flesh and blood of the two sides of the battle flew everywhere. Ta 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 ta. The machine guns on the towers frantically fired dense rain of bullets at the Egyptian soldiers, exposed in the open space, and shot at the Egyptian soldiers, who were also Egyptian. One soldier after another was immediately full of bullet holes, and was swept to the ground. There were painful groans, violent roars and fierce gunfire everywhere, and the flying bullets made no place safe. Time passed little by little, and the victory or defeat was already obvious. Nasser decided to leave before the encirclement appeared. In fact, he was ready to do so as early as when Farouk's speech was broadcast on the radio. No one knew how Nasser, who looked nervous, escaped, but Nasser, who escaped from Cairo, felt that the world was so big and there was nowhere to live. Where could he go? Chapter 678 The Suez Canal Issue. This battle to eliminate the Free Officers Organization brought thousands of deaths to Egypt. When the news reached Cyprus, Alan Wilson was also a little surprised. He did not expect Farouk to take the initiative and cause resistance. It can be seen that the Free Officers Organization should have accumulated a certain amount of strength. The only disappointment is that there is no news to prove the whereabouts of Nasser. This Egyptian man who fell from the sky seems to have escaped. If he disappeared, it would be fine. I'm afraid that he will show up again in the future. In fact, to be fair, if he did not know that Nasser would take drastic measures after taking office, Alan Wilson would not disturb the man who fell from the sky. It is not impossible for Egypt to take back the Suez Canal, but the way of taking it back like Nasser did is a bit too humiliating to Britain. Wait for another 10 or 20 years. Egypt proposed to take back control of the Suez Canal. Britain would most likely agree. There would be no conflict at all, let alone a war. We need to give Farouk an assist at this time. After Alan Wilson had a general understanding of the situation in Egypt, he sent a telegram to the Egyptian embassy, saying that he should protest appropriately and make sarcastic remarks from the perspective of respecting human rights. This sarcastic remark should be moderate. Don't really regard Britain as the ancestor of human rights. You must know that Britain has a colonial identity in the Egyptian impression, which may cause Egyptians to be disgusted. In fact, it is precisely because of the disgust of some Egyptians towards Britain that Britain has adopted an attitude of speaking for the Free Officers Organization in a certain sense, which will actually have a positive effect on Farouk. After informing the British Embassy in Cairo of his suggestions, Alan Wilson was ready to strike back. This time, accepting the inspection mission of Whitehall was a temporary mission. The fundamental reason was to discuss the differences in the distribution of Iranian oil caused by his wife's industry, and to visit the major colonies by the way. Alan Wilson did not escape, but cherished this opportunity very much, and by the way, he eliminated the crisis of great significance, but not great risk in the bud. After all, the opportunity was rare. As the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, he had to fine-tune the colonial strategy and eliminate some hidden dangers. In Alan Wilson's eyes, NASA's coup was also a hidden danger of great significance, but not great risk. So he had to remind Pharaoh Kai to take action and consolidate the position of the Egyptian king. The reason why it was said that there was no great risk was mainly due to the strength of the Free Officers organization, which had hundreds of middle and lower level officers as the backbone. This kind of strength really could not be said to be unstoppable in the wheel of history. As long as the timing was right, it would not be difficult. The real difficulty was that Pharaoh Kai's position was consolidated. After greeting his father-in-law, Alan Wilson prepared to return to Egypt. In fact, the root of Cyprus's problems lies in Greece. As long as the Greeks are not doing well, the Greeks in Cyprus will not think about returning. The other thing is to increase Cyprus's income, to make it higher than any country in Greece or Turkey. Before leaving, Alan Wilson talked to his father-in-law, General Mountbatten, about his understanding of Cyprus. It is of course in the national interest to consolidate Britain's position in Cyprus. Mountbatten certainly attached great importance to this important naval base in the Mediterranean. After listening to his son-in-law's words, he asked if there was any solution. Set a tax rate lower than that of all nearby countries. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, follow the Newfoundland model and create a tax haven, but it doesn't have to be so extreme. I did too much in Newfoundland at the beginning. It was mainly because I was the first chief executive and wanted to get results right away. There is no need to adopt such an extreme tax rate here. In the 21st century, Britain has many tax havens, never just one. In fact, one tax haven is not enough. Take Newfoundland now, for example. It mainly absorbs customers from the UK, some Western Europe and North America. Cyprus can be a capital that attracts the Near East, the Eastern Mediterranean, North Africa, and even Eastern Europe. It is easy to support such a small island, and it does not need to be as radical as Newfoundland. The countries near Cyprus are not very rich. This is not comparable to Newfoundland, where Alan Wilson was originally located. It is heavily in debt, and the neighboring Canada and the United States are richer than each other. It is enough to find out the tax rates of nearby countries, and then lower the tax rates of Cyprus. I don't understand these, so let Edwina help with the advice. As for the support from Whitehall, Mountbatten raised his wrist and glanced at his watch, as if calculating the takeoff time of the passenger plane. I will send a telegram to Whitehall after I arrive in Alexandria. It should not be difficult. Alan Wilson looked at the workers stuffing the suitcases into the passenger plane. It is estimated that it will take some time. Several large boxes of luggage are the harvest of his trip to the Kingdom of Iraq this time, and the gifts from Princess Badiya. It is not gold, which is very cliché and can constitute bribery, but cuneiform clay tablets with historical value. How could Alan Wilson, a history lover, be indifferent to such a gift? After sending him to Alexandria, the Comet 1 special plane will take these clay tablets to Paris and hand the suitcase to Pamela Mountbatten for safekeeping. Cyprus is not far from Alexandria. After arriving, Grace was already waiting and immediately introduced the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, Pharaoh Kai's statement that the Free Officers organization was supported by Israel was the focus of the focus. But the Israeli government has denied it. Grace finally said the Israeli government's statement. As long as King Pharaoh insists on this statement, it is useless for the Israeli government to deny it. Alan Wilson smiled contemptuously. Who made this Pharaoh a winner? The Free Officers organization was supported by Israel, isn't it? From the moment the Free Officers organization failed, whether it was related to Israel was already a small problem. The question now is how to take the opportunity to establish the majesty of Pharaoh Kai. Before he arrived in Alexandria, Pharaoh Kai had already refuted the British embassy's concerns about the casualties caused by the Egyptian army in this operation. Of course, this was undoubtedly used by Pharaoh Kai to make a fuss, saying that it was related to Egypt's internal affairs and Britain should not comment on it. I told Pharaoh Kai everything you said. There are unconfirmed news circulating in Egypt. After clearing up the domestic hidden dangers, the king wants to talk to Britain about the ownership of the Suez Canal. Grace said puzzledly, Alan, you always say that the Suez Canal is important. Well, let Pharaoh Kai bring up this topic, because it can't be avoided. Alan Wilson sighed. I want to occupy the Suez Canal forever, but Britain knows the importance of this canal, and the United States and the Soviet Union also know it. So this is not a problem that can be fooled by lowering your head and pretending to be dead. It is necessary to talk about it. If we don't talk about the ownership of the Suez Canal, we can actually talk about other things. The Suez Canal cannot only be based on what Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union think. The most important thing is what the Egyptians think. If the Egyptians think that Egypt has no share of the benefits of this golden waterway and have been eager to take it back, then Egypt's mines will always be in danger of exploding. The Cape Tin Palace is not far from the British military base. Alan Wilson arrived here soon after getting off the plane. He ignored all the luxury and exquisite carvings of the palace. He hid under the pavilion supported by marble columns, waiting for Pharaoh Kai to appear. Not long after, the pot-bellied Pharaoh Kai arrived, looking quite majestic. It can be seen that Pharaoh Kai was in a very good mood at this time. If the harm of the Free Officers Organization was still a guess before the action, then Nasser's resistance in Cairo, which resulted in the death of nearly 1,000 soldiers in the crossfire, has proved the correctness of the action. If the result is reversed, Pharaoh Kai may be one of the dead bodies on the street. The crossfire in Cairo made Pharaoh Kai shocked and angry, and at the same time he was very grateful for the British reminder. As a king, Pharaoh Kai would not express this gratitude too obviously. Alan Wilson knew very well what the mentality of these compradors who relied on foreign forces was. He accepted Pharaoh Kai's gratitude and began to ask what he thought about the follow-up. Of course, it is to hunt down Nasser and other fugitive officers. Pharaoh Kai said without hesitation. Of course this is also important. Is there nothing else? Alan Wilson twitched his mouth with difficulty and suggested, Your Majesty, don't you want to be on par with Ali Pasha? You know, Egypt is the cultural center of the Arab world. Egyptians are still very much looking forward to Your Majesty doing something. Many intellectuals and ministers are calling for Egypt to establish diplomatic relations with China. Of course, I'm just considering it. Pharaoh Kai said that he still cares about the views of Britain and the United States. About this matter, it is completely a matter of interest. If Your Majesty thinks it is beneficial to establish diplomatic relations with China, you can do so. I have already thought that public opinion will say that Pharaoh Kai is not afraid of power and has made a choice that is beneficial to the whole of Egypt. Alan Wilson had no obligation to work for Scam Island, and Lord Chang did not give him money. He knew that this was a matter of time. The elites of every country are not stupid, and who is more valuable can be seen at a glance. But he didn't expect that, just as he said that a king should do something, Pharaoh Kai would go to establish diplomatic relations with China. But this may also be a test to test Britain's reaction on this matter. Alan Wilson did not hide it and said directly, I wonder what Your Majesty thinks of the Suez Canal. Chapter 679 The Princess's Favor. Shocked by Alan Wilson's straightforwardness, Pharaoh Kai pondered for a long time and blurted out, Can Britain return the canal to Egypt immediately? No. This may lead to a war, so Britain does not want to see any changes in Egypt's political situation. Alan Wilson refused. We do not want to see a monarchy in an important position being overthrown, because past experience shows that governments that appear as revolutionaries always do something very radical. It is not good for both countries. I'm talking about the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union has been under a long-term blockade for not paying back the money owed to Britain and France. The hostility it is facing now is also related to its original behavior. This behavior can be said to be in all aspects. For Pharaoh Kai, the fate of Nicholas II's family is one of them, so he can understand the mentality of helping this time. What else can I say? The hostility among the Egyptian people may exist for a long time. I'm not unaware of the problem, but you British will not give it. That's the problem. Pharaoh Kai looked at the palace made in the distance and said indifferently, We don't want to see any changes in Egypt's political situation, so under the premise of not damaging the control of the Suez Canal, I have a way to temporarily divert attention. Of course, this requires the understanding of His Majesty the King and the cooperation of the British government to play a drama. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, In fact, the Suez Canal in the hands of Britain and France is conducive to the balance of the world. If His Majesty the King thinks this has nothing to do with Egypt, then because of this canal and the oil resources in the Middle East, we will do our best to help the Arabs and fight against Israel. The fight will help monarchs of various countries win the support of the people. The biggest benefit is that it can consolidate the status of monarchs of various countries. So your solution is to build a dam. Faralki frowned and said, in exchange for Egypt not forcibly taking back control. Although this is the fact, it is meaningless to say it too bluntly. Alan Wilson did not deny Faralki's statement. Of course I believe that the Kingdom of Egypt has relevant talents and will use favorable public opinion to make this matter acceptable to the Egyptian people. My idea is to do this slowly, give the Egyptians hope, and give Britain time. Mr. Allen, you can speak frankly, I will seriously consider it. Faralki made a gesture of invitation and listened attentively. As long as Faralki does not object, this matter is completely negotiable. Alan Wilson means that Faralki will use 1 year to consolidate his position first, and then ask Britain to take back control of the Suez Canal. Britain and France will definitely oppose it at first, and then after a long negotiation and struggle, Faralki proposed to build the Aswan Dam, and asked Britain and France to provide support in exchange for not taking back control of the Suez Canal temporarily. Alan Wilson remembered that the Aswan Dam took 10 years to build and complete. This project took so long that it was enough for Britain to consider for a long time. Then taking back the Suez Canal must wait until the Aswan Dam is built. After the completion of the construction, it should not be too much to waste a few more years of negotiations between Egypt and Britain and France. After counting on the fingers, the time has come to the mid-1970s. By that time, Alan Wilson believed that, whether to maintain the framework of the world empire or to shrink it, there would be a result, and the situation at that time should be clear. The best result is that Britain and France agree to return the control of the Suez Canal to Egypt. The worst result may still be that they have to return it, and it may not be very pleasant, but at that time, Britain and France should not make a decision to go to war for the control of the canal. In this way, Faralki can pretend that Ali Pasha is still alive by using the electrification brought by the Aswan Dam project. Britain and France can also exit in a decent way. This is beneficial to both sides. Besides, with Egypt's current economic strength, should it strive for the support of foreign capital, Britain can provide this support. After all, it is a money-making thing, and it can also consolidate the position of the pound. The loan given by Britain is definitely in pounds. Maybe there is also industrial support from British Malaya, which can also promote the export of Malaya's industrial products. Generators and high-end machines are not good, but providing steel and cement is always possible. Britain has proved its reliability in front of Faralki through this help. The blood on the streets of Cairo has not dried yet. Faralki, who was shocked and angry, finally agreed to this method that could get real benefits. Alan Wilson had no reason not to trust a king who made a promise. At least a king is more trustworthy than a politician's promise. At this point, Alan Wilson felt lonely, as if he had drawn his sword and looked around, wondering who was his enemy. This tour should be considered a successful completion of the mission, killing a Pan-Africanist independence leader, resolving the oil dispute in Iran, and helping Faralki to eliminate the Free Officers Organization. Alan Wilson, who accepted the Whitehall mission this time, can be said to have finalized countless export markets for Malaya. Britain opened a gap for Malaya's exports in Europe, and the remaining colonies and protectorates were also guided. In terms of the population of British Malaya, this market is no smaller than the market opened by the United States to Japan. After all, the population of Malaya is incomparable to that of Japan. At the end of this tour, Alan Wilson can say with a clear conscience that he has given Malaya the greatest convenience under the order that Britain can still control, and he has lived up to his position as commissioner. The only thing left is the competition with Japan, which he can't help with. He can only hope that the Chinese are not as lazy as Japanese office workers. If you can step on it, step on it. If you can't step on it, you have to keep pace. Japan is a country that knows what it has done as clearly as a mirror, but it just pretends to be confused on the surface. And it is certain that, whether it is the goose-shaped formation or the US, Japan, Australia, India Quad alliance first proposed by Japan in the 21st century, It can be easily seen that Japan has always had great malice towards China. This has nothing to do with Alan Wilson, a British man, but his idea of making profits for Britain naturally cannot fall on a country with American troops stationed. At this time, the colonies under its jurisdiction are more trustworthy, and anti-Japanese is also an inevitable choice. Alan Wilson, who received the guarantee of fair outcry, took the special plane that turned back again, and returned to London. As for what he had to talk to Nkrumah before, what is there to talk about when the person is gone? Gold Coast Davis's work can't let him go to British West Africa again, right? They are all very busy, and the baton is rusty. If Alan Wilson had not wanted to get rid of this idiot, his wife, who was already pregnant, would not have to leave London and go to Paris to help. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten had returned to London and was ready to recuperate for 2 months. After the weather in London turned bad, she would go to Western Australia to live. A day later, Alan Wilson, who had no rivals, had returned to London. He did not even stop in Paris, although as a man, he should have the obligation to do so. He first went to Whitehall to submit a report, talked about the understanding of the Iran negotiations, and also reported the recent coup by the Free Officers Organization in Egypt. These could not be concealed. Even if he did not say it, the British Army in Cyprus would report it. But this time, because of the success of the unauthorized action, Norman Brooke directly forgave him. By the way, Alan, after your term as the Milan Commissioner ends, are you willing to take charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Do the current job of Sir Ice May? Norman Brooke smiled and said in a tone that I'm very optimistic about you. Alan Wilson certainly received the signal of progress and directly expressed a positive response to the care of the civil servant leader. Then he also mentioned his own difficulties. The work in Malaya has not been on the right track. Of course, I'm very willing to return to my homeland immediately, but this is always worrying. No problem. I also look forward to your greater achievements. Norman Brooke nodded with satisfaction. You have worked hard in the past few months. Take a good rest, otherwise Pamela may embarrass me, an old man, for not understanding. Sir Norman, you are in your prime, but the word old has nothing to do with you. Alan Wilson was amazed. Thank you for your recognition. Then I will leave first. There were only 2 people at the time who were teaching Faraukai Grace. The only one who knew the inside story had returned to Northern Rhodesia. Alan Wilson did not report it. After all, this matter was suspected of digging into the corners of the British Empire. Although he was essentially thinking about Britain, it was something that could not be said. Pamela Mountbatten was at the Emerald House estate in Hoxton, because Alan Wilson had brought back some cuneiform clay tablets for collection. Pamela Mountbatten placed these historical relics in the Emerald House for collection, and she also went to Hoxton. When Alan Wilson arrived, Princess Margaret was also there. They were both very happy to see Alan Wilson, who had been on patrol for several months, coming back. Alan Wilson, who was still thinking about slapping his wife with a stick, proved with practical actions that he would never change his habit of bragging in front of women in his life. The tricks of the Dragoon sisters were simply tailor-made for him. Talking about the contributions made to the empire during this patrol, including but not limited to the achievements in Egypt, Iran and the Gold Coast, Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist and spoke in a very arrogant tone. Thank you for your hard work. Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband's final destination was the Iranian oil dispute, which could be regarded as eliminating the hidden danger for her. By the way, do you want to see the clay tablet you brought back? I put it in the Emerald Room. Go get the key. Pamela Mountbatten got up and went upstairs. Princess Margaret moved her butt and sat next to Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson was alert and stared at his sister-in-law. Just as he was about to speak, the princess came up with admiration and left a warm red lip. You are crazy. I'm your brother-in-law. Alan Wilson, who could not avoid it, scolded in a low voice and did not forget to look upstairs. 2 chapters today. What chapters have no dry goods? Just for fun. And the subscription dropped by more than 600 after a round of inspection. The girl who writes promotion never loses subscription. Chapter 680. I'm more useful than God. This kind of thing can be big or small, so he has to be very careful. This limited edition British luxury car in front of him can certainly bring a great sense of accomplishment to any man, but at the same time, risks and opportunities coexist. If things go wrong, the desire for progress will come to an abrupt end. But Alan Wilson didn't dare to be too tough. Although he always said that Princess Margaret was not an important member of the royal family, it was just a lip service. The royal family has its own set of criteria for judging whether it is. He was scared. Princess Margaret's eyes flashed with pride. This discovery was enough to make her happy. This bastard is still afraid of something. Be honest. Alan Wilson lowered his voice, showing a standard appearance of being fierce but weak. Although he was not confident enough, Princess Margaret was quite obedient this time, and really did not take the next action. Not long after, Pamela Mountbatten came out with a key, took her husband's arm, and moved to the Emerald House. Alan Wilson had not looked at the Emerald House carefully since it was built. This is also the first time. It's a pity that the Amber Room of the Russian Empire has disappeared. Otherwise I really want to see what the Amber Room looks like. Alan Wilson was inspired. From the perspective of raw materials, which one is more valuable, amber or jade, is a matter of opinion. If there is a blueprint, you can consider copying one. Pamela Mountbatten was very interested after hearing this, but she said with some regret, it is estimated that only the Soviets have preserved photos of the Amber Room. It is not easy for us to understand it. It is indeed not easy. Alan Wilson walked around a corner and saw the harvest of this trip to the Middle East, the cuneiform clay tablets. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what they mean, as long as you feel that you are in awe. It's better to have some gold. These clay tablets are useless. Princess Margaret commented with a seemingly wise look. This is much more valuable than gold. There are tens of thousands of tons of gold in the treasuries of various countries, but there are not so many clay tablets like this. Alan Wilson walked in front of the clay tablets, his face full of excitement. He now felt the feeling of Duanfang seeing ancient Egyptian artifacts. In fact, there are ancient Egyptian cultural relics in Chinese museums, and they are national treasures. You should know that this cannot be obtained through normal channels. China is not like Britain, which has colonized Egypt, so it is impossible to rob them. Ancient Egyptian cultural relics in China are related to Duanfang in the late Qing dynasty. The late Qing dynasty sent 5 ministers to Europe and the United States to investigate constitutionalism, including Duanfang. Duanfang was a cultural relic enthusiast. On the way back from Europe, he went to Egypt. At that time, Egypt was not as good as the Qing dynasty, and it was even more chaotic. All kinds of precious cultural relics for thousands of years were sold publicly, and they were extremely cheap. As a cultural relic enthusiast, Duanfang changed his timidity during the European investigation and struck a heavy blow to Egypt, sweeping up a lot of precious cultural relics in ancient Egypt, including but not limited to the painted coffins of the 19th dynasty of ancient Egypt, as well as some stone tablets and a large number of precious cultural relics. Later, he brought all these cultural relics back to China. After that, part of Duanfang's collection became the collection of the National Museum. After all, it was a legal transaction, and the Egyptians could not say anything. Seeing these clay tablets brought from Iraq, Alan Wilson directly found the feeling of the Middle Hall. It's a pity that the ancient ruins in Southeast Asia are in Indonesia, otherwise I could move some back. After a long time, Alan Wilson took his eyes off the clay tablet and said with regret, I heard you mention it. It seems to be a tower. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and began to persuade her in a rambling way. Dear, not really, not really. As a wife, Pamela Mountbatten knew her husband's character very well. If this idea was deeply rooted, it was not certain when he would put it into action. Nothing. It's really not the time to mess around now. If it were 10 years ago, it would still be possible to carry out rescue excavation. Alan Wilson used rescue excavation instead of theft to defend his idea. Do you think the Egyptians and Iraq should thank us? If we didn't dig, how would they know where the relics of these ancient civilizations are? Although some of the cultural relics have entered the collection of the British Museum, these cultural relics can see the light of day again. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. The eighth wonder of the world, Borobudur Tower, is in the hands of Indonesia. Alan Wilson expressed his heartache without concealing it. Borobudur is indeed the Indonesian version of the eighth wonder of the world. There are 7 so-called ancient wonders that are recognized, so the eighth wonder has become a propaganda trick, especially in attracting tourists. Different eighth wonders have come out, including but not limited to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Borobudur in Indonesia, Taj Mahal in India, and Amber Room, etc. Anyway, I still want to fill the Emerald Room. After a round, Alan Wilson said this, marking the failure of Pamela Mountbatten's advice. Alan Wilson still wants to do robbery from all over the world and take back the good things he likes. What are you going to do with the ivory I brought back from Africa? Alan Wilson, who followed his wife out of the Emerald Room, kept muttering. How about making an ivory bed? Pamela Mountbatten held her lower abdomen with her hand and had already pointed out the object to be served. Good idea. Alan Wilson's eyes lit up, and everyone appreciated his wife's idea. At this moment, Alan Wilson's heart was full of heavy responsibilities, and he also felt that this era had failed him. If you want to get the opportunity to legally rob again, you can only wait for the collapse of the Soviet bloc. The current priority is to deal with his princess sister-in-law first. Whether this British limited edition luxury car can return to normal, Alan Wilson thinks it can still be saved. Do you know that once your current behavior is exposed, it will have a major negative impact on the royal family? Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist and scolded Princess Margaret from a high position. It was in the Emerald Room that Pamela Mountbatten was still there, so he couldn't educate the princess. What important impact? The Queen is my sister, who would have nothing to do to provoke me. Princess Margaret looked up and muttered unconvinced. I'm a married man. I can't let my wife down. Especially for you. It is true that every man hopes to have such a dream experience, but my reason tells me that this is no different from sleeping with a landmine. Considering the risks, Alan Wilson advised Princess Margaret to take care of herself. The princess is still young and can't control herself. Princess Margaret's disbelief was already shown on her face, and she muttered, "You didn't hide when I kissed you. You didn't hide." Alan Wilson corrected righteously. "You didn't hide." Princess Margaret snorted. "You don't even dare to admit this. It's very disappointing. Even if you didn't hide, I have my considerations." Alan Wilson didn't dwell on these details. "You should consider Pamela's feelings. When she was with me, she was an innocent little girl." Princess Margaret was stunned and then retorted in shame and anger. "Are you saying I'm not innocent? I haven't been touched by anyone else." Alan Wilson stared at Princess Margaret straight, looked her up and down carefully, and asked, "Really?" To be honest, he almost had the urge to impose a limited edition luxury car just now, but he still suppressed the dangerous idea. Alan Wilson thought that his evil thoughts just now were not discovered, but he just thought so. Princess Margaret just clearly felt that flash of evil eyes. The skin on her body seemed to have been swept without leaving an inch. On this issue, the only possibility to avoid the situation getting out of control depends on where Alan Wilson's moral high ground is. There is no point in saying more. At night, at the Emerald House Manor in Harkson, Pamela Mountbatten looked up at her husband with tears in her eyes and said pitifully, "You are too much. How can you come back to take revenge on someone like this? I'm your wife." Pamela Mountbatten felt wronged. "Once is enough. Why do you come again? I have to perform well, otherwise you might suspect that Turing and I have something going on." Alan Wilson said condescendingly with an ordering tone, "Hurry up, this is my right as a husband." Princess Margaret's most evil person in the world now wants to do something evil, which is not too much. Returning from Harkson Manor, Alan Wilson sympathized with his wife's hard work and did not continue. After all, there is life in the belly, and he can't do anything now. Regarding the matter with Her Royal Highness, it is currently under the Munich Agreement, and it is good to be able to keep out of the way. Alan Wilson, who returned to London, visited Turing and said that the matter had been suppressed. Turing was a little embarrassed when he met Alan Wilson this time, as if he was ashamed, because his secret was no longer a secret. "You two helped a lot this time, otherwise I would have been judged. Matheson, I don't have anything against people like you. In fact, I believe that this can be done peacefully. Although you are an itch circle, most people just need to stay away from you. Judgment is too intense." Although God is omniscient and omnipotent, when creating human beings, it is impossible for him to follow the standards of God and make people so perfect. Alan, I feel that, when you say these words, it seems that you are God yourself. Turing is still grateful to Alan Wilson, otherwise this matter would not be so easy to get over. You may not believe it, but in London, my words may be more effective than his. Alan Wilson said jokingly, of course, if the time is right, we will remove the problems of people like you from the category of crimes. I believe this is not a problem. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 Gilded Plan. Alan Wilson is not possessed by the white left and suddenly wants to learn from the 21st century United States and play the identity politics of ethnic homosexuals. However, the current attitude of the world towards people like Turing is indeed a bit too much. Turing's orientation is not something that this group can choose. It is unreasonable to put him in jail when he is found. Turing was already excited enough about Alan Wilson's attitude of keeping a distance and not disturbing each other. In this era, people like Turing do not have the mentality of being so desperate that they want to talk about their orientation every day. They are happy enough to have the tacit consent of the mainstream group. In fact, Turing's incident did not spread, and the newspapers did not mention it. Now the citizens of London are discussing that the black athletes in the colonies are winning glory for the country. This is a big deal for the citizens. As for the Iranian oil crisis and the Egyptian coup, no one pays attention to them. Even NATO, which is about to be submerged, does not arouse the interest of London citizens, let alone a small matter like Turing. Just keep focusing on your research. In fact, if you become more successful, it means that your group is also contributing to humanity. I believe that ordinary people will recognize your group, or at least will not discriminate against it. Alan Wilson also painted a pie. He himself is looking forward to Turing's use of computers to bring a wave of dividends to the UK. After all, the whole of the UK can only rely on Turing now, and other people are even more unreliable. In this era, Alan Wilson understands the limitations of the UK's national scale on development. It is impossible to blossom in all aspects like the United States and the Soviet Union. For a country, scale is really important. For example, Japan was picked up by the United States when it reached its peak, leading to a quagmire. The most fundamental reason is that Japan's scale is not enough, and it fell into the dilemma of Galapagosization. Even if the United States and Japan promote the same level of technology at the same time, the United States will use its larger scale to make the world recognize the American standards and block the Japanese standards in the country so that they cannot be promoted. Galapagosization is not only in Japan. China's internet is a larger scale Galapagosization. Any internet company going overseas faces more powerful American companies. As a result, Chinese internet companies have begun to compete with vegetable vendors for business for profits. With the current population size of the UK, if it thinks that it can be on par with the United States on its own, it will definitely be beaten into the Galapagos by the United States, so it must become the leader of the European community. If it fails to do so, even if the UK has technology comparable to that of the United States, it will not be a match for the United States in the final competition for standards, and all kinds of British products will be quickly sealed off in the country. The UK is luckier than Japan in that it can now have a say in the European community. Japan's relationship with Southeast Asia, which is farther away, is fine, but China and South Korea, which are right in front of it, have a grudge against Japan, so Japan cannot rely on it. In fact, the UK is now a standout in Europe. In 1952, the UK's car production exceeded 1 million. It seems that it cannot be compared with the production of the United States, but now the UK is the only country besides the United States that has a car production of more than 1 million. Moreover, the price of British cars is much higher than that of the United States. Other industries are also like the automobile industry. Although they are not as good as the United States, they have also opened up a gap with European countries. British cars are also the only cars that can enter North America. The background of being the world's hegemon was revealed. It seems that Alan Wilson will not be able to transfer the automobile industry to the colony he manages in the short term. With the help of Alan Wilson, Turing's research was not affected by this arrest. This result is very gratifying. As for the enduring discussion of black athletes among the people, it has nothing to do with him. He is more concerned about when NATO will be established. This time, the Soviet Union cut off Berlin's power system and began to build the Berlin Wall. The situation in Europe has risen sharply, and NATO, which has been under discussion, has entered people's field of vision. In fact, according to Alan Wilson's memory, NATO has appeared for 3 years, which is already late. However, this 3-year window period is still useful. It must be said that, because of the Berlin crisis in 1948, Britain agreed to the United States to establish a military base in the United Kingdom to deploy strategic bombers. The Berlin crisis was 3 years late, so there is no US military base in the United Kingdom. The Berlin crisis in this time and space broke out after the Korean War. After MacArthur's hasty remarks on nuclear weapons, it is estimated that Britain will not agree to the United States to establish a military base in the United Kingdom in the future. Mutual stationing of troops is not an option either. This is what Alan Wilson learned from Whitehall. Although the United States did not propose this, Whitehall has already held hypothetical discussions on this. Even if the United States said that Britain could also station troops in the United States, it would still be a disadvantage in terms of equality. I, Alan Wilson, rushed to Whitehall and met with Sir Ismay, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office. When I asked about the military alliance, I also learned the bottom line of this cabinet. We have discussed with the Americans that the military alliance is of course centered on France, and the Federal Republic of Germany is regarded as the front line. Therefore, the layout of the military base is mainly based on France. Sir Ismay said calmly. Washington also agreed to this arrangement. After all, France is a strong army. When Germany cannot be relied on for the time being, we can only rely on the French and the Italians. Alan Wilson followed Sir Ismay's words and added, anyway, we are not good at the army, and we cannot afford such a difficult task. Moreover, there are many colonies that need to be stationed. The current 800,000 standing troops are not enough. How can we increase the troops in Europe? After shirking some responsibilities, Alan Wilson seemed to remember something and asked, what about the command of this military alliance? This is a big deal. Responsibilities should be shirked, but command rights cannot be shirked. On the contrary, they must be strived for. This military alliance is mainly based on Britain and the United States, and the power of the military alliance is shared. Ismay gave an answer. In fact, most of the proposals for the establishment of NATO have been discussed. By the way, the United States hopes that Greece and Turkey will join this military alliance. We have already recognized it. Sir Ismay also took the initiative to tell Alan Wilson about this. Seeing Sir Ismay feeling good about himself, Alan Wilson thought of a sentence. I thought he was here to assist me. In the early days of NATO, it was a dual giant model of Britain and the United States. It can be seen from the fact that Eisenhower became the commander-in-chief and Montgomery was the deputy commander-in-chief, but the civilian head of NATO, the Secretary-General, was held by Britain. NATO is decided by Britain and the United States. However, if Charles de Gaulle came to power, he would strive for the same command for France, and wanted to change the status quo of France's subordination to Britain and the United States in NATO. Then, as expected, he was rejected by Britain and the United States, and then France withdrew from NATO, and NATO headquarters moved to Brussels. In a year, France first announced that its Mediterranean fleet was not under NATO command. Then France refused the United States to set up nuclear weapons in France, and forced the United States to withdraw its nuclear bombs and bombers carrying nuclear weapons in France. After France exploded the first atomic bomb, it was announced that the Atlantic Fleet was not under NATO command. Recall all French officers serving in the NATO Naval Command. Charles de Gaulle wrote to US President Johnson, requesting to formally withdraw from NATO military institutions, and announcing the withdrawal of all French troops under NATO command. At the same time, He also cancelled the right of NATO military aircraft to transit and land in France, and ordered the US military and its bases to withdraw from France within 1 year. Finally, France withdrew from NATO's military integration organization, withdrew from the NATO Military Committee. NATO headquarters moved from Paris to Brussels. Eisenhower is about to become president. I wonder who will be the commander-in-chief of NATO? Alan Wilson muttered in his heart, and couldn't help asking, wondering who the United States wanted to send to be the commander-in-chief of NATO. Washington has not decided yet, but there is a voice that General Ridgway is the candidate that the United States wants to recommend. Sir Ismay smiled, and then changed the style and said, Alan, do you know why I want to talk to you about these things? I don't know. Alan Wilson answered with a confused look on his face, and even had a lot of ideas. Did the other party suspect that he was a Soviet spy? Alan Wilson, who was about to show his grievance, heard Sir Ismay say, when we sign the contract with the United States, you and I will be present with the Foreign Secretary. Sir Norman hopes that you can add a glorious chapter to your resume. I feel very honored. Alan Wilson knew that this was a pie in the sky. Although he was still in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was actually a colonial commissioner now, and this matter had nothing to do with him. Sir Ismay's doing this was really good for him. Who would refuse gilding? Anyway, Alan Wilson couldn't refuse, and even sent a telegram to Kuala Lumpur and Africa, asking them to quickly provide the best wood to our great British apocalypse. The respected Cabinet Secretary Sir Norman Brooke. When he got home, Alan Wilson told them that he wanted to return to Malaya after gilding. When will the contract be signed? Pamela Mountbatten had heard about the military alliance. Don't forget who her father was. The relevant discussion had long been heard. August 25th. There is still a month left. Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time. The signing will take place in Paris. The economic and trade part of the Brussels Treaty Organization will be incorporated into the European Community, and the military part will be merged with this new military alliance. The headquarters of the Brussels Treaty Organization will also be moved from London to Paris, and Paris will be the new headquarters of this military alliance. Oh, by then the Helsinki Olympics should be over, and then I will know whether this sports lottery is worth investing in for the long term. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. My dear, you have a bright future in the eyes of people in Whitehall, right? Chapter 682 for the free world. That's not the case. There are still competitors, such as Bertrand, Loggins, Douglas, Frank, and so on. Alan Wilson didn't think his plan would go smoothly. He was not Mountbatten, who could really make up for what he had said. Sir Edward's deputy, ambassador to the United States, commissioner of the European Community. Pamela Mountbatten matched the names her husband mentioned one by one, and then said, what you lack is the experience of domestic civil servants, which of course cannot be vacant for a long time, but among the people you mentioned, Bertrand is the most threatening. Sir Norman put him next to Sir Edward, which shows how much he values him. Alan Wilson agreed with this. Who is Edward Bridges? Former Cabinet Secretary, current Chief Civil Servant and Permanent Under Secretary of the Treasury. This is equivalent to Bertrand being placed next to the Emperor as the confidant of the current Emperor, and the degree of trust is evident. Dear, Sir Edward seems to have a birthday soon. If you don't mind the hard work, let's organize a private party. Alan Wilson suggested. After pondering for a while, Sir Edward is turning 60 years old, and Orientals feel that 60 years old has great significance. In fact, turning 60 in Britain also means a lot. In the 1950s, the retirement age for British civil servants was 60, but so far, Edward Bridges has shown no signs of retiring completely. Good idea, you don't have to worry about the internal relations in Whitehall when you are not in the country. Pamela Mountbatten agreed very much. Edward Bridges' birthday is in August. Pamela Mountbatten decided to do what she could to help her husband's future. Of course, this is due to the huge financial resources she has accumulated now. However, this does not involve power and money transactions. She has no selfless intentions. She just uses an occasion to conduct necessary social activities. Although Edward Bridges will have to leave his job in 5 years at most, for now, Edward Bridges is still a chief civil servant of the Imperial Civil Service system. Pamela Mountbatten is obviously much more at ease in such occasions. Alan Wilson usually follows the pace of his wife. Although not as professional as his wife, judging from the final result, the effect is still very good. Edward Bridges is very happy. The young leader who was once optimistic about has always been grateful, which is very gratifying. He also strongly supports Alan Wilson leaving his mark on the establishment of NATO. At the same time, he also hinted that he is more optimistic about Alan Wilson, who has more connections, than Bertrand, the so-called assistant. Thank you very much, Sir Edward, for your appreciation of me. Alan Wilson couldn't help but smile when he heard it and said, I have always taken reliability as the criterion for my contribution to the empire, and I dare not slack off in the slightest. Alan, I have never doubted your reliability. There are no shackles on you except your age. In fact, age is not a big problem. Rogers only started his civil service career in 1945, and now he has also become the European Community Commissioner. Edward Bridges mentioned the current European Community Commissioner. Of course, the empire is full of talents, which is always a good thing for our country. Alan Wilson nodded hurriedly. There are more than a few candidates who can compete for the cabinet secretary. In addition to the few people he has locked in, the Cambridge Five are also young talents of the empire. They just serve another country. The signing of NATO this time was naturally discussed by Edward Bridges and Alan Wilson. In 1952, the Korean War, which was on and off, no longer had the conditions to involve the entire experience of the United States. The beginning of the Berlin crisis made the United States, which had already withdrawn some of its energy, refocus on European security issues. Compared with Europe, the Far East is after all just some minor issues, and the Berlin crisis that followed after the Soviet Union annexed Hokkaido also made Britain realize that it was urgent to conclude a military alliance. Britain recovered from the war, and at the same time, the Soviet Union also recovered from the war. After all, the size of the two countries is completely different. The upper limit of the Soviet Union is not comparable to that of Britain with a population of only 50 million. The United States also got rid of the confused period in the early post-war period, and was also interested in intervening in European affairs. Britain and the United States hit it off. The military responsibilities of the Brussels Organization will be incorporated into the new military alliance, and the economic and trade parts will also be incorporated into the European community. What about the colonial garrisons? I wonder if this aspect has been discussed. The current Western European countries combined still colonize many parts of the world. How to calculate the colonial garrisons? This part is not within the framework. Edward Bridges said that Britain still has reservations on the colonial issue, and the United States is still a suspicious ally of Britain on the colonial issue. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Britain has not been confused to the end by the threat of the Soviet Union. NATO's protection scope is only in Europe, and Britain's overseas garrisons are still armed forces controlled by Britain itself. Moreover, NATO's current power distribution is that the United States is the commander-in-chief, and Britain is the deputy commander-in-chief and chief civil servant. Thinking of this problem, Alan Wilson suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "Is our candidate Field Marshal Montgomery? If it is him, it is estimated that the command level of the military alliance may not be very harmonious. The problem now is very simple. The United States has two 5-star generals with rich experience, MacArthur and Eisenhower. MacArthur is no longer trusted because of his ability in the Korean War. As for Eisenhower, he is now running for president on behalf of the Republican Party. With the current low polls of the Democratic Party, it is already 18 or 19 times certain that Eisenhower will win the presidency. So the commander-in-chief of NATO is definitely not Eisenhower. But who else can be the commander-in-chief of NATO besides these two people? We can't pull out Nimitz, who came from the Navy, right? Even the United States knows that Nimitz is not a reliable candidate, and the confrontation with the Soviet Union has nothing to do with the Navy. Alan Wilson couldn't imagine that the combination of Nimitz as the commander-in-chief of NATO and Mountbatten as the deputy commander-in-chief. The candidates for the commander-in-chief of NATO must be selected from the army generals. Don't look at the first and second class people. The army is the force that can be relied on when saving lives. According to the current rumors, let Ridgway be the commander-in-chief of NATO. Montgomery was the commander of the British Army Group during World War II. Not to mention Ridgway. Eisenhower was often implied by Montgomery. If Ridgway was the commander-in-chief and Montgomery was the deputy commander-in-chief, it is estimated that what bothered Ridgway the most all day long was not the Soviet threat, but Montgomery's saliva. In fact, in addition to Eisenhower and MacArthur, the only 5-star general from the US Army is Nelson Bradley. Maybe he will be the commander-in-chief. Nelson Bradley and Montgomery also know this 5-star general. But now this guy is the chairman of the US Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee, and his chances of becoming the commander-in-chief of NATO are not great. I think it's better to let Marshal Montgomery be the commander-in-chief. Anyway, the United States has no candidate. After thinking for a long time, Alan Wilson spread his hands and said, "But I'm afraid the United States will not agree. They will definitely not agree. This is not the period after World War I." Edward Bridges said with a wry smile. After this birthday party, Alan Wilson went to Paris to wait. Pamela Mountbatten was very happy. It was not that she did not want her husband to be around, but her cheeks were swollen when her husband was always around. She thought her husband in the telegram was joking, but after coming back, she was always slapped in the face, which was very aggrieved. With the heavy responsibility of protecting the free world, Alan Wilson was about to set off with great enthusiasm. He was wary of Princess Margaret's behavior of coming to his house from time to time, in order to maintain the shaky Munich agreement. It would be better to go to Paris to prepare first. "Brother-in-law, isn't it the 25th? When you just came back, you said you were going to Helsinki to watch the Olympics." Princess Margaret had an unhappy look on her face, and when no one was around, she directly helped Alan Wilson's arm, and her movements had become more and more skilled. "If you didn't show your presence every day, I really want to take my wife or a lady of equal status to have a look. He hasn't been to Northern Europe yet, and he really wants to take a look." Although he thought so in his heart, Alan Wilson pulled back his arm, as if he was focusing on state affairs. "Your Highness, the signing of the Paris Agreement is a major event that will change the world pattern, and we must protect the free world. I gladly accepted the mission from Whitehall, so how could I delay it? Because of personal matters? What's there to see in the Helsinki Olympics? Just look at the final result, and then see how much profit the Commonwealth Sports Lottery has, and then slowly accumulate experience in the future. There are so many sports events, and you can get involved in the World Cup and the European Cup." After making a righteous statement in front of his sister-in-law, Alan Wilson boarded the Paris flight without any hesitation. A few hours later, he was lying on the big bed in the Woodpecker headquarters, lamenting his own hard life. While he was complaining to himself, Ingrid Bergman came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel and said, "The water is ready, and the temperature is just right. Take a soak to relieve your fatigue." As Alan Wilson spoke, he had already walked to the bathroom door, and his heels closed the door, as if they had eyes. For the stability of the free world, he had to carry on with his heavy burden. Chapter 683 Ridgway takes office. This is all for the unity of the free world. Before the country unites, Alan Wilson believes that individuals should unite first. "I think about you all the time, Anasha, Ingrid. You just say nice things." Ingrid Bergman was unmoved by the sweet talk. "Each of us is older than you. Do you like older people?" "That's not the case, but it depends on other advantages." Alan Wilson made no secret of the fact that he is a face control. He can ignore Greta Garbo's age, but it does not mean that he cannot be picky about any of Greta Garbo's peers. In the final analysis, the wholehearted commitment is because of Greta Garbo as a woman, not because of Greta Garbo's age. Traveling around the world, how many women are there like woodpecker pictures? It's really shocking how honest they are. As a man, Alan Wilson actually tries his best to show his concern for ladies. In Ingrid Bergman, it is reflected in taking care of 2 daughters together. "It took a lot of effort for me to give birth to them." Ingrid Bergman looked at the 2 little angels, and her maternal radiance was also radiating. "Only you can shoulder this arduous task. It's not easy for others." Alan Wilson's eyes swept over Ingrid Bergman. Arriving in Paris, the first thing he had to do was to make the Woodpeckers' leaders feel that he valued them. Only in this way could the free world be better united. How does the saying go? How can you sweep the world if you can't sweep your own house? The establishment of NATO in this time and space can be said to be directly related to the Berlin crisis that broke out this year. That's right, the Berlin crisis has not ended to this day, and the air channel that has long been replaced by the United States has been running. It is even more comfortable than the air channel in Alan Wilson's memory. This is not because the national strength of the United States has reached a high level in this time and space, but purely because the citizens of West Berlin are running away. Everything else is easy to say. The Soviet Union cut off the original German power grid. This is no longer just a problem for West Berlin. Instead, the original German unified power grid was cut off, and a separate power grid was rebuilt in the Democratic Republic of Germany. Alan Wilson missed the establishment of the Democratic Republic of Germany and the power grid interruption in the two German states, because he went to Africa. The subsequent rare power grid restoration has become two parts. But the power grid restored by Germany does not include West Berlin. The Soviet Union has been determined to turn West Berlin into the Middle Ages. This has caused the citizens of West Berlin to flee continuously. According to current data, the more than 2 million citizens of West Berlin before the Berlin crisis have become less than 500,000. If this trend continues, West Berlin may soon only have the garrisons of the United Kingdom, the United States and France, and a small number of West Berlin citizens living around the garrisons. Fortunately, the frequency used by the Soviet Union is the same as that of Europe. Otherwise, the Federal Republic of Germany and the Democratic Republic of Germany will definitely evolve into two completely different power grids like Japan. The Berlin crisis has evolved into today. If Alan Wilson has any understanding, it is that having nuclear weapons and not having nuclear weapons are really completely different. Without nuclear weapons, whether it is Iran or Berlin, the original time and space, the United States forced the Soviet Union to make concessions. But with nuclear weapons, it is not easy to force the Soviet Union to make concessions as before. I hope Britain's hydrogen bomb doesn't go the wrong way. Alan Wilson could only wish that Britain's second-generation nuclear weapons would take fewer detours. The first hydrogen bomb of the United States did not have actual combat capabilities. There was no vehicle that could use a hydrogen bomb weighing more than 80 tons in actual combat. The United States did not solve the practicality until a year later. Not to mention that the hydrogen bomb of the United States has not yet come out. Before coming to Paris, Alan Wilson did learn some good news about nuclear weapons. It was not about the progress of hydrogen bombs, but the progress of blow-light missiles. If nuclear warheads could be loaded into blow-light missiles and road-based nuclear weapons tests could be conducted, Britain would undoubtedly be ahead of the United States. Once the blue-light missiles proved their reliability, Britain could market them fiercely on differentiation. Boasting about the fact that a lean camel is bigger than a horse would also help the United States and the Soviet Union look at them differently. Europe was preparing to cheer for the great unity of the free world. The Korean battlefield in the Far East was enough to reassure the Americans. Ridgway also resigned as the commander of the United Nations forces and started his next position, the commander-in-chief of NATO. Before leaving, Ridgway tried to make himself feel more at ease, and he and Van Fleet were able to turn their attention to other issues. The biggest problem was to reform the Korean army, but due to the repeated military crises, the United States had been forced to put the problem aside and turn a blind eye. The Korean army was seriously lacking in leadership due to language barriers and treaty provisions. The Americans could not fully strengthen this leadership. Now that the pressure has been relieved, the United States can start a comprehensive training program. Through this program, Korean commanders can be trained. These commanders can train Korean soldiers to be as good as soldiers from any other country. Political nepotism and complex struggles to consolidate personal political positions have eliminated many of the outstanding advantages of Korean soldiers, so that in order to improve the quality of these soldiers, the United States has paid an inestimable price in manpower and material resources. The Korean army has always been arbitrarily transferred according to the temporary whims of various politicians, and has always been used to eliminate bandits or protect the interests of certain people. Young officers found it impossible to criticize, disagree, or even express a different view to their uneducated superiors. Their own panic was always immediately transmitted to the troops below. Many soldiers in the troops themselves had not received the necessary training and were unable to react instinctively and positively in critical situations. Before leaving, Ridgway called his successor Clark over and said, "Today, we can clearly feel that the negotiations are dragging on tiresomely month after month. The ceasefire that was about to be achieved in the first year of the war is becoming increasingly slim, like phosphorus fire. Many citizens have begun to think that our blood and lives are being sacrificed in vain on the battlefield, while our stubborn negotiators are determined to get some advantage at the negotiation table. We cannot gain an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield, and we can't come up with anything in the negotiations." Clark agreed deeply. Negotiation is indeed a consuming thing. At the negotiating table, people keep repeating the points they have already said, playing with gorgeous words like orators, and annoyingly abusing and attacking, sometimes making people want to go back to the battlefield to fight. Both Ridgway and Clark hope that the new government can end this war that has increased consumption. Ridgway, Clark and Van Fleet have no hope for this war, but there is still such a voice in the United States that believes that the United States should occupy the entire Korean peninsula. The three of them looked at each other in silence. After some discussion, the result was that, unless the United States could increase its military strength, the standard for sufficient military strength was that the US military must maintain its existing advantages in logistics and armaments, and its military strength must not be less than that of the enemy. This is impossible. We cannot compete with the other side in terms of manpower. Ridgway said to his two comrades, "We are separated from this peninsula by the Pacific Ocean. Washington has already expressed dissatisfaction with military spending and still wants to increase troops." After this discussion, Ridgway no longer cared about the armistice negotiations. He knew in his heart that this war had nothing to do with him. He would rather swim and watch baseball games in the remaining time. In Paris, Alan Wilson, who had been running around for the Empire recently, received a telegram from London and learned that the candidate for NATO's commander-in-chief submitted by the United States was Ridgway, who was about to come to Paris. It turned out to be him. Alan Wilson frowned slightly. Since its inception, NATO has always been a structure with the United States as the principal, the United Kingdom as the deputy, and the Secretary General. In decades of history, the Secretary General has changed, but the first two are almost fixed. Alan Wilson remembered that when Ridgway was the second commander-in-chief, he had a very bad relationship with the generals of European countries. Even the generals on the British side had a bad relationship with Ridgway, so NATO might not have any combat effectiveness in the short term. After all, there was no Eisenhower in this time and space to lay the foundation for Ridgway. Alan Wilson soon received a second telegram, which was that Britain was not going to let Montgomery be the deputy commander-in-chief, but to choose a new candidate. After all, Montgomery was much older than Ridgway and was not suitable to be a deputy. On this side, Europe was preparing to sign the contract, and Ridgway in the Far East also officially left the Tokyo command, leaving the mess of the Korean War to others, and embarked on a journey to Europe with light equipment. On August 20th, Ridgway joined his staff team and arrived in Paris with American diplomats. At this time, representatives of countries gathered in Paris, including the United States, Britain, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, Canada, Denmark, Norway, Italy, Portugal, Iceland, Greece, and Turkey, a total of 14 countries, and representatives from various countries gathered together. Chapter 684 NATO is established. Alan Wilson didn't care about Ridgway. He was more concerned about who would be the deputy commander-in-chief. If he guessed correctly, there were not many candidates, and even fewer suitable ones. Would Montgomery really come? Alan Wilson even thought that, if it didn't work, he could recommend Charles de Gaulle, but he didn't expect London to agree. London took the blame. In fact, Washington hated Charles de Gaulle more than London. At this time, London was indeed in the current candidate range. Although it was a deputy position, Britain was not ready to give a candidate to others. The problem was that there were almost no suitable candidates. In addition to Montgomery and other candidates, William Joseph Slim was also a candidate, but William Joseph Slim was now the chief of the Imperial General Staff, and he was also not very suitable. Alan Wilson had no problem with this candidate. Marshal Slim was familiar to everyone, especially to the Mountbatten family, as Lieutenant General Mountbatten was a subordinate in Southeast Asia. If it weren't for Mountbatten's firm support at the time, Marshal Slim would have been marginalized. But this was not something he could decide. London considered that several marshals from the army were not suitable to serve as deputy to Ridgway, but they could not be selected from the navy. The task of fighting the Soviet Union did not have much to do with the navy, and the marshals of the Royal Navy were more difficult to serve than the army. After careful discussion, a candidate gradually surfaced, which was also in line with the current guiding ideology of the British Empire, to attach more importance to the Air Force. Air Marshal Charles Porter. At present, Britain is fully committed to developing the strategic Air Force. The appointment of Charles Porter can express Britain's current combat policy to the United States. It was not until very late that London decided on the candidate for NATO's deputy commander and informed the American and British staff in Paris. It turned out to be him. Sir Ice May, who had already arrived in Paris, informed Alan Wilson of the candidate and waited for this reaction. "What?" Sir Ice May asked back upon hearing this reaction. "Do you think there is a problem with his appointment?" "No, except for a few field marshals. He is also a good candidate. And now we have nuclear weapons, and Air Marshal Porter's theory will not be troubled by precision." Alan Wilson remained honest with his boss. Charles Porter was actually a loser in the war. He and Air Marshal Arthur Travers Harris had an analysis of the bombing of Germany. Charles Porter advocated precision bombing, and Air Marshal Arthur Travers Harris's proposition was similar to that of LeMay, who bombed Tokyo. The German Air Force was much stronger than Japan. In broad daylight, it was impossible to carry out the kind of precision bombing of the enemy's economic and political centers that Dow had envisioned. Under the fierce attack of the Me-109 fighter, the British bombers were unable to protect themselves, so how could they have the spare energy to find targets and drop bombs accurately? Porter had to change the daytime precision bombing to night precision bombing, but this did not improve the situation at all. The pilots who attacked at night were confused by the fire network composed of searchlights and anti-aircraft guns, and they were completely unable to distinguish the bombing targets. Such rumors gradually spread from the military that the British Air Force bomber unit could not successfully destroy the target. His successor, Arthur Travers Harris, changed the so-called precision bombing and aimed strategic bombing at important cities in Germany. Cities such as Hamburg, Cologne, and Dresden were all included in the strategic bombing. The effect was of course obvious, but the civilian casualties in Germany were heavy. "Sir, will Air Marshal Charles Porter dislike us civil servants?" Alan Wilson asked in a low voice. The fall of Air Marshal Charles Porter's precision bombing theory originated from the investigation initiated by Whitehall. The results of the investigation of the bombing effect by civil servants sent by Whitehall during the debate between the two Air Force heads at the time found that only 1% of the bombers flew over the target over the Ruhr, which was well defended. On a night with bright moonlight, the British Army could only hit the target within 5 miles once out of 4 attacks. On a night without moonlight, the situation was even worse, with only 1 out of about 20 attacks hitting the target within 5 miles. It can be concluded that the British Air Force's bombing hit rate was indeed shockingly low. It shouldn't be that bad. Ice May also knew that the investigation initiated by Whitehall had caused Charles Porter to lose power quickly. However, this is a different time. At the beginning, there were no nuclear weapons, but now there are. Considering the killing radius of nuclear weapons, the precision bombing theory of Air Marshal Charles Porter has been put to use again. Since the candidates have been decided, it means that there is no problem with the emergence of NATO in general. Without considering the ideas of other countries, Britain and the United States can settle this matter and just wait until the 25th to formally sign the conditions. The moonlight is bright in Paris at night. The top floor of the Woodpecker Pictures headquarters belongs to the private territory of several strong women. Others are not allowed to enter. The 3 women are surrounded by the balcony and have a casual exchange. The man they shared the status of husband was in this city, and he might come over at any time. Are all men interested in war? Hedy Lamarr, who was sitting on a recliner, said lazily, "Is the World War coming again?" "How should I know?" Ingrid Bergman couldn't help but smile, "But I heard that it was a military alliance of 14 countries. Britain originally wanted to fight for Spain, but Washington didn't agree." Allen said that it was because Mexico had changed its tense situation with the United States for the first time since the revolution. The Mexican government has always been hostile to the Spanish government and wanted to compete for the influence of Spanish-speaking countries. Ingrid Bergman nodded and said helplessly, "The struggle between countries has always been so disgusting." Disgusting? Isn't Mexico's behavior the same as the United States' previous behavior? Greta Garbo said with a cold smile, "You should be able to see that every time Allen mentioned the United States, there was a hidden dissatisfaction. Or it would be better to call it impotent rage, but because of their relationship, Greta Garbo changed the wording. On the one hand, she was also disappointed with Ingrid Bergman's usual observation. They were all from Sweden, so they couldn't be satisfied with just a few compliments, right? The three chatted for a while, and in the parking lot of Woodpecker Pictures, a car slowly stopped. The familiar man walked forward with a heavy step by step approaching the loyal territory, which was clearly seen by the three women facing this direction. Sometimes, as a man, you can only face difficulties, especially in front of ladies, to show the role of a pillar. Alan Wilson thought that he had done it both for the country and for individuals. Sir Ismay was very surprised that Alan Wilson looked depressed every day. "Every time I think about the world falling into a confrontation between two major camps, I don't know whether it is right or wrong." Alan Wilson showed his concern for the country and the people to his boss. It can't be said that his opponent is too strong. In addition to the nuclear bomb, Ingrid Bergman, Hedy Lamarr and Greta Garbo are not petite, and ordinary people can't deal with them. It would be difficult for an ordinary man to do it alone, let alone three people living together. Sir Ismay did not know this fact, but he accepted Alan Wilson's explanation of psychological pressure. When Charles Porter arrived in Paris, Ridgway also completed his voyage across half the world. It means that the main power holders of NATO have arrived. Charles Porter was responsible for Britain's atomic energy work after the war. In other words, the development of nuclear weapons. In addition, he was originally an air marshal, and his appearance did show the fact that Britain currently attaches importance to the Air Force. After meeting with Ridgway, the two had a frank exchange and clarified several consensuses. The most important one is Article 5. The contracting parties agree that an armed attack on one or more contracting parties in Europe or North America shall be regarded as an attack on all contracting parties. Therefore, the contracting parties agree that, if such an armed attack occurs, each contracting party shall, in accordance with the exercise of the right of individual or collective self-defense recognized in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, take such action as it deems necessary, including the use of force, to assist the attacked country or countries, to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic region. Such armed attacks and all measures taken as a result of them shall be reported immediately to the United Nations Security Council, and such measures shall be terminated when the Security Council takes the necessary measures to restore and maintain international peace and security. On August 25, 1952, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which brings together 14 member states, was formally established in Paris, France. Ridgway became the Commander-in-Chief of NATO, and British Air Marshal Charles Porter became the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of NATO. This military alliance, which currently gathers 14 countries, officially appeared in front of the world, but in the eyes of Alan Wilson, this is already 3 years late. As for future development, he hopes that everything will go smoothly. On the same day, Moscow Pravda launched a fierce attack on the emergence of the North Atlantic Treaty, saying that the United States move put the whole world in confrontation and caused an impact on the peaceful world. The noise from the east naturally could not stop the free world from singing and dancing. NATO member states all highly praised this organization and believed that it was the cornerstone of maintaining world peace. The NATO headquarters building was also filled with an atmosphere of unity at this time, and many European countries really believed in this military alliance. I believe this is the only way to ensure their existence. When France withdraws, the faces of the representatives of various countries will be very interesting. Alan Wilson complained in his heart, but he was also happy. The front line was Germany, and the main strategic air force was deployed in France. Britain had more room for maneuver, which was the biggest achievement that could be achieved at present. Chapter 685 Departure. As for the singing and dancing cocktail party, Alan Wilson did not participate. He was ready to find an opportunity to slip away, preferably when no one was paying attention. Sir Ismay looked at Alan Wilson, who was not very happy, shook his head slightly and asked, "Alan, shouldn't you take a break for a while? You seem to be quite tired these days. Today is such a day worth celebrating." Alan Wilson couldn't say that his fatigue came from the sidelines instead of work, so he could only say, "The long-term busyness has produced a result. I don't know what to say for a while. I believe the Soviet Union should now know the strength of the free world." Sir Ismay looked at the diplomats of various countries and said with great relief, "If we take confrontation now, we must think twice before acting." Alan Wilson admired the head of the civil servants of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who could describe the mutual fear as the Soviet Union's unilateral thinking before acting. This reflects the outstanding quality of an imperial diplomat, telling lies with open eyes. Alan Wilson took a glass of whiskey from the waiter's tray, took a sip, concealed his inner thoughts, and said indifferently, "NATO does play a role in protecting the free world." He was not impressed by Sir Ismay's opinion. He remembered that NATO had been on the defensive against the Warsaw Pact for a long time. Even in the later period, as the Soviet economy stagnated, NATO moved to a balance of power, but it was unlikely to defeat the Warsaw Pact by relying on the confrontation in Europe. The Soviet group was at a disadvantage. From the Soviet perspective, of course, a traitor stabbed it in the back, turning one confrontation line into two. However, just like Vietnam also stabbed the latter in the back, this is a normal situation in international politics. If we really want to establish an advantage over the Soviet Union, we still have to provoke in Asia. Alan Wilson said to his boss, and Sir Ismay was stunned for a moment and nodded. Britain initially persuaded the United States not to focus too much on the Korean War, because it judged that China was different from the countries in Eastern Europe and was not controlled by the Soviet Union. Of course, Alan Wilson knew that Britain's idea was right based on the history in his mind, but the United States just didn't listen. The most valuable opponent is Japan, the rebellious son, who disdains the experience of Britain, which has dealt with Spain, the Netherlands, France, the Russian Empire and even Germany. This self-satisfaction may have been cultivated by Mexico and Spain. After picking up the leaks in the two world wars, Americans now really feel that they are destined to be. One Korean War is not enough. Only after another fall in the Vietnam War will Americans probably wake up a little. What a clear destiny is an illusion. The United States spent its last sober time on the Soviet Union and never woke up again. But it is not easy to sow discord now. This is not just the United States. Even Britain cannot make a decision to support a country's heavy industry. The United States can make a decision to open up the market. Now that China is laying the foundation, the United States will not support another country's heavy industry, and China has no choice. Similarly, Britain cannot support China, so this matter is unsolvable. We can only wait until the next stage of demand, that is, the foundation of China's heavy industry has been laid, then opening the market will be useful, and China will agree. What will happen if there is no step of supporting heavy industry to lay the foundation? As a colonial professional, Alan Wilson can answer this question, which is probably about the relationship between the British mainland and the British colonies. Alan Wilson, who left while no one was paying attention, came to the conclusion in a short time. It was useless to sow discord during this period. Britain and the United States could not afford the price of winning over, and would not offer it. Being able to live in peace was the best result. Britain could do this, but the United States probably could not. Maybe they are now looking for the next battlefield. Defeating the Soviet Union will be a long process, and it will not change because of the establishment of NATO, because one front cannot squeeze the Soviet Union dry, and as for the other one, it cannot be opened in a short time, so it can't be done. This kind of trivial matter was put aside by Alan Wilson in advance. He decided to find Greta Garbo to listen to music first. Through practice, he learned that the Swedish Queen has amazing lung capacity. As long as you have basic geographical knowledge, you can know that if a river floods all year round, the land will become very fertile. Greta Garbo rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson when she heard this comment and said coldly, "You learned this kind of thing in the UK." Actually, I'm not that frivolous, but when I see your cold and arrogant look, I can't help but want to talk nonsense. Reaching out and touching Greta Garbo's back, Alan Wilson told the truth. Do you have different attitudes towards different people? Greta Garbo tilted her head, very interested in this question. Well, kind of. Alan Wilson fell into recollection. When he was in Kuala Lumpur, he and Vivian Leigh once dressed up as Antony and Cleopatra, but the Egyptian queen wore a black mourning dress to express condolences to Caesar. In front of Greta Garbo, Alan Wilson seemed to have never been able to hide anything. This moment of distraction was immediately discovered by the Queen of Sweden, who grabbed the man's head with a pair of white arms and pressed it down. If it weren't for Ingrid Bergman and Hedy Lamarr, who were much busier than her, she would have been in retirement. There was no way Alan Wilson could get away with it unscathed, and the consequence was that he even thought about whether he should forgive the Dragoon sisters. Seeing this pair of arms reaching out to him again, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "Honey, aren't you going to continue filming the movie? I feel there is a script adaptation that is very suitable for you. Are you going to be the male lead?" Greta Garbo asked back with a look of disinterest. "I just want to stay quiet now. Although I also serve me 6, but as an actor?" Alan Wilson expressed his difficulties and talked about the script of the 007 novel. "I can tell it's a male-led movie as soon as I hear it, and the female characters in it are either vases or vases." Greta Garbo made a quick judgment, which was very accurate and impressed Alan Wilson. The female characters in the 007 series of movies are called Bond girls, and they play female characters who have emotional entanglements with James Bond. From the moment the first Bond girl appeared on the screen, Bond girl has become synonymous with sexiness. In the early days, Bond girls were mostly played by models or unknown actresses, and their role in the film was similar to that of a vase. Are you right? But many female stars are in trouble. If this script is successful, it may help them. Alan Wilson's face was full of holy light. Even the Pope of the Church of Light was not as majestic as he is now. He has been gilded and involved in the establishment of NATO, so the next step is to rush back to Malaya and quickly bring Malaya back on track. Greta Garbo also knew this, and rarely made trouble, so that the man's life in Paris would be easier. That day, Greta Garbo seemed to fall into a beautiful dream, and her life suddenly changed drastically. She almost got the chance to be with Alan Wilson, and she really couldn't believe that she could really have such a beautiful gift. She just wanted to secretly kiss him when it was quiet at night, and then tie the bright silk forging he gave her in her hair. Time passed very unbearably, and Greta Garbo was alert to know that the man would leave soon, so she waited restlessly. The current time belongs to her little world, spinning happily until she was dizzy. Then she lay happily on the bed, almost back to the state of 20 years old. Even when Alan Wilson suggested to see other parts of France, Greta Garbo agreed. Wearing a hat and sunglasses, she went to the French countryside with this man in the not so low temperature. Arrived at the destination. From the bend of the trail, you can overlook the panoramic view. It is about 3 miles long and half a mile wide, pear-shaped, with a forest on the right side of the lake. At the far end, there are a few sparse houses, each with a platform extending straight into the lake. At this moment, the sun is setting in the west, and through the afterglow of the setting sun, it is not difficult to understand the origin of the name of this lake. The lake is a soup of golden red, and the breeze is blowing, like a water mirror being blown. The temporary accommodation was at the front. From where the two were, they could see 3 rows of equipment for fixing trailers at the foot of the mountain, and a long table and pavilion for picnics next to them. A few hundred yards away, in a lush green forest, were some neatly shaped and exquisite small bungalows for temporary accommodation. There was also a fence behind, where several horses were chewing grass. Several small boats were moored next to the long platform by the lake. Alan Wilson felt very accomplished that Greta Garbo, who had not been out for many years, could travel. He decided to stay here for a few days and then fly back to Kuala Lumpur. It could be said that he had the best of both worlds. While rafting on a small boat, Greta Garbo took the initiative to speak. "You look very happy." "Of course, I can't swim, but I have overcome it by accompanying you." Alan Wilson seemed to answer the question irrelevantly. "Don't worry about this, I can. At least my physical fitness is still very good." Greta Garbo took off her sunglasses and said as if she was telling a normal thing, "Even if you fall into the water, I can save you from this distance." I almost wanted to try it. Alan Wilson said with an expression that said, "I'm not well educated, so please don't lie to me." Greta Garbo smiled, because she rarely smiled, and her smile was even more moving. A few days later, the two returned to Paris. Greta Garbo helped him pack his luggage, including spare clothes and personal items. Then she leaned against the door and stretched out her hand to gesture as a farewell for Alan Wilson. It's too late. Chapter 686 Ambassador to Germany Burgess. After several transfers, Alan Wilson returned to Kuala Lumpur, where he had been away for several months, and brought with him the harvest of this trip, that is, the market found for the industrialization of Malaya. At least in the negotiations in Iran, he found an export market for the colonies he managed. There is also the British African Real Estate Development Strategy that has been launched, the Middle East Airport Project, and the Aswan Dam Project, which is currently only an idea. These are all good things that can promote the development of Malaya's industry. At present Alan Wilson could not think of any external conditions to strive for. A few days later, a meeting of British Malaya colony commissioners was held to discuss the needs of other colonies. Even if these colonies want to be independent in the end, we need to establish a sufficiently stable and obedient superstructure. Otherwise, these colonies will likely become countries that tend to the Soviet Union in the future. When talking about the African Real Estate Development Strategy, Alan Wilson explained the importance of this to the British Empire. As for the direct evidence in his hand to persuade his subordinates, it was the Soviet Union's fourth five-year plan, which was also the first five-year plan after the war. Britain was doing its best to get rid of the sequelae of the war, and of course the Soviet Union was also the same, and it recovered faster than Britain. Alan Wilson knew that most countries could not learn from the Soviet Union's recovery. With nearly 30 million people killed, 7 years was not a long time. If we use trauma as an analogy, the Soviet Union sprinkled gunpowder on the wound to stop the bleeding, instead of choosing to rest slowly. In fact, the Soviet Union could not rest. After all, the hostility between the two sides had already appeared since 1946 after the war. If Britain had not also tried its best to get rid of the financial crisis and had been avoiding confrontation, NATO would not have waited until 1952 to appear. While his subordinates were observing the results of the Soviet Union's post-war five-year plan, Alan Wilson continued, for 8 years, from British India to British Malaya, the original intention of our work was to try to solve the financial difficulties encountered in the mainland. Today, there is no problem with the finances in general. The problem is that relying solely on the mainland will only make us farther and farther away from the United States and the Soviet Union. We need a second place to share the pressure on the mainland for our development. This is the third time that Britain has made a choice. If it fails again this time, we should just watch the British Empire become a thing of the past. Britain's long-standing problem is that when building the imperial armed forces, all resources come from the mainland. Once you want to find colonies to share the burden, you often fail. At first, Britain asked the 13 states of North America to share the cost of imperial defense, and then the United States became independent. Later, they chose British Canada, but the Canadians were unwilling, and finally they relied on the support of British India to maintain the military strength of the British Empire. From this point, we can see how important British India is to Britain. Once India becomes independent, the pressure on Britain's military expenditure will increase greatly. It is impossible to maintain the existing 800,000 standing army with the finances of the British mainland. Are the data released by the Soviet Union accurate? The Soviet Union's economic scale is already twice that of the mainland. Edel looked at the 5-year plan report in his hand and asked with doubt, are the Soviets lying? Let's take this as true. Alan Wilson thought to himself, do you think Soviet cadres are British civil servants? Or explain, anyway, if the economic scale of the two countries is the same, when will Britain need to strangle a weak opponent through an alliance? The current situation is actually very simple. The economic scale of the United States is more than twice that of the Soviet Union, and the economic scale of the Soviet Union is already about twice that of the United Kingdom. Moreover, the potential of the two countries is completely different. The lives of British citizens are definitely far better than those of Soviet citizens, but the growth will also be much slower. Malaya must develop and get full support from the mainland. The prices that the colonies we manage must bear the military expenses, and the mainland cannot bear the expenses alone. If this is not done, the current empire's 800,000 standing army will not be able to be maintained. Once we fall into a vicious circle, we will not have enough power to maintain the stability of the colonies. For this reason, the intensity of industrial transfer, Malaya will receive more care than the original India. At the same time, starting next year, part of the fiscal expenditure of British Malaya will be included in the mainland's military expenditure. Commissioner, can you fight for a few years? Otherwise it will cause unrest here. Ellis has said with some concern. The 13 states in North America were taxed and finally demanded independence. Through industrial transfer and export markets, I believe this feeling can be diluted. The issue of sharing military expenses should be carried out from the beginning. Otherwise, when it develops to a certain level, the people here will not agree to increase this expenditure. It seems that we have to work harder on the accounts. Edel fiddled with the pen in his hand and shook his head slightly. It depends on whether this year's export data looks good. If it looks good, there should be no problem. That's the use of trade. The development of Malaya will gradually consolidate the preferential system of the empire. And over time, it will also help maintain Britain's influence in the colonies. Alan Wilson said this with a raised eyelid. Well, at the beginning of the year I said I wanted 10 million tons of steel. The goal remains unchanged. As long as it is produced, we will have a way to sell the goods. The main purpose of this meeting is to share military expenses and complete the replacement of British Malaya for British India. Real estate is in demand, and Malaya will export. The only bottleneck that can limit Malaya at present is actually the population problem, but it doesn't matter, there are many people nearby. During the time when Alan Wilson was away, the news in Asia was that the Korean War entered a stable stage. Another thing was that the Philippines demanded compensation from Japan for $8 billion. The biological son and the godson are fighting. Alan Wilson's mouth was shaped like O, thinking about how to show support. If he, a colonial commissioner, did this, it might be too clear-cut, but if it could trip up Japan, why not do it? Those Japanese office workers would have to work harder for a while. Ilpatioka Reno is the current president of the Philippines. His wife and daughter died at the hands of the Japanese army during World War II. It is conceivable that such a person as president would advocate for compensation. Malaya has already released the prisoners of war, and it is unreasonable to ask for them to be included in the compensation now. However, this matter can still be supported from the side, such as talking about the issue of Australian prisoners of war. His wife Pamela Mountbatten is still in London, but will soon go to Western Australia to give birth and avoid the upcoming bad weather on the mainland. Alan Wilson sent a telegram, on the one hand to report safety, and on the other hand, to ask his wife to think of a way to organize the families of Australian prisoners of war who were tortured to death during World War II to form a lobbying group to pressure the Australian government to demand compensation from Japan. Once this matter is done, Britain can express support behind Australia. It is a pity that Britain cannot join the ranks of those demanding compensation, because Germany has caused greater damage to Britain. Britain has expressed understanding, and it is easy to fall into the handle if it only holds on to Japan, but Australia does not have this problem. Got it? Japan is your competitor in managing the colonies. I will help. Pamela Mountbatten's telegram immediately agreed to help and said that she would go to Australia in a few days, and also mentioned that Princess Margaret would accompany her. I can't hide anymore. Alan Wilson saw the news and said to himself with a smile, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. He stopped thinking about it and began to inspect some industries that have been developed in Malaya. If it weren't for the arrival of Ambassador Burgess to Malaya, he would not stay in Kuala Lumpur. The key is that Burgess also brought reporters disguised as Mi-6, and these reporters have already investigated some things. This is something that Alan Wilson has always been concerned about. He recorded the massacre of the US military not to embarrass the United States. Instead, it is to serve Britain. After all, compared with Britain, the old colonial empire The current role of the United States is still quite glorious. Although the rulers of various countries know what kind of virtue the United States is, ordinary people are easily deceived. Especially in some colonies, the United States is always regarded as the savior. This time, the Mi-6 investigation gathered the massacres of the US and South Korean governments. The most tragic one was the National Defense League incident led by the South Korean government. The National Defense League was an organization established by the South Korean government in 1949 to re-educate communist sympathizers. At that time, in order to make up the number of people, many civilians who were not communist sympathizers also registered as members under coercion or inducement. Therefore, within less than half a year after its establishment, the number of members of the Defense League reached 300,000. After the outbreak of the Korean Civil War, the South Korean government ordered to clean up the members of the Defense League. In the Jeju Island incident, the US and South Korean troops killed 30,000 local residents. There was also the Nagunri incident, which was an incident led by the US military. Similar civilian massacres were brought out in the investigation report this time. Great. If these things are exposed, I will see how the Americans hold up the banner of morality, Alan Wilson said with a small part of the investigation report and laughed heartily. Then Alan Wilson realized that being so happy about such an event would damage his image, so he changed the subject to Burgess. Burgess, you don't have to come here. Have you finished your work? I received a transfer order to be the ambassador to Germany. Burgess shrugged and explained. Whitehall really had a keen eye and discovered Burgess's talent at first sight. Alan Wilson was deeply impressed by Whitehall's vision and said reluctantly, "Congratulations." Chapter 687, Planning for Indonesia. Anyway, the Federal Republic of Germany has been infiltrated into a sieve, and with one of the members of the Cambridge Five. That's it. However, Alan Wilson still believes that Whitehall's vision is really problematic. Although the Cambridge Five are indeed the ones who are focused on training, they are too much in line with the needs of the Soviet Union, right? Those who know this is London Whitehall, and those who don't know think it is the Supreme Soviet in Moscow. Being on the front line of confrontation, your work must be extremely important. Alan Wilson is still making futile efforts, hoping that Burgess can put the interests of Britain first, rather than the motherland in his heart. He thinks that he and Burgess are completely different. Although Alan Wilson has also leaked a lot of secrets, maybe even more than the Cambridge Five, his original intention is to give Britain more room for maneuver. Burgess is really for the good of the Soviet Union, while he is for the good of Britain. This alone is completely different. It is an extremely important place. Burgess must not have heard the implicit meaning of Alan Wilson, and also talked about his fantasy of being an ambassador to Germany, and even looked a little eager to try. West Germany is definitely a place where the Soviet Union focuses on infiltrating. Alan Wilson continued ramblingly, "You must be careful when working there, but I think you will be fine." He spoke from the bottom of his heart. He thought he was cautious, but he still fell into the hands of the Dragoon sisters. Now he didn't know what to do. From the perspective of the country, he should eliminate this trouble, but the two sisters regarded Alan Wilson as their husband, and had two lovely sons. How could he eliminate the hidden danger so easily and unkindly? Moreover, once exposed, his progress would come to an abrupt halt. He could only run away and cool down for a while. At this moment, Alan Wilson was trying in vain to save the Soviet spy, hoping to arouse Burgess's patriotism. For this reason, he also talked about the huge threat of the Soviet Union. Don't you always think that the threat of the Soviet Union is not big? Burgess was a little surprised. Alan Wilson was the one who had always advocated engagement and containment of the Soviet Union in Whitehall. Engagement first and containment later. I said the Soviet threat was not big in 1945, and now it has been 7 years. 7 years is enough for the underage students back then to enter society and make contributions. Alan Wilson showed a flexible stance and said, the children who were 13 or 14 years old back then are now 20-year-old adults, and we cannot compare with the Soviet Union in terms of national system. By the end of World War II, the Soviet army controlled a vast area from the Elbe River to the Pacific Ocean. Almost all Slavic countries could be said to be part of the Soviet Union, remotely controlling the pro-Soviet factions in Western European countries, and leading the world communist movement. This would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the traditional European and American powers. That country composed of Slavs already had the ability to shake the entire free world. At that time, Alan Wilson just thought that Britain might be kidnapped by the United States and spread the argument that the Soviet Union was vulnerable. In fact, as the teenagers who were not affected by the war grew up, the threat of the Soviet Union now is completely different from that in 1945. In terms of national system, the free world cannot compare with the Soviet Union, not to mention that the Soviet Union is a superland power with an advantage in geographical location. The process of the Cold War has clearly shown that once the Soviet Union has 60% of the strength of the United States, it can fight back and forth with the United States. The Soviet Union can force a 50-50 competition with the United States through its execution and mobilization capabilities, as well as the national system on which these two powers rely. It can be said that every socialist country will exceed a capitalist country of equal size in mobilization capabilities. Fortunately, in the free world, the populations of Britain, France, Federal Germany and Italy are all above 50 million. The populations of Eastern European countries are very small, far behind the population of Europe. If there were a few countries of similar size to Britain and France next to the Soviet Union, the free world would be in big trouble. Even now, NATO is still on the defensive when facing the Soviet Union. If a few more allies appear on the Soviet side to make up for the population, will there still be a fight in the Cold War? Unless the Soviet Union's friends are similar to India, they charge forward, and I'm submissive, and when I open my mouth to ask for assistance, I will hit hard, and there is still a confrontation. Are you exaggerating the national strength of the Soviet Union? Burgess witnessed Alan Wilson's transformation from the first Soviet hater to the first Soviet fan, so much so that he felt he had heard it wrong. Our diplomatic strategy is to gather the power of the free world, to suppress the Soviet Union, but not to let the United States suppress the Soviet Union. If the United States alone can suppress the Soviet Union, Britain's position will be very embarrassing. Although the person in front of him was a pure imperial bureaucrat, Burgess had to admit that what this person said still made sense. I understand. Burgess yawned and said, we must fight against the Soviet Union, but we can't let the United States win easily, even if it is. Alan Wilson thought to himself after hearing this, the United States alone can't win. But it will work after all, and he can't expect too much now. However, Alan Wilson still intercepted this batch of investigation materials. He was afraid that these materials would be leaked to the Soviet Union. The current situation is very clear. Both of them know that MI6 has investigated the behavior of the United States on the Korean Peninsula. If this report is leaked by the Soviets, then the suspects will be Alan Wilson and Burgess. Even if Burgess is loyal to the Soviet Union, he must consider the problem of exposure. Alan Wilson must keep this batch of investigation reports to prevent Burgess from selling out his country. A few days later, Burgess left, and Alan Wilson began to continue the plan that had been prepared before, how to overthrow the Sukarno government in Indonesia. It must be said that in just over 20 years, the Russian Empire, which was regarded as a secondary direction by Germany and could be dealt with by one hand, has become a powerful military power in the eyes of the world. The Soviet Union, which stands proudly in the world, is now on par with the United States, and its momentum is even greater than that of traditional powers Britain and France. This change has occurred in more than 20 years. It is no wonder that some countries that have been oppressed for a long time regard the Soviet Union as a role model. Even in countries where peace religions are the mainstream, there are strong pro-Soviet forces. This is the case with Indonesia, which is separated by a strait. Moreover, according to intelligence, Alan Wilson feels that it seems that the pro-Soviet forces in Indonesia, which were originally very strong in history, seem to be expanding faster. Sukarno was born literati. He had no experience in leading troops and had never participated in any battle. He relied only on non-violent non-cooperation movements. He was widely known for arousing the people's resistance to the rule of the colonists. Therefore, Sukarno did not have military power, let alone a strong direct force of his own. Sukarno was able to become president by relying on his personal prestige accumulated in the long struggle, and his stability in the presidency also depended entirely on the support of the military. When he and the military were in the honeymoon period, this political balance could still be maintained. Once an emergency occurred, and the army turned against him, Sukarno would become a real puppet. Just like the original history, Sukarno began to choose the Indonesian Communist Party to support him as a force to balance the military. Today, the Indonesian Communist Party has more than 800,000 members, and its power has surpassed any party, and it has also become a supporter of Sukarno. Britain supports the Netherlands to divide the East Indies, and Australia and Portugal are eyeing it covetously. Sukarno set his sights on the Soviet group, striving for this foreign aid to fight against the American group in his eyes. Sukarno's understanding depends on the infiltration of Alan Wilson, who tied Britain and the United States together in the infiltration of Indonesia to strengthen his own momentum. It's best to get this done during my term as commissioner. Alan Wilson calculated his term and decided to get Indonesian affairs done during his term, promoting the Cold War in Southeast Asia, facing a country with the Soviet system. Even if the United States is unwilling, it can only accept Britain's rule over Malaya. The only factor that cannot be taken action now is that the Indonesian Communist Party is too weak, and it is better to expand it. With 4 or 5 million party members and tens of millions of supporters, it will be easy at that time. Alan Wilson provided two guiding opinions to the Indonesian Affairs Office. On the one hand, it is to force, and Sukarno must be linked to the Soviet Union. On the other hand, it is to induce, mainly to contact the Indonesian military. It is necessary to contact the Indonesian military. If Alan Wilson does not do this, the US Central Intelligence Agency will do so. Instead of the Americans doing this without him knowing, it is better for him to take the initiative to contact, so that he can understand the every move of the Indonesian military. After proposing Indonesian affairs, Alan Wilson always has to make a passable reason. It is used to persuade Portugal, which occupies Timor Island, and the Netherlands, which occupies New Guinea and the other part of Kalimantan Island. The reason is that the division of Indonesia is not enough. In view of the growth of the Indonesian Communist Party, we should try to continue to disintegrate Indonesia, so as to weaken Indonesia, a potential supporter of the Soviet Union in Southeast Asia. Just as he was about to contact other countries to discuss this matter, Pamela Mountbatten had arrived in Kuala Lumpur with her sister Princess Margaret. The wife's destination was Australia, and she would visit her husband in the middle. Alan Wilson was of course welcome. Pamela Mountbatten was a very good wife, and this was cultivated from childhood. Reaching out and touching his wife's slightly bulging belly, Alan Wilson's mouth grinned to the roots of his ears. Anyone could see that he was looking forward to the birth of this child. Princess Margaret was a direct witness to this love rot. She couldn't help but curl her lips quietly. Isn't it just giving birth to a child? It's not that she can't give birth. Ahem. Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be interested in traveling. Pamela is not in good health now, and your Highness is still here. Is there something to discuss? Alan Wilson came back to his senses and greeted the princess politely. To lazy, I will update 3 times starting tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, My wife wants to do charity. I was just curious about the world and wanted to go around, so I followed. Princess Margaret raised her head slightly, as if this could make her feel more real. So that's how it is. Alan Wilson nodded expressionlessly, then sat down with his wife's hand and asked about the benefits of the Helsinki Olympics, which had already ended. The British Empire participated in this Olympics in its entirety and selected talented athletes from major colonies for training. It finally got rid of the embarrassment of not seeing people on the medal list in history. In the track and field events, the colonial athletes sent by Britain killed all sides and hit the enemy Soviet Union and the suspicious ally the United States. In the final medal list, Britain ranked third in the medal list with 18 gold medals, behind the United States with 26 gold medals and the Soviet Union with 21 gold medals, suppressing Hungary, a traditional sports power in Eastern Europe. The only slightly embarrassing thing is that, if the local athletes and colonial athletes are separated, only one of the 18 gold medals was won by a local athlete. Therefore, the athletes standing on the podium of the local Olympics and receiving awards under the Union Jack are almost all black. This situation has also caused objections in the country. After all, the performance of local athletes in this mixed team is extremely poor, and there are constant criticisms of the current sports level in the UK. If a normal country summons so many black athletes to participate in the competition, it is estimated that there will be intensive black whistle service. In other words, the UK still has some imperial majesty, otherwise the final result is hard to say. Moreover, track and field events are relatively the least likely to be black-handed. If you run fast, you run fast. It is not like a scoring event, where you can bribe the referee. There is some controversy in the country about this Olympics. Pamela Mountbatten did not hide it. She knew that the initiator of this proposal was her husband, so she asked if there would be any follow-up effects. No problem, Alan Wilson said nonchalantly, and then whispered, "My dear, you know I don't care about these things. I'm more concerned about the profit. There is a rough figure. This time the lottery has a profit of more than 6 million. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't hide her smile when she mentioned this matter. "I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. What's so strange? There is also a handicap in Malaya." Alan Wilson chuckled and then calculated, "That is $20 million US, which is indeed not a small number. Pamela Mountbatten is British, and the currency mentioned must be British pounds. The profit of $20 million US is not a small number in any case. Listen to me, exchange your share for gold and seal it up. The share belonging to Pamela Mountbatten is half of it, and the other half belongs to the Newfoundland Royal Territory Fund. I have always been obedient. Pamela Mountbatten is very well behaved. Under the Braxton Forest system, governments and banks can exchange their US dollars for gold at any time. It is impossible for Pamela Mountbatten to take gold from the United States in her private name, but this is not difficult for her. She can link up with the Sarawak Development Bank and the Bank of London, and then exchange gold in the name of the Bank of London. She did not ask her husband why he wanted to exchange gold. In her eyes, banknotes and gold are the same. Gold itself is a kind of currency. The couple has a consensus on this point. Since the US dollar and gold have a fixed exchange rate, it is right to enrich the power of the Mountbatten family, while the Braxton Forest system is still very stable. When the United States overissues currency and causes the seemingly extremely stable Braxton Forest system to be shaken, it will not be so easy at that time. Gold still has nearly 20 years of hard currency status, and the opportunity is rare. Compared to the vast market, the Commonwealth Sports Lottery issued by Newfoundland this time is only a small part of the entire market. I have learned that there are other companies secretly issuing sports lotteries, and the total is not less than ours this time. Pamela Mountbatten said everything, and through statistics, I found that football is a big money maker. The Olympics are so profitable, and when it comes to events like the World Cup, we can make a big splash. This idea is wrong. The influence of the World Cup is too great. Alan Wilson shook his head and explained to his wife, the bigger the event, the more difficult it is to control. This is a basic truth. No private bookmaker can operate such a large event. Dear, if you want to do this, let alone anything else, you have to deal with FIFA, right? This is very difficult, and organizations like FIFA, like government agencies, are full of bureaucracy. They themselves may take the lead in creating shady dealings, and then find powerful bookmakers to cooperate, but that's all. In Alan Wilson's memory, the shady dealings that can be said to have been exposed have nothing to do with the World Cup and the European Cup. These events are already too big, and the Champions League is generally the event that is operated. The bigger the game, the less the bookmakers are able to manipulate it. Even if someone manipulates the game, it is not the bookmakers behind it. Capital is never monolithic. Everyone has their own interests. There are dozens of international bookmakers that are larger, and hundreds of medium-sized ones. Do these hundreds of bookmakers have the same interests? The odds, and home and away team purchase ratios of each bookmaker are different. The same result will result in different profits and losses for different companies, so it is impossible for everyone to make money together tacitly. To manipulate the Champions League, at least UEFA must step in. When Platini was in charge of UEFA, the famous Stamford Bridge tragedy occurred. Later, Platini was removed from office because of the scandal. Since then, Barcelona has fallen from grace. Later, it was almost inevitable that they would be eliminated. Messi also went from a quadruple golden ball to a player whose club and national team performance were extremely disproportionate. At the same time, Blatter was removed from office by the United States, which involved Qatar and French President Sarkozy, and Platini, which led to unprecedented doubts about Barcelona. Therefore, World Cup and European Cup level events are almost certainly related to politics, and it is not something that can be done by a few bookmakers working together. Qatar, which is involved, is a country with explosive oil and gas resources. Earlier, the manipulation of the World Cup was done by the South Korean government, with the cooperation of Chung Mong-joon, and bribed referees to fix the match, which had nothing to do with the bookmakers. When it comes to competitions at the level of the World Cup, the number of bookmakers seems too small. After all, the game with the bookmakers is the interests of the entire country, or the world's top giants. It is simply unrealistic to manipulate the World Cup. Saudi Arabia, which has long had a group of nannies in West Asia, is also a veritable oil tyrant. Which bookmaker can compete with such an opponent in terms of financial strength? It seems that I was wrong. Pamela Mountbatten corrected her mistakes and apologized to her husband. Every time I have doubts, I'm full of confidence when I see you. It's okay. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. In the eyes of others, I'm just a despicable villain who has set his eyes on the wealth of the Mountbatten family. Alan Wilson proudly said to himself, but it is people like me who marry the woman they dream of. Regarding the profits his wife has now obtained, in addition to gold, Alan Wilson's remaining suggestion is to buy land. In addition to reading a novel about a slave owner, Bill Gates and later generations is also one of the largest landowners in the United States. No matter how much money you have, even if you are already at the top of the world, the money in your hands must be invested in real things. Buying land is absolutely right. Australia has a population of less than 10 million. Although it has passed its best time, it is not too late to buy land now. Pamela Mountbatten certainly followed her husband's advice. I will stay in Australia until the baby is born. Now we are close. You can come to see me more often. I will put your private plane in Perth. When you want to come, just send a telegram. Why do you do this? Isn't it a waste? Princess Margaret finally found her chance to speak and interrupted the couple's state of being alone. It depends on safety and maintenance considerations. Pamela Mountbatten tried to make her husband's fear of death more tactful, as long as the meaning was in place. It's fear of death, respected princess. The situation here is not calm. Alan Wilson slapped his head and remembered something. Dear, take some money out for charity. There were many civilian casualties in the Korean War. We adopt some Asian children. The purpose? Pamela Mountbatten was a little confused. He absolutely did not believe that her husband was kind-hearted. On the contrary, in Alan Wilson's eyes, human life has never been worth a penny. In order to maintain the stability of the industry, we need to cultivate some loyal groups from a young age. Of course, it is best to be white, but there is no war in Europe and the United States now. Establishing a charity foundation to adopt some children for training is also for future consideration. Alan Wilson did not have the idea of building a lolly island, and there was no need to do so in the environment of Southeast Asia. It can be said that most of the white people who went to Southeast Asia in a few decades later came with evil purposes. The laws of Europe and the United States are more and more protective of vulnerable groups, and they have reached the point of being excessive. People who don't want to be disciplined will vent all their evil ideas to the third world. He just wants to cultivate a group of mercenary soldiers who are proficient in killing. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and said, good idea. It can also establish a positive image of the group. Then I will send Marina to South Korea to see, although I don't like the South Korean president. When Syngman Lee can no longer be president, I will definitely kill his whole family, as a conclusion to the criticism of Britain in the Korean War. At this moment, it is time to show reliability. Alan Wilson patted his chest and said that he had no choice but to do it. It seems that I must do this charity well, otherwise I will be sorry for your protection of Britain. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but snickered. Leave it all to me. Chapter 689. Why are you back? The image of an imperial civil servant who cares about the country and the people is vividly portrayed on paper. At least that's what Princess Margaret thinks. And he thinks Alan Wilson is a bad guy, but that also makes him more attractive. At the same time, it was also very surprising to see Pamela Mountbatten obey her husband's orders. Of course, this kind of obedience is based on Alan Wilson's understanding of the king. In this couple, the husband guides his wife's career, and the wife in turn asks her husband if he encounters any problems, and she can help solve them with financial resources. This may be the case for husbands and wives. What shocked Princess Margaret the most was the patriotism expressed by Alan Wilson. She had seen people who were loyal to the country, but Alan Wilson was not loyal, but was concentrating on operating and not taking credit, which made people look at him differently. Alan Wilson certainly had his own ideas. He could not choose his own origin, but could only safeguard the interests of Britain. At least the current Britain is still worth saving. Among the legitimate victorious countries in World War II, the Tehran Conference, the Yalta Conference, the Potsdam Conference, and the Cairo Conference, only 2 countries participated in all of them, the United States and Britain. After his wife and the princess arrived in Malaya, Alan Wilson began to run around and tell them all about the development trend of this year. He would never change his bad habit of showing off in front of women. After dinner, Alan Wilson found an excuse to let the princess leave quickly and planned to spend some time alone. You want to help the Philippines and cause trouble for Japan? Pamela Mountbatten leaned comfortably in the man's arms. Japan is really something to be vigilant about. You rarely worry about a country. You didn't worry about India at all. In the long run, there are more competitors in Asia than just Japan, but now Japan and Malaya are on the same track. If Japan rushes up, it will be a threat to the British mainland. Alan Wilson stroked his wife's belly and answered the question. Japan should not be underestimated. The living standards of the Japanese have never reached the level of European countries, of course. But Japan's national economic strength has indeed surpassed Europe. After all, Japan is a country with a population of more than 100 million. With so many people working, Britain, which has only 50 million citizens, can catch up. Anyway, since you have this judgment, I will help you operate. Pamela Mountbatten chose to trust her husband unconditionally again. When you speak, it's like a god. Now God wants to exercise God's power. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes. Anyway, night fell and the light bulbs were gone. He said, stick out your tongue for me. During the few days that his wife stayed in Kuala Lumpur, the two decided to reinvest the proceeds and mention charity. There were endless things to say every day, which made Princess Margaret, who wanted to create some private space, very annoyed. But as long as you have patience, you can always find an opportunity. Princess Margaret took the opportunity of Pamela Mountbatten going to the Sarawak Palace and found an excuse to help herself press it. You are a princess, at least pay attention. Touching the mellow fragrance left on his face, Alan Wilson did not push Margaret down and continued to correct the princess bones. Brother-in-law, your strength is really good. Princess Margaret hummed and praised. Don't try to play tricks on me. Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, when you appear in front of me and no one else is present, I feel like a mouse seeing a cat. Why? Princess Margaret was a little annoyed and asked back dissatisfiedly, am I not beautiful? It has nothing to do with how you look. If you were not a princess, I might have been unable to resist having something happen to you. But you are a princess. If you had something happen to me, my fate would have ushered in a tragic turning point. Its significance is no less than the outbreak of the Sarajevo incident. At this point, Alan Wilson slapped Princess Margaret's butt hard. This almost made the lying princess jump up. The feeling on her butt was burning. Princess Margaret turned around and covered her butt, staring at the instigator with tears in her eyes. I didn't see that you were afraid. My father, George VI, didn't hit me like this. He is your father, not me. raising the palm of his hand that caused the accident. Alan Wilson apologized indifferently. The words he said were apologies, but the expression on his face did not mean apology. Princess Margaret's face was red as she glared at Alan Wilson. But besides the pain in her buttocks, she also felt some inexplicable feeling, which was very embarrassing. No one has ever been so rude to a princess. If you had met me earlier, I would have been so rude to you earlier. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets, looking calm. During the 3 days, when Pamela Mountbatten went to East Malaysia to find the Queen's feelings, Alan Wilson avoided the harassment of Her Royal Highness the Princess. As for Princess Margaret's attempt to step out of line, he gave a firm rebuke. Your Highness, think about it carefully. If something happens between you and me, and if we get pregnant, how will it end? Then what do you want to do? Princess Margaret, who was holding the man's neck with both hands, asked back, I'm a princess, and you're not tempted at all. As a civil servant who aspires to serve the country, I have to pretend that I'm not tempted even if I'm tempted. Alan Wilson reached out and took the arm around his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. So it seems that there are not many problems between us, but all problems are unsolvable. Can you please not come here sneakily all the time? If you come here a few more times, you can't guarantee that you won't be discovered by the agents of the 5th Bureau. Nothing has happened yet, and you're talking about the child. Princess Margaret muttered softly, you still have feelings for me. A hand stroked Princess Margaret's forehead, and Alan Wilson tilted his head and muttered, don't you have a fever? Alan Wilson didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Pamela Mountbatten returned and prepared to go to Western Australia. Sometimes he even had dangerous thoughts in his mind, such as the impulse of risking his life. Now that his wife was back, he could take Princess Margaret away. For this reason, he even took the initiative to send the two to the airport. He looked reluctant, but he had to bear the pain. The conditions in Australia were indeed much better than those in Malaya, and he could not stop her from taking a vacation. Thousands of miles away in Korea, after a few months of calm, fierce fighting once again covered up the short-lived peace. Fierce battles broke out. In Korea, the autumn weather was as unpredictable as the enemy on the battlefield. Sudden rainstorms often washed away the entire shoulder of the narrow road that spiraled along the cliffs, leaving the car team in a situation where it could not move forward or backward. Sudden mountain torrents often washed away the pontoon bridge, forcing soldiers to grab lifelines naked and panting in the rushing and roaring floods to rescue some precious equipment. During this period, the United States had been conducting a large-scale air operation called the Strangulation War. The purpose of this operation was obviously to prevent the enemy from resupplying along the railways and roads leading to the north. However, it became clear that the US Air Force could not continue the bombing that was necessary to destroy the enemy's railways and prevent them from being used again. At this time, the battlefield situation became quite similar to that of the First World War. Many deep bunkers, trenches, barbed wire, and guard positions were continuously built, and most of the fighting took place at the guard positions. As both sides strengthened their artillery and continued to increase the number and efficiency of their artillery, it became increasingly important to seize the commanding heights that could be used for observation. Therefore, the fighting along the guard positions was often fierce and tenacious. During this period, as long as weather conditions permitted, both sides would launch fierce attacks to seize and hold our guard positions, and the air battle reached an unprecedented scale in the Korean War. The US Air Force launched hundreds of aircraft in the raid on Pyongyang, including aircraft from the Marine Corps, Air Force, Navy, Australia, and Britain. Lieutenant General Billman said that the Pacific Fleet aircraft carriers and air forces participating in the battle would return to Kuala Lumpur for repairs. Alan Wilson said that Penang was very suitable and that the local facilities were sufficient. Alan Wilson went to the British military station to discuss when the Korean War would end. In fact, compared to the Korean War, I'm more worried about France's military operations in Vietnam. Why do you say that? Lieutenant General Billman asked in surprise. Is the situation in Vietnam okay? The French economy is far from comparable to that of the United States. And once the battle in Northeast Asia comes to an end, the French will face greater pressure. Alan Wilson said with concern. The United States has the economic strength to support the war for a long time, but does France have this strength? It's not that he insulted France today, but the problem is obvious. France's national strength cannot be compared with that of the United States, and it can't even pile up the number of people. Now the French soldiers in Vietnam are not as large as the United States on the Korean peninsula. The discussion between the two did not produce any results, but only decided to rest the Royal Navy officers and soldiers. Alan Wilson began to continue his busy but regular life, using telegrams to contact other ladies who were equivalent to his wife, wishing them a happy birthday as a change of life. Just when Alan Wilson felt that he would be able to muddle through the days in 1952 without any waves, Princess Margaret, who was supposed to be in Western Australia, suddenly appeared in Kuala Lumpur, scaring Alan Wilson into a cold sweat. It was the first time they met, and he was so scared that he lost his voice. "Why are you back? That's so interesting. As a member of the royal family, you control where I go?" Princess Margaret snorted. "I broke my promise today. How embarrassing." Chapter 690 London Smog Incident. The matter of managing important members of the royal family naturally has nothing to do with me. Alan Wilson took a deep breath and bowed his head decisively to the uninvited guest in front of him. This gesture finally satisfied Princess Margaret a little. She saw the newspaper on the table with her big eyes. She became interested all of a sudden. Obviously, this was what her brother-in-law was most concerned about at the moment. The newspaper reported the results of Operation Ivy. Just a few days ago, the United States conducted a nuclear test on Coral Island. It entered the category of second-generation nuclear weapons. According to the equivalent, it was almost 500 times the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki. The explosion after the test razed Aleuja Island to the ground. So it was this matter. The Australians were very happy. Princess Margaret put down the newspaper and talked about what she saw in Australia. "But isn't this a good thing?" "I don't think so. Destiny must be in our own hands." Alan Wilson pressed his forehead twice. The news that the United States successfully tested the first hydrogen bomb made the recent Korean War, which was another good news that had failed, look quite bleak now. This distressed look made Wang Mei dare not speak, and she said cautiously, "Aren't we allies with the United States?" "Allies and vassal states are different." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "Any change in the world is a disadvantage for a small country like ours, just like the transition from sailing battleships to steam battleships, which wiped out Britain's naval advantage for hundreds of years. Everyone knows that Britain used to implement the two-power standard in the battleship era, which seemed very arrogant. But in the sailing battleship era, starting from defeating the Dutch Navy, the status of the British Royal Navy was far higher than that of implementing the two-power standard. The British Royal Navy can go to war with the navies of all countries combined. After defeating Napoleon, the lesson Britain learned was that it could not rely on Europe forward. For this reason, it spent a huge amount of money to stop a large number of trees in Canada, to reserve wood for building sailing battleships. Then came the Crimean War. The warring parties equipped steamships, especially the Russian Empire Navy used steamships, to deal with the British and French coalition forces, which directly let all countries see that the sailing battleships had declined. The wood stored by Britain overseas became a greening project. History has proved that every application of new technology will weaken the first mover advantage. After all, there is no real protagonist on the earth. Britain launched an industrial revolution, and it cannot be left behind every time. Now Britain has no first mover advantage at all. If it cannot keep up with the pace of the United States and the Soviet Union, the miserable end is obvious. Alan Wilson believes that the Atomic Energy Commission in London has also received the news and may have talked to Washington about whether it can share hydrogen bomb technology, but it is estimated that it has been rejected. The only consolation is that the United States will need more than a year to overcome the issue of hydrogen bomb practical use. The current hydrogen bomb is an 80-ton behemoth, and there is no vehicle that can put such a thing into actual combat. When he was still thinking about worrying about the country and the people, Princess Margaret had already come into a dangerous distance and sat directly on Alan Wilson's lap, muttering, "The Prime Minister will take care of these things. What's the point of you worrying about it here?" If the Prime Minister's term of office was not too long, I would have run for election long ago. Alan Wilson didn't know where to put his hands, and finally Princess Margaret grabbed them and put them on her own lap. The two of them maintained this posture for a minute, and Alan Wilson said helplessly, "I'm afraid that I will be killed by the royal spies. I've said it many times, I'm your brother-in-law. Got it, brother-in-law?" Princess Margaret's red lips had already come up to him, kissed him and whispered, "Where do you have the courage to support other women? Are you afraid now? That's different, you are a princess." Alan Wilson stretched out his hand to pry the princess chin to one side. "Safety first, I still want to contribute to the country. By the way, you should leave Kuala Lumpur immediately. As an imperial princess, you shouldn't stay in the colony for a long time." Regarding the matter of his sister-in-law delivering goods to his door, Alan Wilson showed obvious hypocrisy. If someone asked him if he was very proud in his heart, of course he was proud. But this kind of pride could not prevent him from making the right judgment, and he still couldn't make up his mind to sacrifice his life. He couldn't ensure that Princess Margaret was satisfied with the same status as his wife, so he still had reservations about having something happen with an important member of the royal family. While dealing with the Princess Initiative, Alan Wilson had never been so passive. He studied how to invade Indonesia and inquired whether Australia's uranium mines could be used. These things were much more important than the princess' sincerity. As for how to receive the princess, he asked Elisa to arrange the princess's itinerary, including any nice scenery and places that were not dangerous. Etiquette should not be neglected. The fact that the United States successfully tested the hydrogen bomb, which was far more powerful than the atomic bomb, would naturally attract the attention of other countries. Not to mention that Moscow thought so. The British Atomic Energy Agency naturally asked the United States to share technology, and of course it was rejected as expected. Asking for it was just a routine process. The Labour cabinet knew that the Americans were unreliable, and sharing would not tear up the agreement. Britain must have its own hydrogen bomb. This is already the consensus of this government. Being rejected by the United States is just to let Britain continue its own hydrogen bomb research, and related research has never stopped. Like Alan Wilson in Kuala Lumpur, the ministers who were rejected by the United States could only comfort themselves by saying that the result of the Korean War would be the same as the war again. Alan Wilson understood this from a certain level. As a colonial commissioner, he had a certain ability to distinguish himself, although he was disturbed by the princess. De Havilland, the partner of his wife Pamela Mountbatten, was the initiator of the research on the Blue Light strategic missile. General Mountbatten, his father-in-law, was a supporter of the research on nuclear submarines. So Pamela Mountbatten could easily know the cabinet's attitude towards promoting the Triad Strike Force. His wife knew it, and he, as a husband, naturally knew it immediately. The Labour Party is indeed more reliable than the Conservative Party, Alan Wilson muttered. As long as the Nassau Agreement was not signed, Britain would not have to look at the face of the Americans. The Nassau Conference marked that after more than a century of continuous attacks, since the United States declared independence, it finally completely crushed its biggest strategic opponent, the British Empire. This conference also marked that the British Empire completely lost its superpower status and became a second-rate power. Britain actually withdrew from the position of a Cold War competitor, and the Cold War began to become a two-way show between the United States and the Soviet Union. In any case, Alan Wilson felt that Britain must have much more room for maneuver than before. This is of course all his credit. From this point of view, it is reasonable to reward him with a limited edition British luxury car. He has a clear conscience. But Her Royal Highness is not a peaceful existence. Before he can fully grasp the idea of surrendering the princess, he still cannot act rashly. This must be a protracted war. Near the end of the year, Alan Wilson naturally continued to balance public and private affairs. He sent a call of love to ladies everywhere through telegrams. At the same time, he made an annual summary, adjusted the officials of British Malaya, and appointed a new Christmas Island commissioner based on performance. How could Pamela Mountbatten be so relaxed, taking the hard-earned money of the North American gambling-free brother to buy land in Australia? The hydrogen bomb explosion in the United States this time has caused a deathly silence on the surface for all countries, and secretly stepped up to catch up. Compared with the sunny beaches in Malaya, London has entered the smog-prone period of the year. And the busy Londoners don't know that this London smog will become the most unforgettable one in their lives. In early December, the freezing cold wind had been sweeping across the British capital of London for weeks. This day was like every other day before. As Londoners woke up in the morning, coal-fired fireplaces were lit throughout the city's houses and offices to warm the air indoors. Since the Industrial Revolution, London has been known as the foggy city. In the eyes of today's Londoners, smog is part of their lives. The smog that hangs over London is just like wind and rain, a completely natural part of life. Citizens went to work as usual and did not make a fuss about the commonplace thick fog. Citizens who walked out of their homes did not know that the smog, which was like a part of their lives, would really take their lives this time. Big Ben, St. Paul's Cathedral, and Waterloo Bridge were all covered in smog. The whole of London was in a thick yellow-brown fog, and it was different from what many Londoners imagined would dissipate in a few hours. For a whole day, the increasingly thick smog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The towering chimneys of major factories and the fireplaces in residences added to the smog. The smog was so thick that residents in some areas of the city could not see their feet when they walked. The next day, the smog that enveloped London still showed no signs of dissipating. It was clearly noon, but pedestrians who went out could not feel any trace of the sun. The sun, which usually radiated light, shone as brightly as the moon in the sky, barely reminding Londoners that it was daytime. Passenger planes, ships, and trains were all cancelled. University classes were suspended, and concerts were cancelled. Even in the usually bustling Whitehall, even if people had long been accustomed to the smog in London, the coughs one after another would remind everyone that the current situation was extremely serious. Even birds died by crashing into buildings due to the smog, and the smog continued. Citizens tried their best to find handkerchiefs to make masks, and gas masks became the favorite of Londoners at this time. But this kind of protection still could not prevent some people from dying from the influence of the smog. Many people with breathing problems asked for help, but they could not get to the hospital at all because ambulances could not get on the road at this time. Chapter 691, Fortune and Disaster. Smoke descended from chimney pots in a light black drizzle, with soot and soot in the middle, as big as formed snowflakes. It made people feel that the sun was dead. Since the 18th century, the smog covering London has appeared in various literary works. There are many descriptions of this smog as a doomsday weapon. At that time, the London smog had become an excellent cover for criminals to escape. But until today, the whole of London has seen the lingering smog covering London. What a terrifying sight it is. This feeling can still be described in words. Every citizen of London feels that the sky above London at this time is as if the sky has fallen, making the citizens of this world centre for 200 years suffocate. At this moment, every citizen of London has a desperate cry, "I can't breathe." And this time the smog is so deadly that people continue to die because of it. Soon London was covered by unprecedented smog, and it was known to the whole world. Alan Wilson, who was in high spirits and pointing out the situation in Kuala Lumpur, knew that this famous historical scene had appeared. The Telegram had already described what London was like at the moment. The smog had lasted for 3 days. The bigger problem was that no one knew when the smog would dissipate. "I remember that coffins and flowers in London were all sold out," Alan Wilson muttered to himself as he looked at the tense telegram. "London's funeral industry will surely prosper for a while because of this smog incident." The door of the office was pushed open. As expected, it was his lovely sister-in-law who was looking around. "Sister." "Commissioner Wilson." Princess Margaret changed her words in the face of his gaze. "What are you looking at?" "London has experienced unprecedented smog weather. The whole city is pitch black. The sun is blocked out." Alan Wilson pretended to be sad and said, "This is really a tragedy. Fortunately, Pamela and you are not in the country. I wanted to urge you to return home quickly. At present, the smog has not dissipated, and it is unknown how long the subsequent impact will last. It is safer for you to stay outside." "So serious?" Princess Margaret took the telegram directly and read it word by word. "This is only in the colonies. If you snatch government documents without permission in the mainland, it may cause controversy." Alan Wilson said earnestly, "I don't have any conditions here. It's better for you to follow Pamela." Alan Wilson actually didn't have any fluctuations in his heart, even though he knew that this incident directly caused the death toll of 4,000 people, and the subsequent impact was related to tens of thousands of people. But this happened in history. He has no ability to deal with it, and he himself does not have the ability to affect the Earth's climate. What can he do? Just watch. It's good that these people died worthily, and it can be regarded as a worthy death for the free world. The most important thing is that he can start lobbying and quickly move the highly polluting industries around London away from London. British Malaya now particularly needs to undertake industrial transfer, and there is never too much industrial transfer. You can't start to pick and choose just because the industrial transfer has already begun. As a frugal commissioner, he must focus on every opportunity to transfer these industries to reliable places. There is no place more reliable than the colonies he manages. I want to write a letter to Pamela. Your Royal Highness, please don't return to London for the time being. The air is too bad. You can only go to Australia first. Just help me take the letter there. There are reliable places. As for reliable people, Alan Wilson still believes in his wife who teaches by example. At present, only the two of them have highly consistent perspectives on the problem. So the couple should be honest. He will make it clear in the letter about promoting industrial transfer. He has his own connections in Whitehall, but he also needs the noble and business connections behind Pamela Mountbatten. This is not contradictory, and can jointly promote the emergence of policies. This is actually a great opportunity for Britain. After all, how can such a tragic incident not need to be reflected? Reflection and reflection? How to treat highly polluting industries. The current British Empire and the United States in the 21st century have similarities. For example, the United States in the 21st century is full of backward infrastructure that has been operating for more than half a century, and at the same time, has the world's most powerful high-tech industry. The situation in Britain is similar now. Some live in the 1950s and some live in the Victorian era. There are still professions such as lamplighters and ice delivery men in London. Like the United States and later generations in the current Britain, there is no opportunity for drastic reforms. If the smog incident can be used to eliminate a number of industries that are not in line with the times, and by the way, eliminate many old professions that have continued until the 1980s, then it will not be considered a loss. At this time, the British Malaya Commissioner did not show jubilation because he was concerned about his British nationality. Not to mention sadness. Even when holding a meeting of regional commissioners, he was smiling and was not affected. The current living environment in London is probably similar to Khrushchev House in the Soviet Union. Although it is not a closed community with socialist characteristics, the internal environment is actually similar. Even if you live in a building, you still need to rely on a fireplace to make a fire. Only a small number of newly built apartment buildings after the war have integrated heating. London is always shrouded in smog. In addition to London's factories, London citizens' home fires are also indispensable. Alan Wilson himself has experience with home fires. At that time, especially in winter, he could see small black particles floating out of his chimney, and the whole town was like this. It was also because his home was the coldest place at the same latitude, and there was never a lack of north wind. Princess Margaret was directly pushed by Alan Wilson onto the special plane back to Australia to be a messenger. Pamela Mountbatten had just returned to Perth, and while she was still in good health, she went to the Woomera launch site. The Woomera launch site is a test range used jointly by Britain and Australia. Britain was annoyed that in the late World War II, Britain was the country that suffered the most damage from the Nazi Germany's V-2 missile attack, but by the end of World War II, Britain had obtained V-2 missiles and any major facilities, as well as very few engineering technicians and experts. Despite all the unfavorable conditions, Prime Minister Attlee still ordered the joint construction of the Woomera launch site in Australia, because Britain did not have the conditions to build a launch site on its own. After expanding her territory in Australia, Pamela Mountbatten joined the launch site promoted by Prime Minister Attlee and built a space launch platform according to the sketch of the space launch platform given by her husband. Even if no one knows what the purpose of this seemingly useless space launch platform is, Pamela Mountbatten finally got it out, and this time she had just returned to Perth when she saw Princess Margherita coming back. "Alan told me that I wanted to send you back to London." Pamela Mountbatten said this and asked her assistant Marina to send a telegram to Kuala Lumpur to inform her that the princess had arrived, and also informed her husband that the space launch platform at the Woomera launch site had been built. "He asked me to bring a letter, but I haven't read it." Princess Margherita looked at Pamela Mountbatten eagerly, her eyes lingering on her bulging belly, and asked, "Are you going to give birth soon?" "Soon. I'm going back to Perth to wait for delivery. The doctor said that my fetal position is very correct, and it is not very obvious among pregnant women." Pamela Mountbatten held the letter in one hand and sat down slowly to see what strange ideas her man had. The husband just needs to talk, and the wife has to run around. Pamela Mountbatten not only supports the Philippines through the media, but also helps her husband build the facilities he wants, and has to give birth to a child. Her hard work is no less than that of Alan Wilson. "Actually, I saw some reports, but I didn't expect it to be so serious." Pamela Mountbatten was a little surprised, and after a long pause, she smiled. "No wonder he always says that the air in London is bad and something will definitely happen." "Did your husband say that?" Princess Margaret asked in astonishment. "It's so frequent that I can't remember how many times." Pamela Mountbatten put down the telegram. "He always says that the air in London is too bad. It's not only incomparable to Australia and Canada, but it's also very bad in Europe." As a wife, she has heard Alan Wilson complain about the weather in London more than once in the past few years. As a result, such a big thing happened this time, and it was widely spread all over the world. The content of the telegram is actually simple. There are two main points. You want to take into account these high pollution industries at the same time, and you want to avoid conflicts in smog incidents. You can't have both. This time, with such a big impact, London's industry must be relocated. Alan Wilson hopes to gather his personal connections in Whitehall, together with his wife's aristocratic group and business connections, to move some industries that will be eliminated sooner or later to Malaya. There is also another main force of the smog incident. In terms of household heating, London must carry out urban transformation and change household fire to central heating. Moreover, if coal is eliminated, it can also promote the application of natural gas and increase economic ties with the Middle East. The AI's Antang version of slum transformation is probably the same. Zakharova, contact the nobles and business partners who have business dealings with us. Ask if the smog has dissipated now. Say hello to them, and then we will follow up on this matter. Pamela Mountbatten picked up the phone and asked her assistant to come in. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, and Pamela Mountbatten felt that her husband was always ready. Chapter 692. Mother and daughter are safe. The London smog lasted for 5 days before it was finally driven away by the wind, allowing the citizens of the capital of the empire, London, to see the long-lost sun. With the reports of the world's concentrated fire, London has never been so watched by the world as it is now. The photos are shocking enough. Even when Alan Wilson saw some photos in the newspaper, he felt that they were like the open-air crematoriums in India. But photos can never express the true situation 100%. It can be seen how tragic this smog incident was. Although the death toll has not been made public, he has already guessed it in his heart. Just from the photos, it is almost the same as the open-air crematoriums in India. How much less can it be? According to his usual personality, he should have boarded a flight to London at this moment. But now it is not possible. In fact, he is about to board a special plane, but he is just going to Perth, the capital of Western Australia, to accompany his wife who is about to give birth. Perth is undoubtedly the center of Western Australia. Compared with the 3 major cities in Eastern Australia, Canberra, Melbourne and Sydney, Perth is an emerging city. It was originally a gold rush place, but it is still far behind the 3 major cities in the east. However, as minerals were discovered in Western Australia, there were only a few candidate cities in Australia's very barren and uninhabitable land. Compared with the eastern cities, the capital of Western Australia still had advantages, and was now experiencing a wave of rapid growth. Coming out of Perth Airport, the assistant arranged by his wife was already waiting, taking Alan Wilson, an ordinary colonial commissioner, to the headquarters building of Mountbatten Mining in Perth. Compared with other Australian cities, Perth's construction is still very new. The state government revenue brought by iron ore has been used by Western Australia in the construction of Perth. With the improvement of hardware facilities, the population will inevitably increase. Perth has become the main immigration destination in the UK. In front of the headquarters building of Mountbatten Mining, the British Union Jack and the Australian flag were erected side by side. The car that picked him up stopped, and Alan Wilson entered the property under his wife's name, going straight to the top floor where his wife lived, walking among a group of beautiful women. Alan Wilson finally arrived at the room where his wife lived. Dear Pamela Mountbatten moved her body and greeted her husband. Alan Wilson was very sensible. He stepped forward and fulfilled his duties as a son-in-law, muttering, "Pamela, you'd better be careful. I'm not that fragile." Pamela Mountbatten sat down with her husband's hand and told him everything. "The experienced team of doctors are ready. As long as I react, they will be there immediately." Oh. A flash of surprise flashed across Alan Wilson's face. He said without embarrassment that he had never thought of this. He wanted to ask when to go to the hospital to wait. Now he suddenly realized that he was thinking like a commoner. His wife could stay at home and let the professional team be on standby and ready to be called at any time. Compared with his wife's ideas, his own ideas seemed very embarrassing. Seeing the embarrassment flash across her husband's face, Pamela Mountbatten immediately knew what the man was thinking and scolded him. "You can remain calm in the face of many things, but why can't you turn around when it comes to things involving privileges? The key is that I'm not a noble, so how could I know that your group has so many rules?" Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, "The place where I work has nothing to do with nobility. Malaya is considered good in Asia, but it can't be compared with London." Alan Wilson bent down and stroked his wife's belly and listened attentively. Pamela Mountbatten put her hands on her husband's head and asked softly, "You are so busy, and yet you still rush over. If I hadn't given birth, you might have returned to London by now. Compared to my wife giving birth, that's all busy work." Alan Wilson kissed his wife's belly, then stood up and said, "What policy forecasts after Eisenhower took office, what countermeasures after the smog appeared, essentially have nothing to do with me. As a colonial commissioner, I care about the national interests of the British Empire. It doesn't matter if I don't care. These things are not as important as you. I can still tell the difference." This statement touched Pamela Mountbatten deeply. Although her husband had many shortcomings, this impeccable face that fit the identity of a civil servant made her lose her temper and accept his words. For Alan Wilson, it was just a change of job location. Anyway, there was no lady of the same status as his wife in Kuala Lumpur now, so it was not so important to him where he worked. Although the relationship with his sister-in-law was not far away, he could not make his wife happy. It was nothing more than continuing his concern for the British Empire in his wife's president's office, filling in the detailed plans and subsequent impacts of the slum reconstruction. Find a way out for his colleagues in Whitehall, who must be overwhelmed now. Once there is a big project, it means demand, which will promote some exports in Malaya. At the same time, the transfer of highly polluting industries is still good for Malaya, so why not do it? While enjoying the happiness of the rich, Alan Wilson continued to benefit the public. He did two things at the same time, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. His princess sister-in-law, however, had to bow her head under the eaves, and restrained herself a little. She got rid of the love brain state temporarily. In the past 2 days, she just took a telegram of Elizabeth's blessing, and stayed with her brother-in-law for a little longer. There are countless things every year. Alan Wilson peeled a banana for his wife and fed her. It should be soon that the crown prince will be officially crowned as queen. It will definitely be a grand event at that time. The battleship formation docked in Malaya. If a fleet review is held, will it have to go back? Pamela Mountbatten took a bite of the banana handed by her husband and said vaguely. Soon, the two of them took a bite each and finished a banana. Pamela Mountbatten said that it was enough. Alan Wilson said, that is necessary. The fleet that can still support the face of the empire will appear. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the invited colonial countries should all attend. The British battleship formation no longer exists in the mainland. The battleships that have not been retired or reopened are mainly concentrated in two places, taking into account the Mediterranean Fleet in the Middle East and the Pacific Fleet radiating Southeast Asia. These old antiques, that are no longer useful against powerful countries, can still show off their power in front of the vast third world countries. After all, their tonnage is there. You say that battleships are not advanced. You are not in the US Navy and you have no right to say that. The reason why the coronation has not been decided yet is related to when the second heavy aircraft carrier will be produced. The two Malta-class aircraft carriers have been dragging their feet since 1945, but fortunately they have not been cut. Now with the coronation ceremony and the accompanying fleet review, the progress of the project has finally been accelerated. I believe it will add a lot of color to the Queen's coronation this time. In the Cabinet Secretary's office in Whitehall, Norman Brooke received a telegram from Australia. Alan Wilson said that his wife was preparing to give birth, so he went to Australia to accompany her. We officials in Malaya have also heard about this shocking incident. My colleagues are all very sad. My work experience in British India has given me a certain understanding of similar air pollution. London's topography has a certain relationship. The most important thing is that the industrial layout is too concentrated. Some industries should be abandoned. I have several plans. Let's see if the Lord thinks it is appropriate. The pollution level in British India has always been very high. This is not referring to India in the 21st century, but now. Don't think that the emergence of pollution is closely related to industry. In fact, pollution from agricultural production is enough to cause similar smog. India in the 21st century is also a pollution-stricken area. Like British India in the past, the topography cannot be changed. No matter how strong the monsoon in the subcontinent is, it will be blocked tightly when it hits the roof of the world. In the rainy season, heavy rains will form in the Ganges River basin, and when burning is serious, smog pollution will form in the Ganges River basin. Alan Wilson's telegram at this time is just in time for Norman Brooke. The biggest problem facing the current cabinet is the losses and casualties caused by this smog incident. This is a matter that will greatly reduce the support rate. Attlee's cabinet was discussing what policies to introduce and asked Whitehall to come up with a draft to give citizens a reply. This telegram involving industrial transfer, residential area renovation and energy is exactly what Norman Brooke needs at the moment. An excellent subordinate, even if he is not in London, can put forward very constructive opinions. Norman Brooke nodded and then asked his private secretary to send a telegram in his own name to encourage the overseas commissioner who was not doing his job and accompanying his wife to give birth. On this day, Pamela Mountbatten responded, and the assistant on standby immediately greeted the waiting team. This vigorous and resolute look made Alan Wilson, who was not very nervous. Soon he was isolated outside the room and guessed the situation in the room through a door. Brother-in-law, don't worry, these medical staff are all professionals. Princess Margaret also comforted in a very light voice, fearing that Alan Wilson would be unhappy at this time. That's what I said. Alan Wilson swallowed his saliva and nodded, patiently waiting for the good news to come. With one cigarette after another, he soon turned the air within a 1-meter radius into the London of the past. When Princess Margaret wanted to take a cigarette, Alan Wilson sternly scolded her. Women can't smoke. This scolding worked very well, and Margaret obediently said she would not touch tobacco. After a while, the door was pushed open, and the doctor wearing a mask came out to congratulate. Mother and daughter are safe. Everything is going well. Chapter 693, Wilson. After thanking him, Alan Wilson walked into the delivery room. His wife was lying on the bed in good spirits, and next to her was a wrapped baby. When their eyes met, Alan Wilson started joking. The major project in our lives has now been completed. Dear Pamela Mountbatten whispered apologetically, I'm sorry that I didn't bring you a boy. Don't say that. You and I are not old people. This one is not. There are still future. Reaching out and grabbing Pamela Mountbatten's hand in his palm, Alan Wilson whispered jokingly, don't get depressed after childbirth, otherwise I will lose a lot. I just feel a little sorry. Pamela Mountbatten looked directly into her husband's eyes. I will work hard in the future. Although Alan Wilson never expressed it clearly, as a wife, how could Pamela Mountbatten not know? Her husband wanted a male heir. If you keep doing this, I will be more reserved when I talk to you in the future. Frightening his wife who had just given birth, Alan Wilson picked up the newborn baby. His wrinkled face was not good looking, but this was his blood, and the unbreakable family affection suddenly surged into his heart. With an unprecedentedly bright sister-in-law, Princess Margaret was a little redundant at this time, and she muttered in her heart, "Then I'll go." The British did not have the habit of confinement. Alan Wilson still felt that it was not a big problem to rest for 2 days. He also took the time to discuss with the team of doctors invited by Pamela Mountbatten how to recover as soon as possible. Our opinion is that Mrs. Wilson needs to recuperate for 3 to 5 days and then develop an exercise plan to increase her body's immunity. The doctor took out a form and said it word by word. Recruit for 3 to 5 days and develop an exercise plan. Alan Wilson, holding a small notebook, recorded the doctor's words bit by bit and then asked back, "That's it? That's it?" Alan Wilson put away the small notebook and thought about the differences between Eastern and Western cultures. Maybe this is another draft of a new paper, which can help him establish his personality. The hypocritical colonial commissioner was not targeting anyone in the superficial engineering. When Pamela Mountbatten was still young and had no clear understanding of the world, she was fooled around by him, let alone now. Pamela gave birth to a girl. Why does she seem to be sorry for you? The princess's sister-in-law didn't buy it. She pinched her waist and asked Pamela Mountbatten why she was like this. We talked about this issue before, but it was just about others. Alan Wilson shrugged. This is why he said that if Pamela Mountbatten always fell into the mood of giving birth to a girl, he would be reserved in his words in the future. You still think boys are better? Princess Margaret pouted. Otherwise Pamela wouldn't be like this. Don't make trouble for me anymore. Alan Wilson swung his hand skillfully, and Princess Margaret dodged like a conditioned reflex, and one hand touched her buttocks involuntarily. After missing the first shot, Alan Wilson did not pursue the victory. He shook his head helplessly and went into the room to accompany his wife and daughter. He did not hide the unfair treatment he received from the princess from his wife. He looked like a cowardly son-in-law who had a hard time eating the food of a rich family, which made his wife giggle. Margaret is like this, dear. I have adjusted my mentality. We will have another male heir in the future, and our daughter will also be our baby. It would be great if you thought so earlier. Just treat what I said before as fart. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, his keyboard warrior personality may dig a pit temporarily, waiting for him on the road in the future. As for the issue of favoring sons over daughters, he analyzed why this mentality occurred when he was working in New Delhi. At that time, he just talked freely and played the role of a keyboard warrior on a series of inheritance issues. He talked casually, and Pamela Mountbatten just listened casually. As a result, after his wife gave birth to a daughter this time, she almost became depressed. Now Pamela Mountbatten has dispelled those strange ideas, which is good. During this period, Pamela Mountbatten received greetings from the royal family, nobles, and business partners, and Alan Wilson also received encouragement from Whitehall. 3 days later, Pamela Mountbatten was no different from usual. She walked around and returned to normal. The life of the family of 3 was quite warm. Alan Wilson fell into busyness again, writing books to earn money for his daughter's milk powder. What he said about not talking nonsense in the future is just a casual talk. He will not change the skills that a keyboard warrior relies on to survive. The core idea this time is conspiracy theory. Of course the name cannot be called that. It can be called a series of books on the unsolved mysteries of the world, including but not limited to the mystery of aliens, the mystery of the pyramids, the Bermuda Triangle, the Crystal Skull, the Loch Ness Monster, etc. At the age when Alan Wilson established his outlook on life, this set of unsolved mysteries made him stunned. Loch Ness? I seem to have heard of a local water monster. Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband's draft, but she didn't worry about whether it was true or not. No matter how true it seemed, as long as it came out of her husband's hands, it was undoubtedly false. She had been with this man for many years, and she didn't know Alan Wilson. The more prepared and focused on doing one thing, the greater the probability of forgery. Alan Wilson was the Deputy Secretary General of Whitehall and the Overseas Commissioner. He had a lot of information to forge if he wanted to. Pamela Mountbatten didn't doubt her husband's professionalism in forgery, but just hoped to make money from this book. Dear, we must firmly believe in an obvious fact, that there are far more stupid people in this world than smart people. With this clear understanding, you will have an answer to this question. Alan Wilson was full of confidence. That is, Kennedy was still alive, and couldn't let him consume the mystery of the Kennedy family curse, but many other conspiracy theories had been circulating for a long time, so he could summarize them to make money for milk powder. Let alone the mystery of the wild man in Shinangjia. Foreigners entering China now are treated as spies. Alan Wilson was not targeting anyone. No one knew the wild people of Shinangjia better than him. If you want to deceive others, do you need to leave some photos as evidence? Pamela Mountbatten pointed out the loopholes with dozens of catalogs. Her husband was a man with dreams, and she could not stop this dream. As a wife, she still pointed out the places that might be exposed. That's no problem. I know some professionals. Alan Wilson looked prepared. Is Vivian Leigh professional enough? What about Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman? What about Hedy Lamarr? These are all people who have been working hard in the film industry. As long as there are professional teams around them. What photos? The film is a piece of cake. As for some authoritative judgments, he himself is a senior civil servant in Whitehall. However, there is no need for his wife to know that more than a dozen actresses came to help with Alan Wilson's telegram. At present, his wife's biggest task is to take care of their daughter. Should we give our daughter a name? Pamela Mountbatten waited until Alan Wilson finished his work for the day before she began to ask her husband for his opinion. Let me think about it. Alan Wilson, who pretended to have relevant knowledge, said after pretending to be thoughtful, "My dear, you are the mother of the child. I think I must respect your advice. What kind of name do you like?" Pamela Mountbatten did not expect this, and said in disbelief, "I have no problem." Alan Wilson still looked unfathomable, ignorant but confident, which was what he was like now. Pamela Mountbatten Wilson became the name of their first daughter. Whether this name is good or not, Alan Wilson actually had no idea, but after some analysis without core ideas, Pamela Mountbatten had no objection. Thinking that he had passed the test by luck, Alan Wilson directly betrayed his appearance and kissed his wife's red lips to save his wife from having wild thoughts. In his spare time in the next year, Alan Wilson has decided to write a conspiracy theory book, a series of books on the world's unsolved mysteries, and London is discussing how to deal with the aftermath of this London smog incident. Attlee and the entire Labour Party's ministers all came from less upper class families, and the Labour Party had been suppressed by the Conservative Party for many years before the war. Although these Labour Party prime ministers and super ministers had been in power for many years, they had no intention of stepping down. The Labour government still had to take charge, otherwise it would be an excuse for the opposition to create topics, even though London smog had appeared frequently for many years, and it was even more impossible to blame the Labour government. But in politics, good things generally cannot be found in the ruling party, and the opposition party will jump out if something goes wrong. As a cabinet secretary, Norman Brooke quickly came up with a plan, part of which was to transform the traditional stoves of urban residents on a large scale, gradually realize the natural gasization of residents' lives, reduce coal consumption, and adopt centralized heating in winter, set up smoke-free zones in the city, and prohibit the use of fuels that can produce smoke in the zone. Power plants and heavy industries were forced to relocate as major smoke emitters. At the beginning of the new year, Alan Wilson, who was waiting for his daughter's full moon, received a telegram from London, which talked about the possibility of letting Malaya share some industries. "Go, the country needs you," Pamela Mountbatten said with understanding, while holding her daughter. "My daughter is not even 1 month old yet." The telegram did not mention the date, and it was not urging me to go back. Alan Wilson flatly refused to return to London at this time. Who knows if the smoke has dissipated now? Of course, he could not say that he was afraid of death, but only that his daughter was not 1 month old yet, and no work was more important than his daughter's full month. Chapter 694 London Reconstruction Plan. It was already 1953, and several important historical events flashed through Alan Wilson's mind, including Stalin's death, the end of the Korean War, and the coronation of Princess Elizabeth. He was also thinking about how to deal with several things. Only with full psychological preparation would he choose to return to London. Life is a series of exams. Sometimes I wonder, what are we pursuing? On the top floor of Mountbatten Mining, Alan Wilson showed his thinking side in front of his wife and sister-in-law. "Dear, you always have a dream, right?" Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her still sleeping daughter and asked in a suitable volume. "I'm an official, and my current dream is to go further. If I were a businessman like you, I could answer you right away. What is my dream? I want to be a final producer." Alan Wilson smiled, and the Soviets are right in some aspects. Our system does help businessmen realize their dreams. Powerful people have a common dream, and becoming a final producer is one of them. But for more powerful people, their common pursuit is immortality, which simply means living forever. If both dreams are achieved, it would be the best thing. Why do the British and American upper classes hate the Soviet Union? Because they tend to think that countries and nations are fictitious, abstract, and non-existent things, and that these things are made up of isolated people. This seems to be similar to some of the Soviet Union's claims, but the difference is that the freedom that the Cheyenne Lang people talk about is that a person has the right to dispose of his wealth as he pleases. And the freedom that people influenced by the Soviet Union talk about is the freedom of all mankind. The so-called liberalism is to allow the rich to live as they please, and it has nothing to do with all mankind. In Alan Wilson's era, the person closest to the end producer was Bezos of the United States, and his Amazon was an e-commerce platform. Just like Jack Ma in a certain big country, when an e-commerce platform has a nearly unique position, it is equivalent to monopolizing the buying and selling channels. E-commerce platforms can put pressure on suppliers, and manufacturers must accept the cooperation requirements of sellers, otherwise they will never survive. As a sales platform, e-commerce companies will definitely become more and more demanding of manufacturers, and eventually become their controlling parties. After having overwhelming control over suppliers, the next step is to target consumers. E-commerce platforms in the middle make money much faster than other companies of the same level. E-commerce can continue to penetrate into logistics, food, and even all aspects. At that time, countries like Britain and the United States cannot do anything to people like Bezos. The only thing that Alan Wilson is not sure about is which will come first, final production or immortality. On the day of his daughter's full moon, Alan Wilson opened his heart and drank until he was unconscious, because he was going to London to explain how reliable British Malaya was to welcome this wave of industrial transfer. Before the industrial transfer of British Malaya, he had worked hard to get a small share. But this time, after the London smog incident, it was different. He believed that Britain would carefully consider the issue of industrial transfer. Moreover, Britain also needs to transform, get rid of some traces of the Victorian era, and become a truly modern society. From the telegram of Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, he already knew that the Attlee cabinet had decided to carry out large-scale transformation of the London city to remove the foundation of the smog incident. Alan Wilson also knew that this was another huge expense. The British Empire at this time was in great need of a cost-saving plan, and he had one. Before returning to London, he first stayed in Kuala Lumpur for a day, and then took a stack of statistical data as the information to convince Whitehall and the cabinet on this trip, emphasizing that there was no problem with the large-scale transformation of London. As long as the work was handed over to Malaya, it would be possible to save costs greatly. When he arrived in London in January, the bad weather of the London smog incident had disappeared, but some high-rise buildings still left grey marks, indicating that the smog incident had not happened before. To be honest, Alan Wilson could feel that the air was very different from that in Asia as soon as he arrived in London. It's just that the citizens of London have long been accustomed to this kind of air. Shouldering an important imperial mission, he didn't care about the time difference of crossing half the world, and rushed directly to Whitehall. He found Norman Brooke, the cabinet secretary he respected most in his life, and waited for his instructions. At this time, there were preliminary investigation results about the London smog incident a month ago. The death toll in the East End of London, which was most affected by the smog incident, was 9 times the normal number. And this is the current number. The smog has dissipated, but the impact on people will not end so quickly. We concealed the death toll caused by the smog incident from the public? Alan Wilson asked in a heavy tone. It was to avoid causing panic among citizens. After democratic resolution, we finally chose not to announce it. Norman Brooke corrected Alan Wilson's mistake and said, Prime Minister Attlee has decided to pass a bill to curb the continued occurrence of such incidents. Alan, you should also know that it is easy to come up with a bill, but the relocation of factories and the renovation of houses will take time. This is the purpose of asking you to come. I don't know what good news you have prepared about the steel production of British Malaya this year. Alan Wilson took out the prepared statistical data. In 1952, British Malaya produced 10.4 million tons of steel. This number is 2/3 of the British mainland. After rough processing, the steel is provided to British Africa, Iran, and Australia itself. Perth, the capital of Western Australia, is in great need. British Malaya's cement production is 4.5 million tons, which is only 1/3 of the British mainland. Now it is mainly supporting the construction of Western Australia and supporting France's needs in South Vietnam. As for the export of other rubber and sugar, plus the export data to Iran in recent months, now they are all in front of Norman Brooke. It can be said that it is stronger than the original British India. Norman Brooke replied with satisfaction after reading it. It is hard to imagine that this is a colony with a population of 10 million. Norman Brooke compared the current British Malaya with the original British India and expressed admiration. Alan Wilson did not explain the tricks of the admiration of the civil servant leader. He has been in British India for many years and knows that powerful country very well. Take the industrial workers in the industrial zone of Kolkata in British India for example. The industrial workers in India are not the industrial workers that the British think. To be more precise, they are handicraftsmen. There are 10 million handicraftsmen in the industrial zone of Kolkata, which seems to be surprising. But there are 8.8 million handicraftsmen engaged in jute alone. The Kolkata industrial zone is the most powerful industrial area in India. It is like this there, not to mention other places. The industrial workers in India are just workers in the name of workers, and each one is almost the same as a part-time worker. But even so, British India is a galaxy stronger than the Republic of China. If these data are true, then the reconstruction of London can start now. Norman Brooke was full of confidence, because before he became a cabinet secretary, he had briefly headed the reconstruction department. He had formulated a reconstruction plan for Britain after the war. Norman Brooke only needed to go through his mind to get a rough number of how much steel and cement the reconstruction plan for London would require, and last year's figures could not measure this year's productivity. With the supplement of British Malaya, there was no need to worry about the insufficient production capacity caused by the relocation of factories in London. Norman Brooke took Alan Wilson to meet with Aneurin Bevan, the Minister of Health in the Attlee cabinet. This Minister of Health has been running around for the National Health Centre. After the London smog incident, Prime Minister Attlee asked Aneurin Bevan to handle a series of things. The two discussed the plan for the reconstruction of London's houses with Aneurin Bevan. At this time, a person who Alan Wilson had met walked in, Harold Wilson, who later became the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Harold Wilson is now an important supporter of Aneurin Bevan in the cabinet. Aneurin Bevan is also optimistic about him. Harold Wilson is considered the future leader of the Bevan faction. Alan, it's been a long time since we last met. Harold Wilson saw the civil servant who had met him once before and immediately stepped forward to express his friendship. Dear Harold, Northern Mariana Islands. Alan Wilson also gave a warm hug in response. I didn't expect to see you here. I have been working overseas and just came back this time. The two had a good conversation, and Harold Wilson asked about the purpose of Alan Wilson's return to London this time. Regarding the plan for the renovation of London's housing, Harold Wilson said that this is the most concerned issue in the current Congress. The ruling party and the opposition party have quarreled several times over this issue. The root cause is still the issue of fiscal expenditure. The Conservative Party believes that the Labour Party is increasing the fiscal budget without limit. This will cause huge fiscal pressure. However, Harold, with the current seats of the Labour Party, you can ignore the opinions of the opposition if you want to pass When Alan Wilson said this, his expression was relaxed and even a little outspoken. Even Norman Brooke, who was known for his good personal relationship with politicians, changed his face when he heard this. Civil servants cannot help the ruling party deal with the opposition party. Even he cannot do this. He could not help but cough twice to remind Alan Wilson. I was just joking. Alan Wilson reacted and laughed with an apologetic look. I didn't update one more chapter yesterday. How come there is a label of exploding update? Isn't Gideon putting me on the spot? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Housing Arrangements. My friend, I didn't hear anything. Harold Wilson changed the subject without making things difficult for the other party. This time, the London reconstruction plan will be another major move by the Attlee cabinet after the nationalisation movement and universal healthcare, which will involve a large part of the 8.3 million Londoners. The East End, where factories are lined up, is the first to be affected. Harold Wilson, Northern Mariana Islands, was born into a political family. He is not as ordinary as he seems on the surface, and he is very different from his worker's dress. Walking out of the health secretary's office, Norman Brooke talked about his opinion of this MP. Of course, there are factions within the Labour Party. Anya and Bevan's faction is still quite strong. The Labour Party has always been a broad sect composed of many political ideas, from trade unionists, to free marketists, to radical socialists. Each leader has changed the composition of the party, absorbed new members, and changed the old alliance. The Labour Party also has a faction with similar ideas to the Conservative Party. The classical right wing rooted in local government and trade union bureaucracy has been campaigning against radical socialism since the World War. To maintain such an alliance, Prime Minister Attlee's life was not easy, even more troublesome than Churchill of the Conservative Party. Alan Wilson naturally listened to the teachings. He remembered that Prime Minister Attlee stepped down because he was involved in the Korean War, which led to a backlash within the Labour Party, which led to the outbreak of internal conflicts within the Labour Party and the early general election. Anya and Bevan was an important faction that opposed Prime Minister Attlee during this period. Alan, let me ask you a question. Norman Brooke began to ask in a calm tone. How do you see yourself? On a larger scale, what do you think of the entire Whitehall? The nerve center of the British Empire. As for colleagues in Whitehall, they are all noble, diligent, and compassionate gentlemen. Alan Wilson blurted out without thinking, and gave the only answer very sincerely. The colleagues here are all experienced managers. Each of them graduated from 2 universities, smart and alert, and able to judge the situation. Do you really think so? Norman Brooke glanced at Alan Wilson, smiling and saying, the real pride of heaven will not choose to serve the country. They think highly of themselves, and they look down on Whitehall. That vision is not ordinary high, and long-term power is power. Alan Wilson's face did not change. These British people always think that money is more important than power, which is simply putting the cart before the horse. Sure enough, Norman Brooke said that for the free world, assets are more likely to last forever. For those who have better conditions in all aspects, they will not choose to enter the civil service system. Whitehall is composed of mediocre people among the best groups, and we are no smarter than anyone else. So we must make it clear where the bottom line is. Unless the Prime Minister or Minister asks you, it is best not to take the initiative to help the ruling party deal with the opposition party. Especially when a third person is present, it should be avoided. Norman Brooke persuaded Alan Wilson to put away his style of having the final say in the colonies. Take the situation just now. Anya and Bevan himself is the leader of a major faction within the Labour Party, and he is not completely harmonious with Prime Minister Attlee. Sir, I know where I went wrong. Alan Wilson showed his flexibility at the right time. His mistakes were excusable after all. After all, the London transformation plan still needed the full support of British Malaya. London has 2 major districts, the East and the West. Compared with the rich and noble West, the East was once described by Conan Doyle as the most dangerous place, a place of incomparable violence and depravity, an abyss or hell of many weird secrets and desires, and often wanders out of sight from the outside world. The eastern part of European cities is generally a civilian area. If you look at the Earth from the North Pole, you will see that it rotates counterclockwise. The impact is that the wind direction in the northern and southern hemispheres is the same as the direction of the Earth's rotation, eastward. If you sit around a bonfire with a group of people, who will be the first to be covered in smoke? The answer is the person with the lowest status in the group. The east of London meets this definition, and has become a slum in London. Of course, Alan Wilson didn't have to do the research himself, but he came anyway, and brought a tall Ingrid Bergman wearing sunglasses and a mask with him. What a good husband. Your wife just gave birth and you're wandering around London with another woman. Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes behind her sunglasses and said sarcastically, I can tell you very clearly that you won't see this scene for long. Although there are very heated debates. But this area is still about to be raised. Alan Wilson could feel the gaze behind the sunglasses without taking off his sunglasses. As for the issue of daughters, didn't Ingrid Bergman also give birth to a pair of twin daughters? Are you qualified to talk about him? Regarding the transformation of the East End of London, the main focus of the debate is on financial issues. Finance has been a long-standing problem in the UK. Not to mention the post-war problem, the financial problem was very prominent during the Dreadnought competition. However, in Alan Wilson's report, the fact mentioned is that some things should be done sooner rather than later. Inflation is an objective existence. Now I feel that there is financial pressure. If it is delayed for a few years, the financial pressure will not decrease, and it may even increase. Public works must be forward-looking, and must be ahead of per capita expenditure. Without this determination, things will never be done. You want me to come here, to show off in front of me, that you will decide the future of millions of people? Ingrid Bergman pushed her sunglasses, and lowered her voice to avoid attracting attention. I want you to contact a few designers, to plan the East End. Of course, there are designers in the UK. The reconstruction department has a lot of them. But I'm willing to give you a chance. After all, we have a relationship. I'm willing to take care of you. Alan Wilson said confidently, and then said, of course, there is one more thing. Let's find a place to rest and talk about it. In fact, it was just to make some illustrations for his conspiracy theory series, which was not a problem for Ingrid Bergman at all. The problem is that she, like Pamela Mountbatten, believes that the entrepreneurial aspirations of men of the same status as her husband will inevitably hit a wall. Only fools would believe that such books would be popular all over the world. You have been in the United States for so many years. Don't you know that there are many fools in the United States? That is a high-risk area for conspiracy theories. Alan Wilson retorted disapprovingly, and then changed the subject. You may really not know. After all, how can a big star like you who is admired by thousands of people get in touch with the lower world? Talking about the United States, Ingrid Bergman really has a topic to consult. A script has come from the United States. You don't know yet? Film is not my major. How can I know? Alan Wilson walked to his private car, opened the door and let Ingrid Bergman get in. The next step will be a slow journey. You must know that the current film environment in Hollywood is very harsh. This script was transferred by Vivien Leigh, and United Artists will produce it together with Woodpecker. Use new actors to shoot. Ingrid Bergman tried her best to attract the man's attention, but the effect was not great. Roman holiday? Alan Wilson finally got interested when he heard this, and asked, what did Vivien say? Isn't she preparing for this year's Oscars? You know a lot about it. No wonder. It's just that the phone call is not far away. Otherwise you would have to ask different women about their well-being every day. Ingrid Bergman rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and said, we all agree to use new actors. After all, the ages of several of us don't match the script. I'm very optimistic about Elizabeth Taylor, and Vivien also likes an actress, who is also from your Britain, named Audrey Hepburn. I have seen Taylor. She doesn't have the temperament of a princess. She is okay to play the Egyptian queen that Vivien once portrayed. Alan Wilson gave his professional judgment. He was absolutely professional. He had been resisting the offensive of the princess's sister-in-law and had enough experience to judge whether Elizabeth Taylor was suitable for the script of Roman Holiday. Knowing that Roman Holiday was ready to be filmed, Alan Wilson didn't even care about the transformation of London. Anyway, there were only a few points, and the existing apartment buildings were renovated, the bungalow areas were directly flattened, and a batch of uniform apartment buildings were built. Regarding the key reconstruction plan for the East End of London, the compensation plan is resettlement. It means that the developer's demolition and reconstruction project can complete the resettlement and resettlement, and the resettlement and resettlement are completed through the property rights replacement ratio. Resettlement is the main method, and monetary compensation is used as an alternative to relieve the worries of the East End residents about relocation. At the reconstruction department meeting, Alan Wilson said, "This project is not only to avoid the recurrence of the smog incident, but also a significant livelihood project. The Labour cabinet is very concerned about our plan. Colleagues will identify the factories and residences in the entire East End within 3 months. The bungalows and high-rise buildings that have been in disrepair for a long time will be removed. Now that the London smog incident has just passed, the direct death toll of thousands of people has appeared. It is the time when London citizens are still in fear. If we don't take action on the East End now and miss this opportunity, no one will touch the East End of London for decades to come." On the same day, Whitehall issued a report on the investigation of the London smog incident and a response plan through the Reconstruction Department. At the same time, the British Parliament passed the Clean Air Act and a package of plans, which also included the transformation of the entire London, with the focus on the East End of London. We still have to watch the European Cup. Chapter 696 Misfortunes never come singly. Regarding the reconstruction of London, the occurrence of the smog incident is of course a good thing. It's just that Alan Wilson can't express it. Otherwise the families of the thousands of people who died will not accept it. The reconstruction and resettlement clauses of London this time are almost a 1-to-1 copy of the safety and quality clauses of the slum reconstruction. However, there is no consequence of tearing down the words and spraying them and becoming a millionaire. It's good to be able to replace the new house 1-to-1. With the current British finances, things like compensation will definitely not account for a large proportion. House for house is the main resettlement method for this London reconstruction. Of course, the London city government will give certain compensation for the housing expenses during this period. Without the capacity expansion of British Malaya, it would be very difficult for Britain to do it on its own. Not to mention that the East End of London is an industrial area, and the relocation of factories will definitely affect the capacity. Alan Wilson, an overseas commissioner, is obviously different from local officials. If there are two main differences, one is a strong backer and the other is courageous enough, the two complement each other. Because he has the Mountbatten family as a backer, he dares to intervene in any risky things, and the final result is not bad. Only then did he come to this day without any setbacks. The reconstruction of London, which has been defined as a major livelihood project, was of great concern to him this time, and he also had the help of Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke. Before becoming a cabinet secretary, he was the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Reconstruction. In fact, he was the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Reconstruction. The plans for post-war reconstruction were all made by Norman Brooke. With such a cabinet secretary who was no less knowledgeable than Emperor Cheyenne Key in the field of architecture, Alan Wilson's plans were naturally like a duck in water. There has never been such a livelihood project in British history. Norman Brooke expressed his appreciation for Alan Wilson's idea of exchanging houses for houses, and he now agreed that the smog incident was indeed a good thing in this matter. Countries with the Soviet system seem to be familiar with this model. Houses in Eastern European countries are all allocated. Alan Wilson changed the subject, not forgetting that he was a reliable person. Of course, the national conditions are different, but for cost considerations, this is still profitable, and it should satisfy the real estate developers who are doing the construction. After all, the integration from bungalows to buildings, a house becomes a 7-story building, and the land saved is still very valuable. This is London, which is considered a first-tier city in the world, where every inch of land is valuable. The policy of exchanging houses for houses can reduce the area occupied by houses and give these lands to real estate developers for development. In this way, real estate developers can make a profit, and the London city government can also be free, which is the best of both worlds. In practice, since the value of resettlement houses in the East End may be relatively low, the amount of compensation may also be lowered. Therefore, first of all, it should be determined whether the houses that are designated as demolition areas belong to resettlement houses. In this way, the East End of London will eventually save land area and will also be conducive to population concentration. It is not a big deal for some places to learn from the Soviet Union. They can change to a less Soviet statement. If this matter can have a good result without any disturbance, maybe the East End of London will become the stronghold of the Labour Party for a long time. In fact, the East End of London is now dominated by Labour supporters. You may not know that the Prime Minister has made a great determination to support this plan. Norman Brooke mentioned the entanglement of Prime Minister Attlee. It is easy to say, if everything goes well, but what if there are too many obstacles in this matter and the result is not satisfactory? You have to know what it means to the ruling party if a traditional box office area turns against the ruling party. Dear sir, just leave it to me. Didn't the Prime Minister say that we should combine the advantages of capitalism and socialism? Alan Wilson patted his chest and said that he would do his best to get this done. At this time, he still had time to contact Vivien Leigh, asking about the current situation of Audrey Hepburn, the new national treasure of Britain, and admitting his mistakes in a roundabout way. This young actress was arranged by herself. Vivien Leigh could imagine from the telegram that Alan Wilson was guilty, but there was nothing she could do. She also hinted in her reply that she did know that Audrey Hepburn, a young actress, was suspected of having an unclear relationship with her lover. But she was still willing to give Audrey Hepburn a chance and give her the script of Roman Holiday. Vivien Leigh hoped that this telegram would make her lover understand her good intentions. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson didn't have time to read it. He was doing something that was common in his previous life, but very rare in the UK, flood prevention and disaster relief. The North Atlantic, known as the Ocean of Storms, formed a severe storm at the end of January. Huge waves were swept by strong winds and came all the way to the English Channel. The typhoon approached the coastlines of coastal countries against the waves. The ferries traveling between Britain and France have lost contact in this storm, and the impact of the storm is far more than that. Alan Wilson, who was in London, received a message that seawater had backflowed from the mouth of the Thames. It is foreseeable that this flood is in its infancy. Seeing the dark clouds in the sky lingering, Alan Wilson arrived at Whitehall wearing a raincoat, recalling the memory of the European flood in 1953. Norman Brooke expressed the seriousness of the situation. The most urgent task was to immediately build a dam at the mouth of the Thames. Otherwise, London had just suffered from the London smog incident for less than 2 months, and the impact had just dissipated. For the citizens of London at this time, it would be even worse. According to the news from the shipping department, our ferry has lost contact in the channel. There are 133 passengers on board. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but they may be in danger. The wind and rain, the turbid waves rolled, and the seawater at the mouth of the Thames had begun to flow back. London was in danger of being soaked in seawater, and of course the danger in the Netherlands was even greater, but he couldn't take care of the Netherlands now. Now we can only implement a state of emergency, and only the Prime Minister has this power. Norman Brooke picked up the phone and arranged a meeting with the Prime Minister, then called the city government, arranged the city government to notify the citizens on both sides of the Thames to evacuate. Can't we take the initiative to fight this flood? Alan Wilson solemnly suggested. Alan. Norman Brooke looked directly at Alan Wilson, but the latter did not dodge and did not think there was anything wrong with it. Well, if you can mobilize the citizens of London, you can participate. I always do bad things in the colonies, and I should do something meaningful to compensate for it. Alan Wilson accepted it happily, left Whitehall directly, and went to the city government to report. 2 hours later, the Attlee cabinet announced through the radio that the North Atlantic storm caused seawater to flow back into the Thames estuary. London was in danger of being soaked in seawater, and the government solemnly decided that the UK would enter a state of emergency. In the afternoon, it was a time when the tide was at low tide, and it was estimated that the tide would reach its peak at 4 in the morning. As the wind became stronger and gradually developed into a northwest wind, the waves on the sea became larger and larger, and more ships were in trouble. The expected low tide did not happen. The water has reached the same height as the high tide, and the tide has not yet arrived. Therefore, it is estimated that this will cause the water level to rise even higher during the tide. Therefore, it is conceivable what will happen when the hurricane is accompanied by high water levels. London has never been so lively since the war. The police in the city of London whistled and led the mobilized people to the Thames River. Heavy trucks carried tools to reinforce the embankment. In the East End of London, the citizens of the East End who suffered heavy casualties in the smog incident more than a month ago were mobilized. Alan Wilson was among them. He was now by the Thames and witnessed this flood that he only remembered when it was about to happen. That is, London is the central city of the United Kingdom. All decisions can be made immediately, and the war has not been a few years. Even the smog incident that just passed had a positive effect, otherwise the citizens of London would never react so quickly. With the faint thunder, heavy rain still fell on people, but the entire Thames was brightly lit on both sides, and the people on the riverside carried sandbags and worked hard to reinforce the river embankment. This may be something that has never happened in London. People kept shouting slogans and received enthusiastic responses from a large number of people. On this day, more than 100,000 British citizens faced the backflow of seawater into the Thames and went to the embankment to fight against it. At this time, the wind force in the English Channel has reached level 10 and the tide is gradually rising. Broadcasts in various parts of London are informing every household in London about the situation of the Thames. At this moment, the attention of 8 million citizens in London is on the Thames. The continuous broadcasts issued by the government have almost made the citizens of London return to the World War II period, but now London is no longer facing German bombs, but a natural storm. Citizens continue to come out of their homes and decide to participate in this fight against floods. For a whole day, facing the increasingly high backflow of seawater, the embankments on both sides of the Thames are getting higher and higher. Across the strait, the coastal embankments of the famous Low Countries of the Netherlands have been broken by seawater, and the coastal provinces of the Netherlands are already in a vast ocean. In the early hours of the morning, the tide reached its peak and the wind reached its highest. The disaster occurred. It started with the breach of the dikes and the coastal embankments were broken everywhere. Then, the flood flowed into people's settlements at such a fast speed that countless people were swept into the sea in their sleep. Compared with the Dutch, London was lucky. Britain was not a low-lying country. Although the sea water flowed back from the Thames, it happened to invade London, the most important city in Britain. The Attlee cabinet, which had just experienced the smog incident, no longer wanted to let its approval rating drop again, and took out the measures during the war to deal with it. Chapter 697, a heavy blow to France. It's a bit like fighting heaven and earth. Seeing the close relationship between the military and civilians on both sides of the Thames, Alan Wilson did not have time to wait for the arrival of British reporters. He directly raised his camera in the pouring rain to leave first-hand information. He even thought of the headlines for the newspapers, which were nothing more than united as one, overcome difficulties together, and defend Greater London. However, if the support rate of the Attlee cabinet is to rise, the problem cannot be limited to Britain itself. It depends on whether the Netherlands is more miserable than Britain. The place in Europe that is most vulnerable to storm surges is not Britain, but the low-lying country of the Netherlands. If Britain is hit by a storm surge, the Netherlands, separated by a strait, will be more serious from any angle. For the Netherlands, almost half of the country is below sea level. Once the sea wall is washed away by the waves brought by the storm, the rest depends on whether God has mercy on this low-lying country. What happened on this day in the defense of Greater London was that the sea wall of the Netherlands had been washed away in the early morning. The surging sea water rushed into the inland of the Netherlands through the gap, destroying 6 flood dikes one after another. In order to resist the storm surge, more than 400 breaches appeared in the sea wall. By the next day, the storm surge had not passed. Thousands of people stood on the roofs of their homes, staring blankly at the endless water. The bodies of humans and livestock were everywhere, floating in the water. Compared with people who could escape, livestock had no power to resist such a natural disaster. In one day, the news that the Dutch seawall had been washed away had reached London and was reported by major newspapers. The tragedy in the Netherlands made the London citizens who also suffered from the backflow of seawater into the Thames River feel anxious. As major newspapers reported on the tragedy in the Netherlands and the fact of defending Greater London, Prime Minister Attlee made an impassioned speech in Parliament. The tragedy in the Netherlands will never be repeated in London. In the Foreign Office building in Whitehall, Alan Wilson took off his raincoat, reached out to take the coffee handed over by Sir Rice May and said gratefully, "Sir, thank you so much." After taking a sip of hot coffee, the two listened to Prime Minister Attlee's impassioned speech on the radio. Once we can withstand this storm, the Prime Minister's approval rating will definitely rise. Alan Wilson blew a sip of hot coffee and said, "I wonder what our media friends think about the valuable spirit that this natural disaster has promoted in promoting the unity of British citizens. Of course, it focuses on the valuable qualities of traditional families, women supporting men and men protecting women." Sir Rice May thought for a while and said, "Compared with the situation in the Netherlands, the citizens' satisfaction with this government is naturally foreseeable. Moreover, the Prime Minister has linked the storm surge with the reconstruction of London. I guess Congressman Churchill can't do much. That's good. It's better than the reports of Soviet-supported feminists from time to time." Alan Wilson put down his coffee very comfortably and said a little tiredly, "The photos I took have been given to reporters free of charge. If there is anything unsatisfactory, it is the lack of scenes of some flood-fighting people lying on the embankment to rest tiredly. There is no way it is good enough for London citizens to do what they are doing now. It's only February now. It's not realistic to put the soldiers and civilians in London on the embankment full of seawater. God knows how many of the casualties in the Netherlands were caused by low temperatures. It won't end well if those feminists hear your words. Even though we all know that it is a fact that the Soviet Union funded the women's movement." Sir Rice May said, "But politicians need support rates, and women's votes are also votes. Voting won't change anything." Alan Wilson is not afraid of women's rights. The current feminist movement is definitely related to the Soviet Union. This is a fact that everyone knows. Demands are settled with money. The European and American schools are also different from those in the United States. European men are no different from African blacks. They just run away after having sex. There are still some supporters of the King of Understanding in the United States. They stick to tradition and are very hostile to the four-color threat. Japanese men suffered a heavy blow after the Plaza Accord. Before, Japanese men believed that they could meet women's needs through hard work, and they just lay flat after the bubble burst. Because equal pay for equal work for men and women has failed both in Japan and Europe and the United States, Japanese women with a booming economy claim that they should have 3 boyfriends, each with an annual salary of 10 million yen. After the bubble, the 3 boyfriends became the 3 conditions of having a job: no domestic violence, and no cheating. In Alan Wilson's eyes, these are all minor problems, at least smaller than racial issues. As long as foreign immigrants can be curbed, Britain is estimated to be justified in competing with the United States for the lighthouse. However, sir, some women are calling for equal pay for equal work. Although Alan Wilson knew that women's rights were doomed to fail and could only fight for some superficial things, he still wanted to ask others how they viewed this matter. Many jobs are not suitable for women. Can you imagine that half of the 800,000 troops are made up of women? In the war, male deaths accounted for 97% of the total, domestic vagrants accounted for 76% of the total, and men in factories accounted for 87% of work-related injuries. How can this be equal rights? I understand. After listening to his boss's words, Alan Wilson said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "We should protect the legal rights of men." I didn't say anything, I just listed a few data. Sir Rice May said, "I worked overseas and heard a very reasonable saying, speak nicely, don't list statistics. So every time I go to a place, even if I go to Africa, I will start with the splendid culture." Alan Wilson laughed and ended the topic. He didn't have this worry. The problem in the UK is not big. After all, no matter how much women's rights in Europe and the United States are making a fuss, the country is a developed country. Even if it turns into a confrontation between men and women, at most it will become a system of superficial equality. If it were a country with a poor economy, let alone equality, it would be difficult for women to survive. The unsolvable status of women in India lies in the poor gender ratio and economy. If a country encounters one problem, it can still be saved, but if it has two problems, it is a big problem. After leaving Whitehall, Alan Wilson rushed to the hotel, where Ingrid Bergman was staying temporarily. He wanted to talk to Ingrid Bergman about the issue of equality. For example, equality is a good thing. Considering that France is now the center of Ingrid Bergman's career development, he felt it necessary to teach her a set of boxing. As a famous woman, you should hold high the banner of equal rights. This will make it easier to gain social status. Alan Wilson solemnly began this teaching by example. Just an hour ago, Alan Wilson claimed that he had participated in flood relief and his body seemed to have problems. He used a set of theories that he must sweat immediately to ask Ingrid Bergman to give him the treatment of God. Now it is time to teach Ingrid Bergman how to fight in France. He thinks this can start with the women who were humiliated in France after the war. You want me to touch politics? This may cause a backlash. Ingrid Bergman said with some dissatisfaction after hearing this. If you think it's easy, why don't you try it in the UK? France is the center of modern culture. Alan Wilson said solemnly, affirming that France is more than 100 light years ahead of Britain in humanistic thought, so women's rights should be developed in France first. How could he allow such an idea that would lead to the breakdown of the social structure to take root in Britain? But France is different. First of all, the foundation is different. France has a powerful French Communist Party that can support the equal rights movement. He just let Ingrid Bergman misinterpret the concept of equal rights, turning it into the superficial AA system in later Europe. It broke the social cohesion of France. Anyway, this is the future of France. He just promoted it and gained social influence for Ingrid Bergman. Didn't the movie stars of San Fernando in later generations, especially the female movie stars, claim to be pioneers of equal rights? Ingrid Bergman also made movies, and they were branches of the same industry. It was no problem for her to lead the equal rights of French women. You can make a movie to whitewash French women, and the story focuses on the group of women who were liquidated in France after the war. Alan Wilson, who was full of bad water, lowered his voice. What if France bans the movie? Ingrid Bergman asked suspiciously. Then release it in the North American market. British cinemas will also play it, leave this to me. And I can guarantee that when this happens in France, the box office in the UK will definitely be very high. If you are still worried, it's simple. Just provide the script and hand over the production to United Artists, and Vivian will produce it. Alan Wilson felt that the success rate increased greatly while speaking, and said confidently, seeing the French feel uncomfortable will make the British feel very happy. You don't understand this mentality. Edward III and the Duke of Wellington are just for fun, and the real heavy blow to France depends on him. Alan Wilson. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson's hand became restless again. The most urgent task now is to explain the play to Ingrid Bergman. Just said equal rights. Now it's like this. Ingrid Bergman panted and protested in a low voice against the hypocrisy of the so-called gentleman. Recommend a friend's new book. The Three Kingdoms started from saving Ko's eldest son. History student Ding Chen traveled to Wancheng in the Three Kingdoms period of the later Han Dynasty. Seeing that Ko's army was about to be defeated and Koang was about to be killed. What to do? Waiting online. Very urgent. Chapter 698. Wilson. Gentlemen have to be different from each other. Alan Wilson responded intermittently. He had no resistance to the Swedish car that he had a good test drive experience with. After a long time, Ingrid Bergman, who was dressed in a relaxed manner, hugged Alan Wilson's neck and asked with attachment, "What do you think of me? I mean, what do you like about me? You are a very beautiful woman. If Vivian has a pair of fairy eyes, people can't forget them at first sight. You are different from other women. I can see that you are beautiful at first sight. I'm not blind, but I can't remember what is so impressive about you. All the conditions are combined to make someone like you in front of me. I instinctively feel that you are the dream of all men." Alan Wilson didn't know what he was saying now. He gave Ingrid Bergman such an evaluation completely according to his heart. He can say that Hepburn's temperament is unique and Elizabeth Taylor is very seductive. Vivien Leigh's fairy eyes and Hedy Lamar's face that everyone recognizes. But for Ingrid Bergman, he couldn't think of any special point about Ingrid Bergman. But when such a person appeared in front of him, he would say a simple beautiful thing. "Don't I have an advantage that you can think of at once?" Ingrid Bergman was a little annoyed after hearing this. "Does your height count if you stand up and are not shorter than mine? And what's more?" Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and pinched the high ground, exclaiming, "This is the outstanding condition that a woman should have." In terms of division of labor, Alan Wilson and the citizens fighting the storm are equal. The citizens are sweating profusely, and he is also sweating profusely. The citizens are working hard, and his work is not necessarily less. It is reasonable to be in the same boat with Greater London. Is a 1.75 meter woman easy to manipulate? Alan Wilson doesn't think so. What's more, he is cleaning up the enemies of the British Empire for 700 years, which is even more important in terms of meaning. The current World War has only ended for less than 10 years, and those who have experienced the war are still alive. What is certain is that the mobilization power of the free world is far from existing only on paper decades later. You have to know that the mobilization capacity of socialist countries is very high. If Western European countries are too weak, how can they fight? The mobilization capacity of the Western free world ushered in the first wave of weakening in the 1960s. Britain and France lost their colonies and were hit hard. The United States was defeated in Vietnam, which led to the outbreak of domestic conflicts. If the overall strength was not higher than that of the Soviet Union, it would not be as simple as the Soviet Union turning from defense to offense in the 1970s. It is possible to trample the free world underfoot in one wave. Alan Wilson hoped that this wave of decline in the free world in the 1960s would first happen to France. He felt that this small request was not excessive. Women's rights is a good card. The biggest advantage of this card is that the risk is controllable. If a world war breaks out, or the European economy is not ranked in the world, this card will be absolutely useless. The development of women's rights requires a comfortable social environment, and the foundation is built on men's concessions. If a world war breaks out, lives will be lost. Who will give in to women's rights? The economy collapsed, and men couldn't give in, even if they wanted to. Who has seen what rights women's rights can fight for in the ever turbulent environment of the world of peace? It is even more difficult to fight for it in a place like India, where the economy is poor, not to mention that India itself is not safe. Alan Wilson notes that the world war will not break out, and Europe is also one of the richest regions in the world. This has a natural soil for the development of women's rights. Japan's economy is stagnant. When it was growing rapidly before, men didn't care about Japanese women's feminism. Japan can do it, and France, a well-established imperialism, is certainly more qualified to do it than Japan. France's social mobilization power has been torn apart, which will help Britain establish its advantage over France and the European community. This is a good thing for Britain. When necessary, it can contact pro-Soviet forces in France, such as the French Communist Party, to reach relatively favorable conditions for Britain. This hope lies in Ingrid Bergman and Hedy Lamarr. Both of them should lead French women to stand up as successful women. Now that the Thames is back flowing, if your colleagues in Whitehall know that you are like this now, can they feel balanced? Ingrid Bergman smiled and kissed Alan Wilson. At this moment, when the country is in crisis, it is indeed a bit unreasonable for a middle and senior Whitehall to fool around with a foreign actress. If I were a cabinet secretary, I would have found a place to jump down and act out a scene of sacrificing myself to block the breach. But I'm the commissioner to Malaya, so it would be a bit too dramatic to do this. Tilting his head and kissing Ingrid Bergman on the forehead, Alan Wilson said contentedly, "I'm doing this for the development of the British Empire. I can't be too selfish to leave you. You just say nice things." Ingrid Bergman couldn't help laughing, then said with a serious face, "If you want me to help you enforce equal rights, carry me to the bathroom now." "No problem." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and stood up eagerly. He picked up Ingrid Bergman inside. The side effect is that it's a little heavy. Isn't the external hardware excellent and the test drive experience good? Now you feel it's heavy? Ingrid Bergman put her arms around the man's neck, stared into Alan Wilson's eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "Are my 2 daughters born in vain? You won't give me any sweetness? Sweetness is a small matter." Alan Wilson believes that she is absolutely worthy of the evaluation of the friend of women. She is ready to serve the few female stars in the world at any time and anywhere, and the scope of service includes all aspects. Because the seawater rises due to storms, it usually does not last long. After 2 days of strict defense in London, the peak of this storm surge has passed, and the seawater has gradually receded and no longer flows back into the Thames. There is no doubt that this is a great victory under the leadership of the current Labour government, except for the ferry that capsized in the Channel. There were no deaths in London due to the storm surge. In 2 days, 8 million Londoners united as one, united around Prime Minister Attlee, obeyed the call of the Labour government, and perfectly responded to the storm surge. And 1/5 of the Dutch land is still soaked in seawater. With the intensive reports of the Dutch tragedy, the happiness of Londoners was suddenly aroused. Norman Brooke is drafting the Prime Minister's speech. After discussion in Whitehall, it is believed that this speech should adhere to the spirit of first suppressing and then praising, and the last part should also express assistance to the Netherlands. This speech was very strategic. It only mentioned that there were no deaths in London due to seawater backflow. It did not mention whether there were deaths in other coastal towns. This part of the casualties can be blamed on the local government, which did not report it in time. Of course, the role of the Netherlands is still very important, and it can provide a bottom line for the UK's response this time. The relationship between countries has always had a very simple idea. I'm happy to see you unhappy. The Netherlands was soaked in seawater, and 1/5 of its land became an ocean. The British had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Even the UK was about to express support for the Netherlands, and they unanimously agreed. The second half of the speech, which was suppressed first and then praised, was about the Labour government's transformation of London's urban area. The Labour government said that, if it had not responded in time, London's East End, which was mainly low-rise buildings, would definitely be destroyed by the backflow of seawater. I have been to the East End before, and it seems that the terrain is not as low as the speech said. Alan Wilson, who had successfully sweated, listened to the prediction of terrible consequences on the radio and clearly felt that something was wrong. This was the Labour government exaggerating. This is like saying that it will cause 2.2 million deaths, and then saying that it will be a success if the death toll can be controlled to 200,000. Anyway, it's okay to exaggerate some of the achievements of your British response this time. Ingrid Bergman sat on the bed, put on her underwear and asked, if it weren't for this storm, the photography you asked for would have come this time. But I don't think you need a photographer at all. You are very skilled. If it leaks out, you and I will be embarrassed to see people. Ingrid Bergman was referring to the fact that Alan Wilson insisted on taking pictures as a souvenir. Ingrid Bergman couldn't resist this man, so she could only agree with a red face. Of course we have to let professionals do professional things. Otherwise, wouldn't they be unemployed? Alan Wilson came over with a grin, took his coat, and put it on him. In the next period of time, I will be working on the transformation plan in London. I want to pay attention to the Roman holiday project. Let Edie come to accompany you. Ingrid Bergman put on her clothes, walked in front of Alan Wilson, grabbed the back of the man's neck from behind, and kissed him face to face for a long time. The storm surge came and went quickly, leaving only the reinforced embankment of the Thames River to prove the existence of the 2-day seawater backflow. However, for safety reasons, he could not let Ingrid Bergman leave yet. After dealing with the storm surge this time, the approval rating of the Attlee cabinet soared to nearly 60%. It exceeded the approval rating of the London smog incident, and the Labour cabinet received praise from all walks of life. In particular, the opinion polls in East London showed that the approval rating of the Labour Party had exceeded 60%. Chapter 699, Divisional Advancement. The Thames River flows into the North Sea from the east coast. The East End of London was threatened by the backflow of seawater from this storm surge. After this operation, that greatly increased the support rate. Although the citizens of the East End were worried for 2 days, as the seawater receded, the feeling of surviving the disaster was released to the maximum, and it was not surprising that the support rate of the Labour Party soared. Now there is another reason for the reconstruction of London. Based on the experience of this storm surge, the Attlee cabinet declared that, if the storm surge was not successfully resisted, the East End of London, which was already downstream of the Thames, would definitely end miserably. Alan Wilson certainly knew that this was a politician's rhetoric. The East End of London is indeed lower than other urban areas, but not as low as the Low Countries. Saying that the East End is a vast ocean is definitely to scare voters. But isn't it? This is a good thing for the London reconstruction plan. Officials from the Ministry of Reconstruction went to the East End to conduct a public opinion survey and found that the citizens of the East End of London at this time believed in the assurances of the Labour cabinet and supported the reconstruction plan. After all, the storm surge has only been a few days, and there are still large areas of land in the Netherlands soaked in seawater. At present, it seems that after this storm surge, the support of the citizens of the East End for the current government has reached a new high. They have also accepted the London reconstruction plan. According to the survey of the Ministry of Reconstruction, there is little resistance from public opinion. The most important thing is that the UK is still in a state of emergency, and the Labour Party in Parliament also has the upper hand. It is indeed rare in politics that all conditions are met. Norman Brooke agreed after listening. The citizens of the East End are more inclined to the Labour Party. If this reconstruction plan is successful, it is estimated that it will become the most stable voting base for the Labour Party for a long time. We consider matters beyond party interests. We only consider whether it is good for Britain. Alan Wilson said this, took out a stack of documents, pulled out a piece from it and said, "This is the disaster relief supplies issued. I have communicated with the Admiralty. General Mountbatten once managed naval logistics and stockpiled a large number of logistics supplies needed by the Navy. Many of them were made in Malaya. This time they can be issued." Admiralty? Yes, you should know everything about the Admiralty. Norman Brooke couldn't help laughing. The places that Commander Mountbatten has managed really have no secrets from you. When Mountbatten was transferred to the position of 4th Sea Lord, his position was clearly in the field of logistics. Of course, the British Dragon Ocean cannot be judged by common sense. In the end, Mountbatten experienced the feeling of the First Sea Lord in advance, and he was in charge of everything. But as for the logistics of his job, Mountbatten also made great efforts to fill the Royal Navy Reserve with 150,000 people, which came in handy during this storm surge. This time, the backflow of seawater did not spread to the urban area. In fact, there were not many affected citizens. It was enough to supply the logistics warehouses of 150,000 reserves. Just taking out a little was enough to meet the demand. At this moment, the Ministry of Defence is working with the Ministry of Reconstruction to distribute these supplies to the more affected blocks in the East District. Regarding this reconstruction plan, I decided to divide the responsibilities into different areas. Normally, as an overseas commissioner, you cannot always pay attention to the reconstruction of London. However, I heard from Baron that you have formulated a major construction plan in British India. Seeing that Alan Wilson was about to explain, Norman Brooke signaled to stay calm. "I know that due to the partition of India and Pakistan, a major construction plan was not implemented. This is not your fault. This is my luck. If there is no partition, the 4 million square kilometers of British India will definitely be very disobedient now." Alan Wilson began to explain his views. Norman Brooke picked up the phone. "Operator, call William Penny, Bertrand, Armstrong, Lawrence, Frank, and Douglas to number 70 in Whitehall." Norman Brooke called all the big names in Whitehall today. In addition to the ambassador to the United States, Bertrand and Armstrong are senior officials in the Ministry of Finance, and Frank is the Secretary General of the Trade Committee. It can be said that there is no official here, that is, government scientist William Penny. Of course, he is first and foremost a zoologist. The reason why he was able to become one of the chief scientific advisors was that Norman Brooke believed that William Penny could only provide some general scientific advice to the Prime Minister and the government. Simply put, among scientists, William Penny, a zoologist, is more in line with the basic principle of layman managing professionals. But this time, the London reconstruction project after the smog incident just needs such a zoologist to endorse the plan formulated by Whitehall from an environmental perspective. After the smog incident, the government has decided to launch the reconstruction plan, although we soon encountered a storm surge. But this victorious struggle has a huge inspiring effect on the citizens of London. Norman Brooke changed the subject and said, especially under the premise that the Netherlands is soaked in seawater. Although it may be somewhat detrimental to the unity of the free world, the basic truth is so true. Without focusing on the Netherlands, Norman Brooke said to several officials in Whitehall, who were regarded as promising, "My idea is to advance in different areas." The East District suffered the most damage in this smog incident and storm surge. The citizens of the East District are also looking forward to the government's decision. Each of you is responsible for a district. Bertrand is responsible for the West District of London and Armstrong. You are responsible for the North District. The South West District will be handed over to Lawrence and Frank Southeast. As for Douglas, you will coordinate the work of your colleagues from the central area. Although the Central District is small, there are many historical buildings, and the workload is not small. Since the outbreak of the smog incident in early December, Alan Wilson and his daughter returned to London after a full month. Now, another month has passed, and the cargo ship carrying cement and steel from Malaya has set off. The London reconstruction plan, which was promoted by the Cabinet Office and supported by the Cabinet, was finally officially launched at this time. At this time, the UK did not forget to let the British troops stationed in Germany help the Netherlands with disaster relief, showing the compassion of top students. The most important task in the diplomatic field at present is to evaluate the US President Eisenhower, who has just been sworn in. After all, the special relationship between Britain and the United States is so important. Will this military-born president intensify the conflict between the two groups, or take some other measures? At present, the British Foreign Office is still quite unsure. Alan Wilson, who is temporarily in charge of the reconstruction work, has always worked in the Foreign Office. It is normal for him to formulate policies toward the United States with his colleagues in the Foreign Office. He also received a telegram of condolences from McCarthy after the storm surge. The two have never lost contact. President Eisenhower is a soldier, so he is less likely to intensify the conflict. And the Republican Party itself is very restrained in foreign policy compared to the Democratic Party. Alan Wilson said to Sir Rice May, "We only need to think about who came up with the expansion slogan of Manifest Destiny, and which party was in power in the United States during World War I and World War II. It is easy to judge this. Eisenhower is of German descent. Wouldn't he take drastic measures to deal with the Berlin crisis that has not yet ended? It seems that the Rhine camp was built by Eisenhower." Alan Wilson said to his colleague who raised objections, "We can't estimate how many prisoners of war died abnormally, but the more German-born he is, the more he will avoid suspicion." Alan Wilson, the current foreign ministry, is the person who knows the Rhine camp best, because he has checked it before. Who made him return to Europe for a short time in 1945. He dreams of catching some Americans' braids. Prepare for the Nassau Agreement, that may or may not appear. He investigated the massacre in the Korean War for this reason, all for Britain to accumulate some chips. Of course, whether these chips are useful depends on how much imperial legacy Britain can still have. Sir Rice May nodded, seeming to be inclined to his own opinion. Alan Wilson added, "We also need to know that Republican leader Taft is a thoroughgoing isolationist, and the influence of the Taft family in the Republican Party is still very strong." Eisenhower participated in the US presidential election. During the period, he told the isolationist Taft that he would withdraw from the election as long as Taft was willing to guarantee support for NATO, but Taft refused. After leaving office, he opposed the moon landing plan, believing that it was a waste of money and had no benefits. He opposed the missile defense plan, believing that immaturity would hinder offensive power. In addition to knowing that this president had hit Britain and France hard during the Suez Canal War, Alan Wilson couldn't think of any other international events related to Eisenhower. Increasing the number of nuclear bombs from 1,000 to 20,000? In fact, it has limited impact on other countries. After the discussion this time, May sent an evaluation document to Foreign Secretary Morrison. He believed that the new president of the United States might, to a certain extent, maintain the current situation. As for Alan Wilson, he took some time out of his daily work to send telegrams to Bonn, Paris, Los Angeles, Kuala Lumpur, and Perth. He was used to this normality. Hedy Lamarr, who was on duty, arrived in London, which made Alan Wilson very happy. This was the life of master. I also received a telegram from Los Angeles. The crew has brought the actors to Europe. Hedy Lamarr glanced at Alan Wilson and said, "What script?" Alan Wilson listened to the incoherent words and asked stupidly, "It is temporarily scheduled to be Roman holiday, and the leading actress is Hepburn." Hedy Lamarr asked meaningfully, "Are you happy now? Or anxious? Or are you thinking both?" Reaching out and scratching his scalp, Alan Wilson looked tangled. He really has two moods now. Recommended the immortal of the Aztecs in 1469 AD, the heyday of the Aztec Empire in Central America. A soul from the future came through. He wanted to save the Indians from destruction and establish an empire in Central America. Chapter 700 Hepburn is back. People can't be too greedy. Alan Wilson sighed, but if a man is not political and lustful, what's the point of living? Compared with these 2 points, smoking and drinking are minor problems. Some mistakes cannot be made, such as never mentioning another woman too much in front of a woman. I'm getting bolder and bolder. The beautiful legend of Sicily is still being edited, and you're urging me to come here so anxiously. I'm a loser, and I only have this much to pursue in this life. Alan Wilson gave Hedy Lamarr a tacit look and swore, "But I promise that I'm absolutely sincere to you, and my greatest wish is to make you happy all your life." What he said was absolutely sincere, and even a queen of the screen couldn't tell the truth. Besides, Hedy Lamarr has always played a vase, and this time for the movie Beautiful Legend of Sicily, she has shown the greatest sincerity. Although he was very warm when he was with Hedy Lamarr, Alan Wilson, who was played by the Dragoon once, has been avoiding talking about work in front of any woman. Furthermore, Hedy Lamarr has a criminal record and once fled from Germany to the free world. It is not impossible that he leaked his current work to the United States, especially now that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is formulating the impact of the new president Eisenhower on Britain and the United States. In fact, in terms of domestic affairs, Alan Wilson remembered that American industry would reach its peak during Eisenhower's tenure. This is because of the demand growth brought about by the large infrastructure promoted during Eisenhower's tenure. He is also the last president of the United States who still takes infrastructure seriously. Since him, the United States has begun to run towards what Marx said, capital has no choice but to engage in the unfortunate thing of material production, and it is unwilling to engage in material production. It always hopes to have a faster and easier way to make money. The United States has entered a bottleneck since the 1960s and has been struggling. In addition to the impact of the Vietnam War, there is also a problem of whether to continue industrial investment or go towards the financial route. Finally, in the 1980s, Reagan made a choice and chose the financialization route. It is impossible for a country to be a financial center and a world factory at the same time. The smaller the population, the more difficult it is to have both. Britain has faced this problem before. In fact, during the Cold War, the Labour Party always wanted to ensure that there was a certain level of industry left, and at the same time, wanted to be a financial center. The proposed solution was a wave of nationalization, using the state to back up the industry, while shaping the status of London as a financial center. Finally, during the Thatcher period, which was the same as Reagan, Britain also gave up its local industry. It is much easier to be a financial center. In the past, there were so many links in industrial production, material technology, and market sales that could not be left behind, and workers would make trouble from time to time. It was really tiring for capitalists. Now I just need to create complex and confusing trading rules that are beneficial to me, wait for the leaks to come, and use currency hegemony to cut the domestic and the world, cut the long and the short. Isn't it beautiful? In the current Britain, Alan Wilson is also helping the local financialization in a certain sense. It is destined not to last long to eat both ends. Some industries really have no profit. Forcibly retaining them after nationalization will only make the hole bigger and bigger. If the transfer starts now, it can still be guaranteed to be under the control of the London government. When the day comes when the capitalists vote with their feet, Britain will not be able to control what to transfer and what not to transfer. Once it starts, it will be like the Dutch sea wall this time, and it will be like a catastrophe. 136 factories are on the transfer list, and there are also supporting factories involving machinery, automobiles, and shipbuilding. 227 must be retained. Alan Wilson came to the Cabinet Office at 70 Whitehall with the investigation report of the East District. He came back from thousands of miles away to poach talents in his home country. Britain has one foot in the 20th century and one foot in the Victorian era, just as funny as the United States and later generations having Silicon Valley and Black Lives Matter at the same time. Will it cause unemployment? Norman Brooke frowned slightly and said, the population of the East District is poor. Will we transfer 1/3 of the factories at once? Dear sir, industrial upgrading is a matter of time. Alan Wilson shook his head helplessly, but at present, the reconstruction plan itself can absorb a group of laborers. After 3 to 5 years, the reconstruction plan will be completed. No one will think of those occupations that cannot make people rich and can only bring burdens to the country. Alan Wilson felt that, if it really didn't work, he could only develop the tertiary industry. The tertiary industry is not completely without advantages. The biggest advantage is that the service industry will not have such a bad thing as overproduction. If you open a restaurant, will you have to feed the diners too much? Or do you have to shave the customer's scalp when you cut your hair? The industry where people serve people will not have such a thing as overcapacity. The problem in the United States and later generations was not caused by the service industry, but the industry was almost transferred away, and almost only the service industry was left. Countries like Germany that retain industrial strength have no problem supporting the country together with the service industry. It is nothing more than a question of moderation. The United States began to transfer industries to Japan, then South Korea, and Southeast Asia, one wave after another, and it never stops. It would be strange if there were no problems. Although Alan Wilson said a lot, Norman Brooke did not agree directly. He still had to make an assessment. The transfer of industries must comply with the basic principles, high pollution and low profits. Alan Wilson felt that this standard was fine. Isn't everything from easy to difficult? Some transfers are good. Many countries want to be transferred, but have no chance. The powerful countries always want to pay a small price and get a big gain. This is very unappreciative. If you can cover the Himalayas and hit them hard, kill 100,000 or 80,000 soldiers, and lose 100,000 or 200,000 square kilometers of land to express your sincerity. Under this unsolvable deadly hatred, Washington will definitely feel the sincerity, and the older mortal still can't let it go. As for whether the financial industry in the hands of the United States can support 300 million people, Alan Wilson doesn't know. He knows what the United Kingdom is like. There are only 50 million people. The pressure of retaining high-end manufacturing and financial industries together is much less than that of Americans who do the same. If it doesn't work, you can immigrate. Australia has a population of less than 10 million now, and it can also be a takeover, allowing the unemployed people in the UK to start a new life in another place. After careful consideration, in general, the risk of industrial transfer is preventable and controllable, especially with the help of Australia. Although many countries will abandon the manufacturing industry when upgrading their industries, it is not the only way. From the perspective that Germany not only does not give up but also expands its manufacturing industry, it is not contradictory to have a developed manufacturing industry and become and maintain the status of a developed country. It does not mean that developed countries must give up the manufacturing industry or even give up low-end manufacturing. Norman Brooke left an evaluation report and said that it would be handed over to the cabinet in the near future. He asked Alan Wilson to complete the reconstruction of the East District first. Alan, I have always been optimistic about you. Today, this may be the only consensus between Edward and me. I asked you to retain the position of Malaya Commissioner and handle the reconstruction of the East District at the same time, just to let you consider the problem from multiple angles. After all, the work of the cabinet secretary is a lot, and it is not limited to a certain field. Do you know? This wave of chicken blood, Alan Wilson received accurately, and immediately felt that he had endless energy. Now someone asked him to go to the East District, to work as a construction worker in person. Does this mean that this reconstruction is a test? Alan Wilson thought as he walked out of the cabinet office. The other candidates for the reconstruction are also very powerful officials in Whitehall. Of course, he has no complaints about being able to perform on the same stage with these young talents, who are generally around 40 years old. His age is not only not an advantage in today's Whitehall, but also a disadvantage. However, if Norman Brooke works as a cabinet secretary for another 10 years, Alan Wilson will be in all favorable conditions at that time. In fact, this is also the idea of Bertrand and others. Now everyone is wary of each other and feels that the opponent who will lead Whitehall in the future is among the candidates called by Norman Brooke this time. It's just that Alan Wilson has nothing to be noticed. Who would pay attention to an overseas commissioner who is only 29 years old? On the contrary, the rest of the people are in their golden age of around 40 and are on a competitive track. Now, including Bertrand, everyone thinks that Alan Wilson's role should be, "I thought he was here to assist me." While everyone was preparing for the renovation project to start, when the weather warmed up, Audrey Hepburn looked out the window with a heavy heart on the flight between North America and Europe. After a year in the United States, some changes seemed to have occurred that made her very distressed. Until now, she still didn't know how to face this land. The plane landed at the Paris airport, and soon she was picked up by a special car, sent by Woodpecker Pictures. The little actor is back. Hedy Lamarr, who had just finished talking about the play with Alan Wilson, revealed to the man the fact that Audrey Hepburn had returned to Europe. "Oh, it means that your company and Ingrid have another project." Alan Wilson pretended to be calm and said, "Maybe your company will become the representative of European films in the future. Maybe, but that's not what I'm asking about." Hedy Lamarr raised her chin slightly, and her eyes were shining, saying, "Don't you consider going to Paris recently? There are plenty of excuses." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.